Chapter 13 of Allan and the Holy Flower. This recording is in the public domain. Allan and the Holy Flower by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 13 Rica Town. As a matter of fact, we did not leave Beza Town till 24 hours later than had been arranged, since it took some time for old Babemba, who was to be in charge of it, to collect and provision our escort of 500 men. Here I may mention that when we got back to our huts we found the two Mazitu bearers, Tom and Jerry, eating a hearty meal but looking rather tired. It appeared that in order to get rid of their favourable evidence, the deceased witch doctor Imbozwi, who for some reason or other had feared to kill them, caused them to be marched off to a distant part of the land where they were imprisoned. On the arrival of the news of the fall and death of Imbozwi and his subordinates, they were set at liberty and at once returned to us at Beza Town. Of course it became necessary to explain to our servants what we were about to do. When they understood the nature of our proposed expedition they shook their heads, and when they learned that we had promised to leave our guns behind, they were speechless with amazement. "Kransik, kransik," which means ill in the skull or mad, exclaimed Hans to the others as he tapped his forehead significantly. "They have got it from Dogeetah, one who lives on insects which he entangles in a net and carries no gun to kill game. Well, I knew they would." The hunters nodded in assent, and Sammy lifted his arms to heaven as though in prayer. Only Mavovo seemed indifferent. Then came the question of which of them was to accompany us. "So far as I am concerned, that is soon settled," said Mavovo. "I go with my father, Macumazahn, seeing that even without a gun I am still strong and can fight as my male ancestors fought with a spear." "And I too go with the Baas Quatermain," grunted Hans, "seeing that even without a gun I am cunning, as my female ancestors were before me." "Except when you take medicine, Spotted Snake, and lose yourself in the mist of sleep," mocked one of the Zulus. "Does that fine bedstead which the king sent to you go with you?" "No, son of a fool," answered Hans. "I lend it to you who do not understand that there is more wisdom within me when I am asleep than there is in you when you are awake." It remained to be decided who the third man should be. As neither of Brother John's two servants, who had accompanied him on his cross-country journey, was suitable, one being ill and the other afraid, Stephen suggested Sammy as the man, chiefly because he could cook. "No, Mr. Somers, no," said Sammy, with earnestness. "At this proposal I draw the thick rope. To ask one who can cook to visit a land where he will be cooked is to seethe the offspring in its parents' milk." So we gave him up, and after some discussion fixed upon Jerry, a smart and plucky fellow who was quite willing to accompany us. The rest of that day we spent in making our preparations which, if simple, required a good deal of thought. To my annoyance, at the time I wanted to find Hans to help me, he was not forthcoming. When at length he appeared I asked him where he had been. He answered to cut himself a stick in the forest, as he understood we should have to walk a long way. Also he showed me the stick, a long thick staff of a hard and beautiful kind of bamboo that grows in Mazitu land. "What do you want that clumsy thing for?" I said, "when there are plenty of sticks about?" "New journey, new stick, Baas. All this kind of wood is full of air and might help me to float if we are upset into the water." "What an idea!" I exclaimed, and dismissed the matter from my mind. At dawn on the following day we started, Stephen and I riding on the two donkeys, which were now fat and lusty, and Brother John upon his white ox, a most docile beast that was quite attached to him. All the hunters, fully armed, came with us to the borders of the Mazitu country, where they were to await our return in company of the Mazitu regiment. The king himself went with us to the west gate of the town, where he bade us all, and especially Brother John, an affectionate farewell. Moreover, he sent for Komba and his attendants, and again swore to him that if any harm happened to us, he would not rest till he had found a way to destroy the Pongo, root and branch. "Have no fear," answered the cold Komba. "In our holy town of Rica we do not tie innocent guests to stakes to be shot to death with arrows." The repartee, which was undoubtedly neat, irritated Bausi, who was not fond of allusions to this subject. "If the white men are so safe, why do you not let them take their guns with them?" he asked somewhat illogically. If we meant evil, King, would their guns help them, they being but few among so many? For instance, we could not steal them as you did when you plotted the murder of these white lords. It is a law among the Pongo that no such magic weapon shall be allowed to enter their land." "Why?" I asked, to change the conversation, for I saw that Bausi was growing very wrath and feared complications. "Because, my lord Macumazahn, there is a prophecy among us that when a gun is fired in Pongo land, its gods will desert us, and the Motombo who is their priest will die. That saying is very old, but until a little while ago none knew what it meant, since it spoke of a hollow spear that smoked, and such a weapon was not known to us." "Indeed," I said, mourning within myself that we should not be in a position to bring about the fulfilment of that prophecy, which, as Hans said, shaking his head sadly, was a great pity, a very great pity. 3 days' march over country that gradually sloped downward from the high tableland on which stood Beza Town, brought us to the lake called Kirua, a word which I believe means the place of the island. Of the lake itself we could see nothing because of the dense brake of tall reeds which grew out into the shallow water for quite a mile from the shore, and was only pierced here and there with paths made by the hippopotami when they came to the mainland at night to feed. From a high mound which looked exactly like a tumulus, and for aught I know may have been one, however, the blue waters beyond were visible, and in the far distance what, looked at through glasses, appeared to be a tree-clad mountain top. I asked Komba what it might be, and he answered that it was the home of the gods in Pongo land. "What gods?" I asked again, whereon he replied like a black Herodotus, that of these it was not lawful to speak. I have rarely met anyone more difficult to pump than that frigid and un-African Komba. On top of this mound we planted the Union Jack, fixed to the tallest pole that we could find. Komba asked suspiciously why we did so, and as I was determined to show this unsympathetic person that there were others as unpumpable as himself, I replied that it was the god of our tribe which we set up there to be worshipped, and that anyone who tried to insult or injure it would certainly die, as the witch doctor, Imbozwi, and his children had found out. For once Komba seemed a little impressed, and even bowed to the bunting as he passed by. What I did not inform him was that we had set the flag there to be a sign and beacon to us in case we should ever be forced to find our way back to this place unguided and in a hurry. As a matter of fact, this piece of forethought, which oddly enough originated with the most reckless of our party, Stephen, proved our salvation, as I shall tell later on. At the foot of the mound we set our camp for the night, the Mazitu soldiers under Babemba, who did not mind mosquitoes, making theirs nearer to the lake, just opposite to where a wide hippopotamus lane pierced the reeds, leaving a little canal of clear water. I asked Komba when and how we were to cross the lake. He said that we must start at dawn on the following morning when, at this time of the year, the wind generally blew off shore, and that if the weather were favourable we should reach the Pongo town of Rica by nightfall. As to how we were to do this, he would show me if I cared to follow him. I nodded, and he led me 400 or 500 yards along the edge of the reeds in a southerly direction. As we went, two things happened. The first of these was that a very large black rhinoceros, which was sleeping in some bushes, suddenly got our wind, and after the fashion of these beasts, charged down on us from about 50 yards away. Now I was carrying a heavy single-barrelled rifle, for as yet we and our weapons were not parted. On came the rhinoceros, and Komba, small blame to him for he only had a spear, started to run. I cocked the rifle and waited my chance. When it was not more than 15 paces away the rhinoceros threw up its head, at which of course it was useless to fire because of the horn, and I let drive at the throat. The bullet hit it fair, and I suppose penetrated to the heart. At any rate it rolled over and over like a shot rabbit, and with a single stretch of its limbs expired almost at my feet. Komba was much impressed. He returned, he stared at the dead rhinoceros and at the hole in its throat, he stared at me, and he stared at the still smoking rifle. "The great beast of the plains killed with a noise," he muttered. "Killed in an instant by this little monkey of a white man." I thanked him for that and made a note of it. "And his magic. Oh! the Motombo was wise when he commanded—" and with an effort he stopped. "Well, friend, what is the matter?" I asked. "You see there was no need for you to run. If you had stepped behind me you would have been as safe as you are now, after running. "It is so, Lord Macumazahn, but the thing is strange to me. Forgive me if I do not understand." "Oh, I forgive you, my Lord Kalubi, that is to be. It is clear that you have a good deal to learn in Pongo land." "Yes, my Lord Macumazahn, and so perhaps have you," he replied dryly, having by this time recovered his nerve and sarcastic powers. Then, after telling Mavovo, who appeared mysteriously at the sound of the shot, I think he was stalking us in case of accidents, to fetch men to cut up the rhinoceros, Komba and I proceeded on our walk. A little further on, just by the edge of the reeds, I caught sight of a narrow, oblong trench dug in a patch of stony soil, and of a rusted mustard tin half hidden by some scanty vegetation. "What is that?" I asked in seeming astonishment, though I knew well what it must be. "Oh!" replied Komba, who evidently was not quite himself yet, "that is where the white Lord Dogeetah, Bausi's blood brother, set his little canvas house when he was here over 12 moons ago." "Really!" I exclaimed. "He never told me he was here." This was a lie, but somehow I was not afraid of lying to Komba. "How do you know that he was here?" "One of our people who was fishing in the reeds saw him." "Oh, that explains it, Komba. But what an odd place for him to fish in, so far from home, and I wonder what he was fishing for. When you have time, Komba, you must explain to me what it is that you catch amidst roots of thick reeds in such shallow water." Komba replied that he would do so with pleasure when he had time. Then, as though to avoid further conversation, he ran forward and, thrusting the reeds apart, showed me a great canoe, big enough to hold 30 or 40 men, which with infinite labour had been hollowed out of the trunk of a single huge tree. This canoe differed from the majority of those that personally I have seen used on African lakes and rivers, in that it was fitted for a mast now unshipped. I looked at it and said it was a fine boat, whereon Komba replied that there were 100 such at Rica Town, though not all of them were so large. "Ah!" I thought to myself as we walked back to the camp, "then allowing an average of 20 to a canoe, the Pongo tribe number about 2,000 males old enough to paddle," an estimate which turned out to be singularly correct. Next morning at dawn we started with some difficulty. To begin with, in the middle of the night, old Babemba came to the canvas shelter under which I was sleeping, woke me up, and in a long speech implored me not to go. He said he was convinced that the Pongo intended foul play of some sort, and that all this talk of peace was a mere trick to entrap us white men into the country, probably in order to sacrifice us to its gods for a religious reason. I answered that I quite agreed with him, but that as my companions insisted on making this journey, I could not desert them. All that I could do was to beg him to keep a sharp look out, so that he might be able to help us in case we got into trouble. "Here I will stay and watch for you, Lord Macumazahn," he answered. "But if you fall into a snare, am I able to swim through the water like a fish, or to fly through the air like a bird to free you?" After he had gone, one of the Zulu hunters arrived, a man named Ganza, a sort of lieutenant to Mavovo, and sang the same song. He said it was not right that I should go without guns to die among devils and leave him and his companions wandering alone in a strange land. I answered that I was much of the same opinion, but that Dogeetah insisted upon going and that I had no choice. "Then let us kill Dogeetah, or at any rate tie him up so that he can do no more mischief in his madness," Ganza suggested blandly, whereon I turned him out. Lastly Sammy arrived and said: "Mr. Quatermain, before you plunge into this deep well of foolishness, I beg that you will consider your responsibilities to God and man, and especially to us, your household, who are now but lost sheep far from home, and further, that you will remember that if anything disagreeable should overtake you, you are indebted to me to the extent of 2 months' wages, which will probably prove unrecoverable." I produced a little leather bag from a tin box and counted out to Sammy the wages due to him, also those for 3 months in advance. To my astonishment he began to weep. "Sir," he said, "I do not seek filthy lucre. What I mean is that I am afraid you will be killed by these Pongo. But alas! although I love you, sir, I am too great a coward to come and be killed with you. God made me like that. I pray you not to go, Mr. Quatermain, because I repeat, I love you, sir." "I believe you do, my good fellow," I answered, "and I also am afraid of being killed, who only seem to be brave because I must. However, I hope we shall come through all right. Meanwhile I am going to give this box and all the gold in it, of which there is a great deal, into your charge, Sammy, trusting to you if anything happens to us to get it safe back to Durban if you can." "Oh, Mr. Quatermain," he exclaimed, "I am indeed honoured, especially as you know that once I was in jail for embezzlement, with extenuating circumstances, Mr. Quatermain. I tell you that although I am a coward, I will die before anyone gets his fingers into that box." "I am sure you will, Sammy, my boy," I said, "but I hope, although things look queer, that none of us will be called upon to die just yet." The morning came at last, and the six of us marched down to the canoe which had been brought round to the open waterway. Here we had to undergo a kind of Customs House examination at the hands of Komba and his companions, who seemed terrified lest we should be smuggling firearms. "You know what rifles are like," I said indignantly. "Can you see any in our hands? Moreover, I gave you my word that we had none." Komba bowed politely, but suggested that perhaps some little guns, by which he meant pistols, remained in our baggage by accident. Komba was a most suspicious person. "Undo all the loads," I said to Hans, who obeyed with an enthusiasm which I confess struck me as suspicious. Knowing his secretive and tortuous nature, this sudden zeal for openness seemed almost unnatural. He began by unrolling his own blanket, inside of which appeared a miscellaneous collection of articles. I remember among them a spare pair of very dirty trousers, a battered tin cup, a wooden spoon such as Kaffirs used to eat their scoff with, a bottle full of some doubtful compound, sundry roots and other native medicines, an old pipe I had given him, and last but not least, a huge head of yellow tobacco in the leaf, of a kind that the Mazitu, like the Pongos, cultivate to some extent. "What on earth do you want so much tobacco for, Hans?" I asked. "For us three black people to smoke, Baas, or to take our snuff, or to chew. Perhaps where we are going we may find little to eat, and then tobacco is a food on which one can live for days. Also it brings sleep at nights." "Oh, that will do," I said, fearing Hans, like a second Walter Raleigh, was about to deliver a long lecture upon the virtue of tobacco. "There is no need for the yellow man to take this weed to our land," interrupted Komba, "for there we have plenty. Why does he cumber himself with the stuff?" And he stretched out his hand idly as though to take hold of it and examine it closely. At this moment, however, Mavovo called attention to his bundle which he had undone, whether on purpose or by accident I do not know, and forgetting the tobacco, Komba turned to attend to him. With a marvellous celerity Hans rolled up his blanket again. In less than a minute the lashings were fast, and it was hanging on his back. Again suspicion took me, but an argument which had sprung up between Brother John and Komba about the former's butterfly net, which Komba suspected of being a new kind of gun, or at least a magical instrument of a dangerous sort, attracted my notice. After this dispute another arose over a common garden trowel that Stephen had thought fit to bring with him. Komba asked what it was for. Stephen replied through Brother John that it was to dig up flowers. "Flowers?" said Komba. "One of our gods is a flower. Does the white lord wish to dig up our god?" Of course this was exactly what Stephen did desire to do, but not unnaturally he kept the fact to himself. The squabble grew so hot that finally I announced that if our little belongings were treated with so much suspicion, it might be better that we should give up the journey altogether. "We have passed our word that we have no firearms," I said in the most dignified manner that I could command, "and that should be enough for you, O Komba." Then Komba, after consultation with his companions, gave way. Evidently he was anxious that we should visit Pongo-land. So at last we started. We three white men and our servants seated ourselves in the stern of the canoe on grass cushions that had been provided. Komba went to the bows, and his people, taking the broad paddles, rowed and pushed the boat along the waterway made by the hippopotami through the tall and matted reeds, from which ducks and other fowl rose in multitudes with a sound like thunder. A quarter of an hour or so of paddling through these weed encumbered shallows brought us to a deep and open lake. Here, on the edge of the reeds, a tall pole that served as a mast was shipped, and a square sail made of closely woven mats run up. It filled with the morning off-land breeze, and presently we were bowling along at a rate of quite 8 miles the hour. The shore grew dim behind us, and for a long while above the clinging mists I could see the flag that we had planted on the mound. By degrees it dwindled till it became a mere speck and vanished. As it grew smaller my spirits sank, and when it was quite gone I felt very low indeed. "Another of your fool's errands, Allan, my boy," I said to myself. "I wonder how many more you are destined to survive." The others, too, did not seem in the best of spirits. Brother John stared at the horizon, his lips moving as though he were engaged in prayer, and even Stephen was temporarily depressed. Jerry had fallen asleep, as a native generally does when it is warm and he has nothing to do. Mavovo looked very thoughtful. I wondered whether he had been consulting his snake again, but did not ask him. Since the episode of our escape from execution by bow and arrow, I had grown somewhat afraid of that unholy reptile. Next time it might foretell our immediate doom, and if it did I knew that I should believe. As for Hans, he looked very much disturbed, and was engaged in wildly hunting for something in the flap pockets of an antique corduroy waistcoat, which, from its general appearance, must, I imagine, years ago, have adorned the person of a British gamekeeper. "3," I heard him mutter. "By my great-grandfather's spirit, only 3 left." "3 what?" I asked in Dutch. "3 charms, Baas, and there ought to have been quite 24. The rest have fallen out through a hole that the devil himself made in this rotten stuff. Now we shall not die of hunger, and we shall not be shot, and we shall not be drowned, at least none of those things will happen to me, but there are 21 other things that may finish us, as I have lost the charms to ward them off. Thus—" "Oh, stop your rubbish," I said, and fell again into the depths of my uncomfortable reflections. After this I too went to sleep. When I woke it was past midday and the wind was falling. However, it held while we ate some food we had brought with us, after which it died away altogether, and the Pongo people took to their paddles. At my suggestion we offered to help them, for it occurred to me that we might just as well learn how to manage these paddles. So 6 were given to us, and Komba, who now I noted was beginning to speak in a somewhat imperious tone, instructed us in their use. At first we made but a poor hand at the business, but 3 or 4 hours' steady practice taught us a good deal. Indeed, before our journey's end I felt that we should be quite capable of managing a canoe, if ever it became necessary for us to do so. By 3 in the afternoon the shores of the island we were approaching, if it really was an island, a point that I never cleared up, were well in sight, the mountain top that stood some miles inland having been visible for hours. In fact, through my glasses I had been able to make out its configuration almost from the beginning of the voyage. About 5 we entered the mouth of a deep bay fringed on either side with forests, in which were cultivated clearings with small villages of the ordinary African stamp. I observed from the smaller size of the trees adjacent to these clearings that much more land had once been under cultivation here, probably within the last century, and asked Komba why this was so. He answered in an enigmatic sentence which impressed me so much that I find I entered it verbatim into my notebook. "When man dies, corn dies, man is corn, and corn is man." Under this entry I see that I wrote, "Compare the saying, 'Bread is the staff of life.'" I could not get any more out of him. Evidently he referred, however, to a condition of shrinking in the population, a circumstance which he did not care to discuss. After the first few miles the bay narrowed sharply, and at its end came to a point where a stream of no great breadth fell into it. On either side of this stream, that was roughly bridged in many places, stood the town of Rica. It consisted of a great number of large huts roofed with palm leaves and constructed apparently of whitewashed clay, or rather, as we discovered afterwards, of lake mud mixed with chopped straw or grass. Reaching a kind of wharf which was protected from erosion by piles formed of small trees driven into the mud, to which were tied a fleet of canoes, we landed just as the sun was beginning to sink. Our approach had doubtless been observed, for as we drew near the wharf a horn was blown by someone on the shore, whereon a considerable number of men appeared, I suppose out of the huts, and assisted to make the canoe fast. I noted that these all resembled Komba and his companions in build and features. They were so like each other that, except for the difference in their ages, it was difficult to tell them apart. They might all have been members of one family. Indeed, this was practically the case, owing to constant intermarriage carried on for generations. There was something in the appearance of these tall, cold, sharp-featured, white-robed men that chilled my blood, something unnatural, almost inhuman. Here was nothing of the usual African jollity. No one shouted, no one laughed or chattered, no one crowded on us trying to handle our persons or clothes. No one appeared afraid or even astonished. Except for a word or two they were silent, merely contemplating us in a chilling and distant fashion, as though the arrival of three white men in a country where before no white man had ever set foot were an everyday occurrence. Moreover, our personal appearance did not seem to impress them, for they smiled faintly at Brother John's long beard and at my stubbly hair, pointing these out to each other with their slender fingers or with the handles of their big spears. I remarked that they never used the blade of the spear for this purpose, perhaps because they thought that we might take this for a hostile or even a warlike demonstration. It is humiliating to have to add that the only one of our company who seemed to move them to wonder or interest was Hans. His extremely ugly and wrinkled countenance, it was clear, did appeal to them to some extent, perhaps because they had never seen anything in the least like it before, or perhaps for another reason which the reader may guess in due course. At any rate, I heard one of them, pointing to Hans, ask Komba whether the ape-man was our god or only our captain. The compliment seemed to please Hans, who hitherto had never been looked on as either a god or a captain. But the rest of us were not flattered. Indeed, Mavovo was indignant, and told Hans outright that if he heard any more such talk he would beat him before these people, to show them that he was neither a captain nor a god. "Wait till I claim to be either, O butcher of a Zulu, before you threaten to treat me thus," ejaculated Hans indignantly. Then he added with his peculiar Hottentot snigger, "Still it is true that before all the meat is eaten, i.e. before all is done, you may think me both." A dark saying which at the time we did not understand. When we had landed and collected our belongings, Komba told us to follow him, and led us up a wide street that was very tidily kept, and bordered on either side by the large huts whereof I have spoken. Each of these huts stood in a fenced garden of its own, a thing I have rarely seen elsewhere in Africa. The result of this arrangement was that although as a matter of fact it had but a comparatively small population, the area covered by Rica was very great. The town, by the way, was not surrounded with any wall or other fortification, which showed that the inhabitants feared no attack. The waters of the lake were their defence. For the rest, the chief characteristic of this place was the silence that brooded there. Apparently they kept no dogs, for none barked, and no poultry, for I never heard a cock crow in Pongo-land. Cattle and native sheep they had in abundance, but as they did not fear any enemy, these were pastured outside the town, their milk and meat being brought in as required. A considerable number of people were gathered to observe us, not in a crowd, but in little family groups which collected separately at the gates of the gardens. For the most part these consisted of a man and one or more wives, finely formed and handsome women. Sometimes they had children with them, but these were very few. The most I saw with any one family was 3, and many seemed to possess none at all. Both the women and the children, like the men, were decently clothed in long white garments, another peculiarity which showed that these natives were no ordinary African savages. Oh, I can see Rica Town now after all these many years. The wide street swept and garnished, the brown-roofed, white-walled huts in their fertile, irrigated gardens, the tall, silent folk, the smoke from the cooking fires rising straight as a line in the still air, the graceful palms and other tropical trees, and at the head of the street, far away to the north, the rounded, towering shape of the forest-clad mountain that was called House of the Gods. Often that vision comes back to me in my sleep, or at times in my waking hours when some heavy odour reminds me of the overpowering scent of the great trumpet-like blooms which hung in profusion upon broad-leaved bushes that were planted in almost every garden. On we marched, till at last we reached a tall live fence that was covered with brilliant scarlet flowers, arriving at its gate just as the last red glow of day faded from the sky and night began to fall. Komba pushed open the gate, revealing a scene that none of us are likely to forget. The fence enclosed about an acre of ground, of which the back part was occupied by two large huts standing in the usual gardens. In front of these, not more than 15 paces from the gate, stood another building of a totally different character. It was about 50 feet in length by 30 broad, and consisted only of a roof supported upon carved pillars of wood, the spaces between the pillars being filled with grass mats or blinds. Most of these blinds were pulled down, but 4 exactly opposite to the gate were open. Inside the shed 40 or 50 men, who wore white robes and peculiar caps, and who were engaged in chanting a dreadful melancholy song, were gathered on 3 sides of a huge fire that burned in a pit in the ground. On the 4th side, that facing the gate, a man stood alone with his arms outstretched and his back towards us. Of a sudden he heard our footsteps and turned round, springing to the left so that the light might fall on us. Now we saw by the glow of the great fire that over it was an iron grid not unlike a small bedstead, and that on this grid lay some fearful object. Stephen, who was a little ahead, stared, then exclaimed in a horrified voice: "My God, it is a woman!" In another second the blinds fell down, hiding everything, and the singing ceased. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Allan and the Holy Flower. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Allan and the Holy Flower by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 14. The Kalubi's Oath. "Be silent," I whispered, and all understood my tone if they did not catch the words. Then, steadying myself with an effort, for this hideous vision, which might have been a picture from hell, made me feel faint, I glanced at Komba, who was a pace or two in front of us. Evidently he was much disturbed, the motions of his back told me this, by the sense of some terrible mistake that he had made. For a moment he stood still, then wheeled around and asked me if we had seen anything. "Yes," I answered indifferently. "We saw a number of men gathered round a fire. Nothing more." He tried to search our faces, but luckily the great moon, now almost at her full, was hidden behind a thick cloud, so that he could not read them well. I heard him sigh in relief as he said: "The Kalubi and the headmen are cooking a sheep. It is their custom to feast together on those nights when the moon is about to change. Follow me, white lords." Then he led us round the end of the long shed, at which we did not even look, and through the garden on its farther side to the 2 fine huts I have mentioned. Here he clapped his hands and a woman appeared, I know not whence. To her he whispered something. She went away and presently returned with 4 or 5 other women who carried clay lamps filled with oil in which floated a wick of palm fibre. These lamps were set down in the huts that proved to be very clean and comfortable places, furnished after a fashion with wooden stools and a kind of low table of which the legs were carved to the shape of antelopes' feet. Also there was a wooden platform at the end of the hut whereon lay beds covered with mats and stuffed with some soft fibre. "Here you may rest safe," he said, "for, white lords, are you not the honoured guests of the Pongo people? Presently food," I shuddered at the word, "will be brought to you, and after you have eaten well, if it is your pleasure, the Kalubi and his councillors will receive you in yonder feast house, and you can talk with them before you sleep. If you need aught, strike upon that jar with a stick," and he pointed to what looked like a copper cauldron that stood in the garden of the hut near the place where the women were already lighting a fire, "and some will wait on you. Look, here are your goods, none are missing, and here comes water in which you may wash. Now I must go to make report to the Kalubi," and with a courteous bow he departed. So after a while did the silent, handsome women, to fetch our meal, I understood one of them to say, and at length we were alone. "My aunt," said Stephen, fanning himself with his pocket handkerchief, "did you see that lady toasting? I have often heard of cannibals, those slaves for instance, but the actual business! Oh, my aunt!" "It's no use addressing your absent aunt if you've got one. What did you expect if you would insist on coming to a hell like this?" I asked gloomily. "Can't say, old fellow. Don't trouble myself much with expectations as a rule. That's why I and my poor old father never could get on. I always quoted the text, 'Sufficient to the day is the evil thereof,' to him, until at length he sent for the family Bible and ruled it out with red ink in a rage. But I say, do you think that we will be called upon to understudy St. Lawrence on that grid?" "Certainly I do," I replied, "and, as old Babemba warned you, you can't complain." "Oh, but I will and I can, and so will you, won't you, Brother John?" Brother John woke up from a reverie and stroked his long beard. "Since you ask me, Mr. Somers," he said reflectively, "if it were a case of martyrdom for the faith, like that of the saint to whom you have alluded, I should not object, at any rate in theory. But I confess that speaking from a secular point of view, I have the strongest dislike to being cooked and eaten by these very disagreeable savages. Still, I see no reason to suppose that we shall fall victim to their domestic customs." I, being in a depressed mood, was about to argue to the contrary, when Hans poked his head into the hut and said, "Dinner coming, Baas, very fine dinner." So we went out into the garden, where the tall, impassive ladies were arranging many wooden dishes on the ground. Now the moon was clear of clouds, and by its brilliant light we examined their contents. Some were cooked meat covered with a kind of sauce that made its nature indistinguishable. As a matter of fact, I believe it was mutton, but who can say? Others were evidently of a vegetable nature. For instance, there was a whole platter full of roasted mealie cobs and a great boiled pumpkin, to say nothing of some bowls of curdled milk. Regarding this feast, I became aware of a sudden and complete conversion to those principles of vegetarianism which Brother John was always preaching to me. "I am sure you are quite right," I said to him nervously, "in holding that vegetables are the best diet in a hot climate. At any rate, I have made up my mind to try the experiment for a few days," and throwing manners to the winds, I grabbed 4 of the upper mealie cobs and the top of the pumpkin, which I cut off with a knife. Somehow I did not seem to fancy that portion of it which touched the platter, for who knew what those dishes might have contained and how often they were washed? Stephen also appeared to have found salvation on this point, for he too patronized the mealie cobs and the pumpkin. So did Mavovo, and so did even that inveterate meat-eater, Hans. Only the simple Jerry tackled the flesh pots of Egypt, or rather Pongo land, with appetite, and declared that they were good. I think that he, being the last of us through the gateway, had not realized what it was that lay upon the grid. At length we finished our simple meal. When you are very hungry it takes a long time to fill oneself with squashy pumpkin, which is why I suppose ruminants and other grazing animals always seem to be eating, and washed it down with water in preference to the sticky-looking milk which we left to the natives. "Allan," said Brother John to me in a low voice as we lit our pipes, "that man who stood with his back to us in front of the gridiron was the Kalubi. Against the firelight I saw the gap in his hand where I cut away the finger." "Well, if we want to get any further you must cultivate him," I answered. "But the question is, shall we get further than that grid? I believe we have been trapped here to be eaten." Before Brother John could reply, Komba arrived, and after inquiring whether our appetites had been good, intimated that the Kalubi and the headmen were ready to receive us. So off we went with the exception of Jerry, whom we left to watch our things, taking with us the presents we had prepared. Komba led us to the feast house, where the fire pit was out, or had been covered over, and the grid and its horrible burden had disappeared. Also now all the mats were rolled up, so that the clear moonlight flowed into and illuminated the place. Seated in a semicircle on wooden stools, with their faces towards the gateway, were the Kalubi, who occupied the centre, and 8 councillors, all of them grey-haired men. This Kalubi was a tall, thin individual of middle age, with, I think, the most nervous countenance that I ever saw. His features twitched continually, and his hands were never still. The eyes, too, as far as I could see them in that light, were full of terrors. He rose and bowed, but the councillors remained seated, greeting us with a long-continued and soft clapping of the hands, which, it seemed, was the Pongo method of salute. We bowed in answer, then seated ourselves on 3 stools that had been placed for us, Brother John occupying the middle stool. Mavovo and Hans stood behind us, the latter supporting himself with his large bamboo stick. As soon as these preliminaries were over, the Kalubi called upon Komba, whom he addressed in formal language as "You who have passed the god," and "You the Kalubi to be." I thought I saw him wince as he said these words, to give an account of his mission and of how it came that they had the honour of seeing the white lords there. Komba obeyed. After addressing the Kalubi with every possible title of honour, such as "Absolute Monarch," "Master whose feet I kiss," "He whose eyes are fire and whose tongue is a sword," "He at whose nod people die," "Lord of the Sacrifice," "First taster of the sacred meat," "Beloved of the gods," here the Kalubi shrank as though he had been pricked with a spear, "Second to none on earth save the Motombo, the most holy, the most ancient, who comes from heaven and speaks with the voice of heaven," etc., etc. He gave a clear but brief account of all that had happened in the course of his mission to Beza Town. Especially did he narrate how, in obedience to a message which he had received from the Motombo, he had invited the white lords to Pongo land, and even accepted them as envoys from the Mazitu, when none would respond to King Bausi's invitation to fill that office. Only he had stipulated that they should bring with them none of their magic weapons which vomited out smoke and death, as the Motombo had commanded. At this information the expressive countenance of the Kalubi once more betrayed mental disturbance that I think Komba noted as much as we did. However, he said nothing, and after a pause Komba went on to explain that no such weapons had been brought, since, not satisfied with our word that this was so, he and his companions had searched our baggage before we left Mazitu-land. Therefore, he added, there was no cause to fear that we should bring about the fulfilment of the old prophecy that when a gun was fired among the Pongo, the gods would desert the land and the people cease to be a people. Having finished his speech, he sat down in a humble place behind us. Then the Kalubi, after formally accepting us as ambassadors from Bausi, King of the Mazitu, discoursed at length upon the advantages which would result to both peoples from a lasting peace between them. Finally he propounded the articles of such a peace. These, it was clear, had been carefully prepared, but to set them out would be useless, since they never came to anything, and I doubt whether it was intended that they should. Suffice it to say that they provided for intermarriage, free trade between the countries, blood brotherhood, and other things that I have forgotten, all of which was to be ratified by Bausi taking a daughter of the Kalubi to wife, and the Kalubi taking a daughter of Bausi. We listened in silence, and when he had finished, after pretended consultation between us, I spoke as the mouth of Brother John, who, I explained, was too grand a person to talk himself, saying that the proposals seemed fair and reasonable, and that we should be happy to submit them to Bausi and his council on our return. The Kalubi expressed great satisfaction at this statement, but remarked incidentally that first of all the whole matter must be laid before the Motombo for his opinion, without which no state transaction had legal weight among the Pongo. He added that, with our approval, he proposed that we should visit his Holiness on the morrow, starting when the sun was 3 hours old, as he lived at a distance of a day's journey from Rica. After further consultation we replied that although we had little time to spare, as we understood that the Motombo was old and could not visit us, we, the white lords, would stretch a point and call on him. Meanwhile we were tired and wished to go to bed. Then we presented our gifts, which were gracefully accepted, with an intimation that return presents would be made to us before we left Pongo land. After this the Kalubi took a little stick and broke it, to intimate that the conference was at an end, and having bade him and his councillors good night, we retired to our huts. I should add, because it has bearing on subsequent events, that on this occasion we were escorted, not by Komba, but by 2 of the councillors. Komba, as I noted for the first time when we rose to say good-bye, was no longer present at the council. When he left it I cannot say, since it will be remembered that his seat was behind us in the shadow, and none of us saw him go. "What do you make of all that?" I asked the others when the door was shut. Brother John merely shook his head and said nothing, for in those days he seemed to be living in a kind of dreamland. Stephen answered, "Bosh! Tommy rot! All my eye and my elbow. Those man-eating Johnnies have some game up their wide sleeves, and whatever it may be, it isn't peace with the Mazitu." "I agree," I said. "If the real object were peace, they would have haggled more, stood out for better terms, or hostages, or something. Also they would have got the consent of this Motombo beforehand. Clearly he is the master of the situation, not the Kalubi, who was only his tool. If business were meant he should have spoken first, always supposing that he exists and isn't a myth. However, if we live we shall learn, and if we don't it doesn't matter, though personally I think we should be wise to leave Motombo alone and clear out to Mazitu land by the first canoe to-morrow morning." "I intend to visit this Motombo," broke in Brother John with decision. "Ditto, ditto!" exclaimed Stephen. "But it's no use arguing that all over again." "No," I replied with irritation, "it is, as you remark, of no use arguing with lunatics. So let's go to bed, as it will probably be our last, and have a good night's sleep." "Here, here," said Stephen, taking off his coat and placing it doubled up on the bed to serve as a pillow. "I say," he added, "stand clear a minute while I shake this blanket. It's covered with bits of something," and he suited the action to the word. "Bits of something?" I said suspiciously. "Why didn't you wait a minute to let me see them? I didn't notice any bits before." "Rats running about the roof, I expect," said Stephen carelessly. Not being satisfied, I began to examine this roof and the clay walls, which I forgot to mention were painted over in a kind of pattern with whorls in it, by the feeble light of the primitive lamps. While I was thus engaged there was a knock on the door. Forgetting all about the dust, I opened it, and Hans appeared. "One of these man-eating devils wants to speak to you, Baas. Mavovo keeps him without." "Let him in," I said, since in this place fearlessness seemed our best game, "but watch well while he is with us." Hans whispered a word over his shoulder, and next moment a tall man wrapped from head to foot in white cloth, so that he looked like a ghost, came, or rather shot into the hut, and closed the door behind him. "Who are you?" I asked. By way of answer he lifted or unwrapped the cloth from his face. I saw that the Kalubi himself stood before us. "I wish to speak alone with the white Lord Dogeetah," he said in a hoarse voice, "and it must be now, since afterwards it will be impossible." Brother John rose and looked at him. "How are you, Kalubi, my friend?" he asked. "I see that your wound has healed well." "Yes, yes, but I would speak with you alone." "Not so," replied Brother John. "If you have anything to say, you must say it to all of us, or leave it unsaid, since these lords and I are one, and that which I hear, they hear." "Can I trust them?" muttered the Kalubi. "As you can trust me. Therefore speak or go. Yet first, can we be overheard in this hut?" "No, Dogeetah. The walls are thick. There is no one on the roof, for I have looked all round, and if any strove to climb there we should hear. Also your men who watch the door would see them. None can hear us save perhaps the gods." "Then we will risk the gods, Kalubi. Go on, my brothers know your story." "My lords," he began, rolling his eyes about him like a hunted creature, "I am in a terrible pass. Once since I saw you, Dogeetah, I should have visited the white god that dwells in the forest on the mountain yonder to scatter the sacred seed, but I feigned to be sick, and Komba the Kalubi to be, who has passed the god, went in my place and returned unharmed. Now, tomorrow, the night of the full moon, as Kalubi, I must visit the god again and once more scatter the seed, and, Dogeetah, he will kill me whom he has once bitten. He will certainly kill me unless I can kill him. Then Komba will rule as Kalubi in my stead, and he will kill you in a way you can guess, by the hot death, as a sacrifice to the gods, that the women of the Pongo may once more become the mothers of many children. Yes, yes, unless we can kill the god who dwells in the forest, we must all die." And he paused, trembling, while the sweat dropped from him to the floor. "That's pleasant," said Brother John, "but supposing that we kill the god, how would that help us or you to escape from the Motombo and those murdering people of yours? Surely they would slay us for the sacrilege." "Not so, Dogeetah. If the god dies, the Motombo dies. It is known from of old, and therefore the Motombo watches over the god as a mother over her child. Then, until a new god is found, the Mother of the Holy Flower rules, she who is merciful and will harm none, and I rule under her and will certainly put my enemies to death, especially that wizard Komba." Here I thought I heard a faint sound in the air like the hiss of a snake, but as it was not repeated and I could see nothing, concluded that I was mistaken. "Moreover," he went on, "I will load you with gold dust and any gifts you may desire, and set you safe across the water among your friends, the Mazitu." "Look here," I broke in, "let us understand matters clearly, and John, do you translate to Stephen. Now, friend Kalubi, first of all, who and what is this god you talk of?" "Lord Macumazahn. He is a huge ape, white with age, or bone white, I know not which. He is twice as big as any man, and stronger than 20 men, whom he can break in his hands as I break a reed, or whose heads he can bite off in his mouth, as he bit off my finger for a warning. For that is how he treats the Kalubis when he wearies of them. First he bites off a finger and lets them go, and next he breaks them like a reed, as also he breaks those who are doomed to sacrifice before the fire." "Ah," I said, "a great ape. I thought as much. Well, and how long has this brute been a god among you?" "I do not know how long. From the beginning. He was always there, as the Motombo was always there, for they are one." "That's a lie anyway," I said in English, then went on, "and who is this Mother of the Holy Flower? Is she also there, and does she live in the same place as the ape god?" "Not so, Lord Macumazahn. She dies like other mortals, and is succeeded by one who takes her place. Thus the present mother is a white woman of your race, now of middle age. When she dies she will be succeeded by her daughter, who is also a white woman and very beautiful. After she dies, another who is white will be found, perhaps one who is of black parents but born white." "How old is this daughter?" interrupted Brother John in a curiously intent voice, "and who is her father?" "The daughter was born over 20 years ago, Dogeetah, after the Mother of the Flower was captured and brought here. She says that the father was a white man to whom she was married, but who is dead." Brother John's head dropped upon his chest, and his eyes shut as though he had gone to sleep. "As for where the mother lives," went on the Kalubi, "it is on the island in the lake at the top of the mountain that is surrounded by water. She has nothing to do with the white god, but those women who serve her go across the lake at times to tend the fields where grows the seed that the Kalubi sows, of which the corn is the white god's food." "Good," I said. "Now we understand, not much, but a little. Tell us next what is your plan. How are we to come into the place where this great ape lives? And if we come there, how are we to kill the beast, seeing that your successor, Komba, was careful to prevent us from bringing our firearms to your land?" "Ay, Lord Macumazahn, may the teeth of the god meet in his brain for that trick. Yes, he may die as I know how to make him die. That prophecy of which he told you is no prophecy from of old. It arose in the land within the last moon only, though whether it came from Komba or from the Motombo I know not. None, save myself, or at least very few here, had heard of the iron tubes that throw out death, so how should there be a prophecy concerning them?" "I am sure I don't know, Kalubi, but answer the rest of the question." "As to your coming into the forest, for the white god lives in a forest on the slopes of the mountain, lords, that will be easy, since the Motombo and the people will believe that I am trapping you there to be a sacrifice such as they desire for sundry reasons," and he looked at the plump Stephen in a very suggestive way. "As to how you are to kill the god without your tubes of iron, I do not know, but you are very brave and great magicians. Surely you can find a way." Here Brother John seemed to wake up again. "Yes," he said, "we shall find a way. Have no fear of that, O Kalubi. We are not afraid of the big ape whom you call a god. Yet it must be at a price. We will not kill this beast and try to save your life, save at a price." "What price?" asked the Kalubi nervously. "There are wives and cattle. No, you do not want the wives, and the cattle cannot be taken across the lake. There are gold dust and ivory. I have already promised these, and there is nothing more that I can give." "The price is, O Kalubi, that you hand over to us to be taken away the white woman who is called the Mother of the Holy Flower with her daughter." "And," interrupted Stephen, to whom I had been interpreting, "the Holy Flower itself, all of it dug up by the roots." When he heard these modest requests, the poor Kalubi became like one upon the verge of madness. "Do you understand?" he gasped. "Do you understand that you are asking for the gods of my country?" "Quite," replied Brother John with calmness, "for the gods of your country, nothing more nor less." The Kalubi made as though he would fly from the hut, but I caught him by the arm and said: "See, friends, things are thus. You ask us, at great danger to ourselves, to kill one of the gods of your country, the highest of them, in order to save your life. Well, in payment we ask you to make a present of the remaining gods of your country, and to see us and them safe across the lake. Do you accept or refuse?" "I refuse," answered the Kalubi sullenly. "To accept would mean the last curse upon my spirit. That is too horrible to tell. And to refuse means the first curse upon your body, namely, that in a few hours it must be broken and chewed by a great monkey which you call a god. Yes, broken and chewed, and afterwards, I think, cooked and eaten as a sacrifice. Is it not so?" The Kalubi nodded his head and groaned. "Yet," I went on, "for our part we are glad that you have refused, since now we shall be rid of a troublesome and dangerous business and return safely to Mazitu-land." "How will you return in safety, O Lord Macumazahn, you who are doomed to the hot death if you escape the fangs of the god?" "Very easily, O Kalubi, by telling Komba, the Kalubi to be, of your plots against this god of yours, and how we have refused to listen to your wickedness. In fact, I think this may be done at once while you are here with us, O Kalubi, where perhaps you do not expect to be found. I will go strike upon the pot without the door. Doubtless, though it is late, some will hear. Nay, man, stand you still. We have knives and our servants have spears." And I made as though to pass him. "Lord," he said, "I will give you the Mother of the Holy Flower and her daughter, ay, and the Holy Flower itself dug up by the roots, and I swear that if I can, I will set you and them safe across the lake, only asking that I may come with you, since here I dare not stay. Yet the curse will come too, but if so, it is better to die of a curse in a day to be than to-morrow at the fangs of the god. Oh, why was I born? Why was I born?" And he began to weep. "That is a question many have asked, and none have been able to answer, O friend Kalubi, though mayhap there is an answer somewhere," I replied in a kind voice, for my heart was stirred with pity of this poor wretch, mazed and lost in his hell of superstition, this potentate who could not escape from the trappings of a hateful power save by the door of a death too horrible to contemplate, this priest whose doom it was to be slain by the very hands of his god, as those who went before him had been slain, and those who came after him would be slain. "Yet," I went on, "I think you have chosen wisely, and we hold you to your word. While you are faithful to us we will say nothing, but of this be sure, that if you attempt to betray us, we, who are not so helpless as we seem, will betray you, and it shall be you who die, not us. Is it a bargain?" "It is a bargain, white lord, though blame me not if things go wrong, since the gods know all, and they are devils who delight in human woe and mock at bargains and torment those who would injure them. Yet come what will, I swear to keep faith with you thus, by the oath that may not be broken." And drawing a knife from his girdle, he thrust out the tip of his tongue and pricked it. From the puncture a drop of blood fell to the floor. "If I break my oath," he said, "may my flesh grow cold as that blood grows cold, and may it rot as that blood rots. Aye, and may my spirit waste and be lost in the world of ghosts as that blood wastes into the air and is lost in the dust of the world." It was a horrible scene and one that impressed me very much, especially as even then there fell upon me a conviction that this unfortunate man was doomed, that a fate which he could not escape was upon him. We said nothing, and in another moment he had thrown his white wrappings over his face and slipped through the door. "I am afraid we are playing it rather low down on that jumpy old boy," said Stephen remorsefully. "The white woman and her daughter," muttered Brother John. "Yes," reflected Stephen aloud, "one is justified in doing anything to get two white women out of this hell if they exist, so one may as well have the orchid also, for they'd be lonely without it, poor things, wouldn't they? Glad I thought of that, it's soothing to the conscience." "I hope you'll find it so when we're all on that iron grid, which I notice is wide enough for three," I remarked sarcastically. "Now be quiet, I want to go to sleep." I am sorry to have to add that for the most of that night want remained my master. But if I couldn't sleep I could, or rather was obliged to, think, and I thought very hard indeed. First I reflected on the Pongo and their gods. What were these and why did they worship them? Soon I gave it up, remembering that the problem was one which applied equally to dozens of the dark religions of this vast African continent, to which none could give an answer, and least of all their votaries. That answer indeed must be sought in the horrible fears of the unenlightened human heart, which sees death and terror and evil around it everywhere, and, in this grotesque form or in that, personifies them in gods, or rather in devils who must be propitiated. For always the fetish or the beast, or whatever it might be, is not the real object of worship. It is only the thing or creature which is inhabited by the spirit of the god or devil, the temple, as it were, that furnishes it with a home, which temple is therefore holy. And these spirits are diverse, representing sundry attributes or qualities. Thus the great ape might be Satan, a prince of evil and blood. The holy flower might symbolize fertility and the growth of the food of man from the bosom of the earth. The mother of the flower might represent mercy and goodness, for which reason it was necessary that she should be white in colour, and dwell, not in the shadowed forest, but on a soaring mountain, a figure of light, in short, as opposed to darkness. Or she might be a kind of African Ceres, a goddess of the corn and harvest, which were symbolized in the beauteous blooms she tended. Who could tell? Not I, either then or afterwards, for I never found out. As for the Pongo themselves, their case was obvious. They were a dying tribe, the last descendants of some higher race, grown barren from intermarriage. Probably, too, they were at first only cannibals occasionally and from religious reasons. Then in some time of dearth they became very religious in that respect, and the habit overpowered them. Among cannibals, at any rate in Africa, as I knew, this dreadful food is much preferred to any other meat. I had not the slightest doubt that although the Kalubi himself had brought us here in the wild hope that we might save him from a terrible death at the hands of the Beelzebub he served, Komba and the councillors, inspired thereto by the prophet called Motombo, designed that we should be murdered and eaten as an offering to the gods. How were we to escape this fate? Being unarmed, I could not imagine, unless some special protection were vouchsafed to us. Meanwhile we must go on to the end, whatever it might be. Brother John, or to give him his right name, the Reverend John Eversley, was convinced that the white woman imprisoned on the mountain was none other than the lost wife for whom he had searched for 20 weary years, and that the second white woman of whom he had heard that night was, strange as it might seem, her daughter and his own. Perhaps he was right and perhaps he was wrong. But even in the latter case, if two white persons were really languishing in this dreadful land, our path was clear. We must go on in faith until we saved them, or until we died. Our life is granted not in pleasures round, or even love's sweet dream to lapse content. Duty and faith are words of solemn sound, and to their echoes must the soul be bent. As some one or other once wrote, very nobly I think. Well, there was but little of pleasures round about the present entertainment, and any hope of love's sweet dream seemed to be limited to Brother John. Here I was quite mistaken, as I so often am. Perhaps the echoes would be my share. Indeed, I already seemed to hear their ominous thunder. At last I did go to sleep, and dreamed a very curious dream. It seemed to me that I was disembodied, although I retained all my powers of thought and observation. In fact, dead and yet alive. In this state I hovered over the people of the Pongo, who were gathered together on a great plain under an inky sky. They were going about their business as usual, and very unpleasant business it often was. Some of them were worshipping a dim form that I knew was the devil, some were committing murders, some were feasting. At that on which they feasted I would not look. Some were labouring or engaged in barter, some were thinking. But I, who had the power of looking into them, saw that within the breast of each a tiny likeness of the man or woman or child as it might be, humbly bent upon its knees with hands together in an attitude of prayer, and with imploring, tear-stained face, looking upwards to the black heaven. Then in that heaven there appeared a single star of light, and from this star flowed lines of gentle fire that spread and widened till all the immense arc was one flame of glory. And now from the pulsing heart of the glory, which somehow reminded me of moving lips, fell countless flakes of snow, each of which followed an appointed path, till it lit upon the forehead of one of the tiny imploring figures hidden within those savage breasts, and made it white and clean. Then the glory shrank and faded, till there remained of it only the similitude of two transparent hands stretched out as though in blessing. And I woke up wondering how on earth I found the fancy to invent such a vision, and wonder whether it meant anything or nothing. Afterwards I repeated it to Brother John, who was a very spiritually minded as well as good man, the two things are often quite different, and asked him to be kind enough to explain. At the time he shook his head, but some days later he said to me: "I think I have read your riddle, Allan." The answer came to me quite of a sudden. In all those sin-stained hearts there is a seed of good, and an aspiration towards the right. For every one of them also there is a last mercy and forgiveness, since how could they learn who never had a teacher? Your dream, Allan, was one of the ultimate redemption of even the most evil of mankind, by gift of the grace that shall one day glow through the blackness of the night in which they wander. That is what he said, and I only hope that he was right, since at present there is something very wrong with the world, especially in Africa. Also we blame the blind savage for many things, but on the balance are we so much better, considering our light and opportunities? Oh! the truth is that the devil, a very convenient word that, is a good fisherman. He has a large book full of flies of different sizes and colours, and well he knows how to suit them to each particular fish. But white or black, every fish takes one fly or the other, and then comes to the question: is the fish that has swallowed the big gaudy lure so much worse or more foolish than that which has fallen to the delicate white moth with the same sharp barb in its tail? In short, are we not all miserable sinners, as the prayer book says, and in the eyes of any judge who can average up the elemental differences of those waters wherein we are bred and called upon to swim, is there so much to choose between us? Do we not all need those outstretched hands of mercy which I saw in my dream? But there, there! What right has a poor old hunter to discuss things that are too high for him? End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Allan and the Holy Flower. This recording is in the public domain. Allan and the Holy Flower by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 15. The Motombo. After my dream I went to sleep again, till I was finally aroused by a strong ray of light hitting me straight in the eye. Where the dickens does that come from? I thought to myself, for these huts had no windows. Then I followed the ray to its source, which I perceived was a small hole in the mud wall, some 5 feet above the floor. I rose and examined the said hole, and noted that it appeared to have been freshly made, for the clay at the sides of it was in no way discoloured. I reflected that if anyone wanted to eavesdrop, such an aperture would be convenient, and went outside the hut to pursue my investigations. Its wall, I found, was situated about 4 feet from the eastern part of the encircling reed fence, which showed no signs of disturbance, although there, in the outer face of the wall, was the hole, and beneath it on the lime flooring lay some broken fragments of plaster. I called Hans and asked him if he had kept watch round the hut when the wrapped-up man visited us during the night. He answered yes, and that he could swear that no one had come near it, since several times he had walked to the back and looked. Somewhat comforted, but not satisfied, I went in to wake up the others, to whom I said nothing of this matter, since it seemed foolish to alarm them for no good purpose. A few minutes later the tall, silent women arrived with our hot water. It seemed curious to have hot water brought to us in such a place by these very queer kind of housemaids, but so it was. The Pongo, I may add, were, like the Zulus, very clean in their persons, though whether they all used hot water I cannot say. At any rate it was provided for us. Half an hour later they returned with breakfast, consisting chiefly of a roasted kid, of which, as it was whole and therefore unmistakable, we partook thankfully. A little later the majestic Komba arrived. After many compliments and inquiries as to our general health, he asked whether we were ready to start on our visit to the Motombo, who, he added, was expecting us with much eagerness. I inquired how he knew that, since we had only arranged to call on him late on the previous night, and I understood that he lived a day's journey away. But Komba put the matter by with a smile and a wave of his hand. So in due course off we went, taking with us all our baggage, which now that it had been lightened by the delivery of the presents, was of no great weight. 5 minutes' walk along the wide main street led us to the northern gate of Rica Town. Here we found the Kalubi himself with an escort of 30 men armed with spears. I noted that unlike the Mazitu they had no bows and arrows. He announced in a loud voice that he proposed to do us the special honour of conducting us to the sanctuary of the Holy One, by which we understood him to mean the Motombo. When we politely begged him not to trouble, being in an irritable mood or assuming it, he told us rudely to mind our own business. Indeed, I think this irritability was real enough, which in the circumstances known to the reader was not strange. At any rate, an hour or so later it declared itself in an act of great cruelty which showed us how absolute was this man's power in all temporal matters. Passing through a little clump of bush, we came to some gardens surrounded by a light fence, through which a number of cattle of a small and delicate breed, they were not unlike Jerseys in appearance, had broken to enjoy themselves by devouring the crops. This garden, it appeared, belonged to the Kalubi for the time being, who was furious at the destruction of its produce by the cattle, which also belonged to him. "Where is the herd?" he shouted. A hunt began, and presently the poor fellow, he was no more than a lad, was discovered asleep behind a bush. When he was dragged before him, the Kalubi pointed, first to the cattle, then to the broken fence and the devastated garden. The lad began to mutter excuses and pray for mercy. "Kill him," said the Kalubi, whereon the herd flung himself to the ground, and clutching him by the ankles, began to kiss his feet, crying out that he was afraid to die. The Kalubi tried to kick himself free, and failing in this, lifted his big spear and made an end of the poor boy's prayers and life at a single stroke. The escort clapped their hands in salute or approval, after which 4 of them, at a sign, took up the body and started with it at a trot for Rica Town, where probably that night it appeared upon the grid. Brother John saw, and his big white beard bristled with indignation like the hair on the back of an angry cat, while Stephen spluttered something beginning with "You brute," and lifted his fist as though to knock the Kalubi down. This, had I not caught hold of him, I have no doubt he would have done. "O Kalubi," gasped Brother John, "do you not know that blood calls for blood? In the hour of your own death remember this death." "Would you bewitch me, white man?" said the Kalubi, glaring at him angrily. "If so—" and once more he lifted the spear, but as John never stirred, held it poised irresolutely. Komba himself thrust between them, crying, "Back, Dogeetah, who dare to meddle with our customs? Is not the Kalubi lord of life and death?" Brother John was about to answer, but I called to him in English, "For heaven's sake be silent, unless you want to follow the boy. We are in these men's power." Then he remembered and walked away, and presently we marched forward as though nothing had happened. Only from that moment I do not think that any of us worried ourselves about the Kalubi and what might befall him. Still, looking back on the thing, I think that there was this excuse to be made for the man: he was mad with the fear of death, and knew not what he did. All that day we travelled on through rich flat country that, as we could tell from various indications, had once been widely cultivated. Now the fields were few and far between, and bush, for the most part a kind of bamboo scrub, was reoccupying the land. About midday we halted by a water pool to eat and rest, for the sun was hot, and here the 4 men who had carried off the boy's body rejoined us, and made some report. Then we went forward once more towards what seemed to be a curious and precipitous wall of black cliff, beyond which the volcanic-looking mountain towered in stately grandeur. By 3 o'clock we were near enough to this cliff, which ran east and west as far as the eye could reach, to see a hole in it, apparently where the road terminated, that appeared to be the mouth of a cave. The Kalubi came up to us, and in a shy kind of way tried to make conversation. I think that the sight of this mountain drawing ever nearer vividly recalled his terrors, and caused him to desire to efface the bad impression he knew he had made on us, to whom he looked for safety. Among other things he told us that the hole we saw was the door of the house of the Motombo. I nodded my head, but did not answer, for the presence of this murderous king made me feel sick. So he went away again, looking at us in a humble and deprecatory manner. Nothing further happened until we reached the remarkable wall of rock that I have mentioned, which I suppose is composed of some very hard stone that remained when the softer rock in which it lay was disintegrated by millions of years of weather or washings by the water of the lake. Or perhaps its substance was thrown out of the bowels of the volcano when this was active. I am no geologist and cannot say, especially as I lacked time to examine the place. At any rate, there it was, and there in it appeared the mouth of a great cave that I presume was natural, having once formed a kind of drain through which the lake overflowed when Pongo land was under water. We halted, staring dubiously at this darksome hole, which no doubt was the same that Babemba had explored in his youth. Then the Kalubi gave an order, and some of the soldiers went to huts that were built near the mouth of the cave, where I suppose guardians or attendants lived, though of these we saw nothing. Presently they returned with a number of lighted torches that were distributed among us. This done, we plunged, shivering, at least I shivered, into the gloomy recesses of that great cavern, the Kalubi going before us with half our escort, and Komba following behind us with the remainder. The floor of the place was made quite smooth, doubtless by the action of water, as were the walls and roof, so far as we could see them, for it was very wide and lofty. It did not run straight, but curved about in the thickness of the cliff. At the first turn the Pongo soldiers set up a low and eerie chant which they continued during its whole length, that according to my pacings was something over 300 yards. On we wound, the torches making stars of light in the intense blackness, till at length we rounded a last corner where a great curtain of woven grass, now drawn, was stretched across the cave. Here we saw a very strange sight. On either side of it, near to the walls, burned a large wood fire that gave light to the place. Also more light flowed into it from its further mouth that was not more than 20 paces from the fires. Beyond the mouth was water which seemed to be about 200 yards wide, and beyond the water rose the slopes of the mountain that was covered with huge trees. Moreover, a little bay penetrated into the cavern, the point of which bay ended between the two fires. Here the water, which was not more than 6 or 8 feet wide and shallow, formed the berthing place of a good-sized canoe that lay there. The walls of the cavern, from the turn to the point of the tongue of water, were pierced with 4 doorways, 2 on either side, which led, I presume, to chambers hewn in the rock. At each of these doorways stood a tall woman clothed in white, who held in her hand a burning torch. I concluded that these were attendants set there to guide and welcome us, for after we had passed they vanished into the chambers. But this was not all. Set across the little bay of water just above the canoe that floated there was a wooden platform, 8 feet or so square, on either side of which stood an enormous elephant's tusk, bigger indeed than any I have seen in all my experience, which tusks seemed to be black with age. Between the tusks, squatted upon rugs of some kind of rich fur, was what from its shape and attitude I at first took to be a huge toad. In truth, it had all the appearance of a very bloated toad. There was the rough corrugated skin, there the prominent backbone, for its back was towards us, and there were the thin splayed out legs. We stared at this strange object for quite a long while, unable to make it out in that uncertain light, for so long indeed that I grew nervous and was about to ask the Kalubi what it might be. As my lips opened, however, it stirred, and with a slow, groping, circular movement turned itself towards us very slowly. At length it was round, and as the head came in view, all the Pongo from the Kalubi down ceased their low, weird chant and flung themselves upon their faces, those who had torches still holding them up in their right hands. Oh, what a thing appeared! It was not a toad, but a man that moved upon all fours. The large bald head was sunk deep between the shoulders, either through deformity or from age, for this creature was undoubtedly very old. Looking at it I wondered how old, but could form no answer in my mind. The great broad face was sunken and withered, like to leather dried in the sun. The lower lip hung pendulously upon the prominent and bony jaw. 2 yellow, tusk-like teeth projected one at each side of the great mouth. All the rest were gone, and from time to time it licked the white gums with a red-pointed tongue, as a snake might do. But the chief wonder of the thing lay in its eyes that were large and round. perhaps because the flesh had shrunk away from them, which gave them the appearance of being set in the hollow orbits of the skull. These eyes literally shone like fire. Indeed, at times they seemed positively to blaze, as I have seen a lion's eyes do in the dark. I confess that the aspect of the creature terrified and for a while paralyzed me. To think that it was human was awful. I glanced at the others and saw that they too were frightened. Stephen turned very white. I thought that he was going to be sick again, as he was after he drank the coffee out of the wrong bowl on the day we entered Mazitu-land. Brother John stroked his white beard and muttered some invocation to Heaven to protect him. Hans explained in his abominable Dutch: "Oh, kyk, Baas, das is gel liquor oud deal." Oh, look, Baas, there is the ugly old devil himself. Jerry went flat on his face among the Pongo, muttering that he saw death before him. Only Mavovo stood firm, perhaps because as a witch doctor of repute he felt that it did not become him to show the white feather in the presence of an evil spirit. The toad-like creature on the platform swayed its great head slowly as a tortoise does, and contemplated us with its flaming eyes. At length it spoke in a thick, guttural voice, using the tongue that seemed to be common in this part of Africa, and indeed to that branch of the Bantu people to which the Zulus belong, but, as I thought, with a foreign accent. "So you are the white man come back," it said slowly. "Let me count." And lifting one skinny hand from the ground, it pointed with the forefinger and counted. "1, tall, with a white beard. Yes, that is right. 2, short, nimble like a monkey, with hair that wants no comb. Clever too, like a father of monkeys. Yes, that is right. 3, smooth-faced, young and stupid, like a fat baby that laughs at the sky because he is full of milk and thinks that the sky is laughing at him. Yes, that is right. All 3 of you are just the same as you used to be. Do you remember, White Beard, how, while we killed you, you said prayers to one who sits above the world, and held up a cross of bone to which a man was tied who wore a cap of thorns? Do you remember how you kissed the man with the cap of thorns as the spear went into you? You shake your head. Oh, you are a clever liar. But I will show you that you are a liar, for I have the thing yet." And snatching up a horn that lay on the kaross beneath him, he blew. As the peculiar wailing note that the horn made died away, a woman dashed out of one of the doorways that I have described and flung herself on her knees before him. He muttered something to her, and she dashed back again to reappear in an instant, holding in her hand a yellow ivory crucifix. "Here it is, here it is," he said. "Take it, White Beard, and kiss it once more, perhaps for the last time." And he threw the crucifix to Brother John, who caught it and stared at it amazed. "And do you remember, Fat Baby, how we caught you? You fought well, very well, but we killed you at last, and you were good, very good. We got much strength from you. And do you remember, Father of Monkeys, how you escaped from us with your cleverness? I wonder where you went to and how you died. I shall not forget you, for you gave me this," and he pointed to a big white scar upon his shoulder. "You would have killed me, but the stuff in that iron tube of yours burned slowly when you held the fire to it, so that I had time to jump aside, and the iron ball did not strike me in the heart as you meant that it should. Yes, it is still here, oh yes, I carry it with me to this day, and now that I have grown thin, I can feel it with my finger." I listened astonished to this harangue, which, if it meant anything, meant that we had all met before. in Africa at some time when men used matchlocks that were fired with a fuse, that is to say, about the year 1700 or earlier. Reflection, however, showed me the interpretation of this nonsense. Obviously this old priest's forefather, or, if one put him at 120 years of age, and I am sure that he was not a day less, perhaps his father as a young man was mixed up with some of the first Europeans who penetrated to the interior of Africa. Probably these were Portuguese, of whom one may have been a priest, and the other two an elderly man and his son, or young brother, or companion. The manner of the deaths of these people, and of what happened to them generally, would of course be remembered by the descendants of the chief or head medicine man of the tribe. "Where did we meet and when, O Motombo?" I asked. "Not in this land, not in this land, Father of Monkeys," he replied in his low, rumbling voice, "but far, far away towards the west where the sun sinks in the water, and not in this day, but long, long ago. 20 Kalubis have ruled the Pongo since that day. Some have ruled for many years, and some have ruled for a few years. That depends upon the will of my brother, the god yonder," and he chuckled horribly and jerked his thumb backward over his shoulder towards the forest on the mountain. "Yes, 20 have ruled, some for 30 years, and none for less than 4. "Well, you are a large old liar," I thought to myself, for taking the average rule of the Kalubis at 10 years, this would mean that we met him 2 centuries ago at least. "You were clothed otherwise then," he went on, "and 2 of you wore hats of iron on the head, but that of White Beard was shaven. I caused a picture of you to be beaten by the master smith upon a plate of copper. I have it yet." Again he blew upon his horn, again a woman darted out, to whom he whispered, again she went to one of the chambers and returned bearing an object which he cast to us. We looked at it. It was a copper or bronze plaque, black apparently with age, which once had been nailed on something, for there were the holes. It represented a tall man with a long beard and a tonsured head, who held a cross in his hand, and 2 other men, both short, who wore round metal caps and were dressed in queer-looking garments and boots with square toes. These men carried big and heavy matchlocks, and in the hand of one of them was a smoking fuse. That was all we could make out of the thing. "Why did you leave the far country and come to this land, O Motombo?" I asked. "Because we were afraid that other white men would follow on your steps and avenge you. The Kalubi of that day ordered it, though I said no, who knew that none could escape by flight from what must come when it must come. So we travelled and travelled till we found this place, and here we have dwelt from generation to generation. The gods came with us also. My brother that dwells in the forest came, though we never saw him on the journey, yet he was here before us. The Holy Flower came too, and the white Mother of the Flower. She was the wife of one of you, I know not which." "Your brother the god," I said. "If the god is an ape, as we have heard, how can he be the brother of a man?" "Oh, you white men do not understand, but we black people understand. In the beginning the ape killed my brother who was Kalubi, and his spirit entered into the ape, making him as a god. So he kills every other Kalubi, and their spirits enter also into him. Is it not so, O Kalubi of to-day, you without a finger?" And he laughed mockingly. The Kalubi, who was lying on his stomach, groaned and trembled, but made no other answer. "So all has come about as I foresaw," went on the toad-like creature. "You have returned as I knew you would, and now we shall learn whether White Beard yonder spoke true words when he said that his god would be avenged upon our god. You shall go to be avenged on him if you can, and then we shall learn. But this time you have none of your iron tubes which alone we fear. For did not the god declare to us through me that when the white men came back with an iron tube, then he, the god, would die, and I, the Motombo, the god's mouth, would die, and the holy flower would be torn up, and the mother of the flower would pass away, and the people of the Pongo would be dispersed and become wanderers and slaves. And did he not declare that if the white men came back without their iron tubes, then certain secret things would happen? Oh, ask them not. In time they shall be known to you, and the people of the Pongo, who were dwindling, would again become fruitful and very great. And that is why we welcome you, white men, who arise again from the land of ghosts, because through you we, the Pongo, shall become fruitful and very great." Of a sudden he ceased his rumbling talk, his head sank back between his shoulders, and he sat silent for a long while, his fierce sparkling eyes playing on us as though he would read our very thoughts. If he succeeded, I hope that mine pleased him. To tell the truth, I was filled with mixed fear, fury and loathing. Although of course I did not believe a word of all the rubbish he had been saying, which was akin to much that is evolved by these black-hearted African wizards, I hated the creature whom I felt to be only half human. My whole nature sickened at his aspect and talk, and yet I was dreadfully afraid of him. I felt as a man might who wakes up to find himself alone with some peculiarly disgusting Christmas story kind of ghost. Moreover, I was quite sure that he meant us ill, fearful and imminent ill. Suddenly he spoke again. "Who is that little yellow one?" he said. "That old one with a face like a skull," and he pointed to Hans, who had kept as much out of sight as possible behind Mavovo. "That wizened, snub-nosed one, who might be a child of my brother the god, if ever he had a child. And why, being so small, does he need so large a staff?" Here he pointed again to Hans's big bamboo stick. "I think he is as full of guile as a new filled gourd with water. The big black one," and he looked at Mavovo, "I do not fear, for his magic is less than my magic." He seemed to recognize a brother doctor in Mavovo. "But the little one with the big stick and the pack upon his back, I fear him. I think he should be killed." He paused and we trembled, for if he chose to kill the poor Hottentot, how could we prevent him? But Hans, who saw the great danger, called his cunning to his aid. "O Motombo," he squeaked, "you must not kill me, for I am a servant of an ambassador. You know well that all the gods of every land hate and will be revenged upon those who touch ambassadors or their servants, whom they, the gods alone, may harm. If you kill me I shall haunt you. Yes, I shall sit on your shoulder at night and gibber into your ear so that you cannot sleep until you die. For though you are old, you must die at last, Motombo." "It is true," said the Motombo. "Did I not tell you that he was full of cunning? All the gods will be avenged upon those who kill ambassadors or their servants. That," here he laughed again in his dreadful way, "is the right of the gods alone. Let the gods of the Pongo settle it." I uttered a sigh of relief, and he went on in a new voice, a dull, businesslike voice, if I may so describe it. "Say, O Kalubi, on what matter have you brought these white men to speak with me, the mouth of the god? Did I dream that it was a matter of a treaty with the king of the Mazitu? Rise and speak." So the Kalubi rose, and with a humble air set out briefly and clearly the reason of our visit to Pongo land as the envoys of Bausi and the heads of the treaty that had been arranged subject to the approval of the Motombo and Bausi. We noted that the affair did not seem to interest the Motombo at all. Indeed, he appeared to go to sleep while the speech was being delivered, perhaps because he was exhausted with the invention of his outrageous falsehoods, or perhaps for other reasons. When it was finished he opened his eyes and pointed to Komba, saying, "Arise, Kalubi that is to be." So Komba rose, and in his cold, precise voice narrated his share in the transaction, telling how he had visited Bausi and all that had happened in connection with the embassy. Again the Motombo appeared to go to sleep, only opening his eyes once as Komba described how he had been searched for firearms, whereon he nodded his great head in approval and licked his lips with his thin red tongue. When Komba had done, he said: "The gods tell me that the plan is wise and good, since without new blood the people of the Pongo will die. But of the end of the matter the god knows alone, if even he can read the future." He paused, then asked sharply: "Have you anything more to say, O Kalubi that is to be? Now of a sudden the god puts it into my mouth to ask if you have anything more to say." "Something, O Motombo. Many moons ago the god bit off the finger of our high lord the Kalubi. The Kalubi, having heard that a white man, skilled in medicine, who could cut off limbs with knives, was in the country of the Mazitu, and camped on the borders of the Great Lake, took a canoe and rowed to where the white man was camped, he with the beard, who is named Dogeetah and who stands before you. I followed him in another canoe, because I wished to know what he was doing, also to see a white man. I hid my canoe and those who went with me in the reeds far from the Kalubi's canoe. I waded through the shallow water and concealed myself in some thick reeds quite near to the white man's linen house. I saw the white man cut off the Kalubi's finger, and I heard the Kalubi pray the white man to come to our country with the iron tubes that smoke, and to kill the god of whom he was afraid." Now from all the company went up a great gasp, and the Kalubi fell down upon his face again and lay still. Only the Motombo seemed to show no surprise, perhaps because he already knew the story. "Is that all?" he asked. "No, O Mouth of the god. Last night, after the council of which you have heard, the Kalubi wrapped himself up like a corpse and visited the white men in their hut. I thought that he would do so, and had made ready. With a sharp spear I bored a hole in the wall of the hut, working from outside the fence. Then I thrust a reed through from the fence across the passage between the fence and the wall, and through the hole in the hut, and setting my ear to the end of the reed, I listened." "Oh, clever, clever," muttered Hans in involuntary admiration, "and to think that I looked and looked too low beneath the reed. Oh, Hans, though you are old you have much to learn." "Among much else I heard this," went on Komba in sentences so clear and cold that they reminded me of the tinkle of falling ice, "which I think is enough, though I can tell you the rest if you wish, O Mouth. I heard," he said in the midst of a silence that was positively awful, "our lord the Kalubi, whose name is Child of the god, agree with the white men that they should kill the god. How I do not know, for it was not said, and that in return they should receive the persons of the Mother of the Holy Flower and of her daughter, the Mother that is to be, and should dig up the Holy Flower itself by the roots and take it away across the water, together with the Mother and the Mother that is to be. That is all, O Motombo." Still in the midst of an intense silence, the Motombo glared at the prostrate figure of the Kalubi. For a long while he glared, then the silence was broken, for the wretched Kalubi sprang from the floor, seized a spear and tried to kill himself. Before the blade touched him it was snatched from his hand, so that he remained standing, but weaponless. Again there was silence, and again it was broken, this time by the Motombo, who rose from his seat before which he stood, a huge bloated object, and roared aloud in his rage. Yes, he roared like a wounded buffalo. Never would I have believed that such a vast volume of sound could have proceeded from the lungs of a single aged man. For fully a minute his furious bellowings echoed down that great cave, while all the Pongo soldiers, rising from their recumbent position, pointed their hands, in some of which torches still burned, at the miserable Kalubi on whom their wrath seemed to be concentrated, rather than on us, and hissed like snakes. Really it might have been a scene in hell, with the Motombo playing the part of Satan. Indeed, his swollen, diabolical figure supported on the thin, toad-like legs, the great fires burning on either side, the lurid lights of evening reflected from the still water beyond and glowering among the tree tops of the mountains, the white-robed forms of the tall Pongo bending, every one of them, towards the wretched culprit and hissing like so many fierce serpents, all suggested some uttermost deep in the infernal regions as one might conceive them in a nightmare. It went on for some time, I don't know how long, till at length the Motombo picked up his fantastically shaped horn and blew. Thereon the women darted from the various doorways, but seeing that they were not wanted, checked themselves in their stride and remained standing so, in the very attitude of runners about to start a race. As the blast of the horn died away, the turmoil was suddenly succeeded by an utter stillness, broken only by the crackling of the fires whose flames, of all the living things in that place, alone seemed heedless of the tragedy which was being played. "All up now, old fellow?" whispered Stephen to me in a shaky voice. "Yes," I answered, "all up high as heaven, where I hope we are going. Now back to back, and let's make the best fight we can. We've got the spears." While we were closing in, the Motombo began to speak. "So you plotted to kill the god Kalubi who was," he screamed, "with these white ones whom you would pay with the Holy Flower and her who guards it. Good, you shall go, all of you, and talk with the god, and I, watching here, will learn who dies, you or the god. Away with them." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Allan and the Holy Flower. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Allan and the Holy Flower by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 16. The Gods. With a roar the Pongo soldiers leapt on us. I think that Mavovo managed to get his spear up and kill a man, for I saw one of them fall backwards and lie still. But they were too quick for the rest of us. In half a minute we were seized. The spears were wrenched from our hands, and we were thrown headlong into the canoe, all 6 of us, or rather 7, including the Kalubi. A number of the soldiers, including Komba, who acted as a steersman, also sprang into the canoe that was instantly pushed out from beneath the bridge or platform on which the Motombo sat, and down the little creek into the still river of the canal or estuary, or whatever it may be, that separates the wall of rock which the cave pierces from the base of the mountain. As we floated out of the mouth of the cave, the toad-like Motombo, who had wheeled round upon his stool, shouted an order to Komba. "O Kalubi," he said, "set the Kalubi who was, and the 3 white men and their 3 servants, on the borders of the forest that is named House of the God, and leave them there. Then return and depart, for here I would watch alone. When all is finished I will summon you." Komba bowed his handsome head, and at a sign 2 of the men got out paddles, for more were not needed, and with slow and gentle strokes rowed us across the water. The first thing I noted about this water at the time was that its blackness was inky, owing, I suppose, to its depth, and the shadows of the towering cliff on one side, and of the tall trees on the other. Also I observed, for in this emergency, or perhaps because of it, I managed to keep my wits about me, that its banks on either side were the home of a great number of crocodiles that lay there like logs. I saw further that on a little lower down, where the water seemed to narrow, jagged boughs projected from its surface as though great trees had fallen or been thrown into it. I recalled in a numb sort of way that old Babemba had told us that when he was a boy he had escaped in a canoe down this estuary, and reflected that it would not be possible for him to do so now because of those snags, unless indeed he had floated over them in a time of great flood. A couple of minutes or so of paddling brought us to the further shore which, as I think I have said, was only about 200 yards from the mouth of the cave. The bow of the canoe grated on the bank, disturbing a huge crocodile that vanished into the depths with an angry plunge. "Land, white lords, land," said Komba with the utmost politeness, "and go, visit the god who is doubtless waiting for you. And now, as we shall meet no more, farewell. You are wise and I am foolish, yet hearken to my counsel. If ever you should return to the earth again, be advised by me. Cling to your own god if you have one, and do not meddle with those of other peoples. Again, farewell." The advice was excellent, but at that moment I felt a hate for Komba which was really superhuman. To me even the Motombo seemed an angel of light as compared with him. If wishes could have killed, our farewell indeed would have been complete. Then, admonished by the spear points of the Pongo, we landed in the slimy mud. Brother John went first with a smile upon his handsome countenance that I thought idiotic under the circumstances, though doubtless he knew best when he ought to smile, and the wretched Kalubi came last. Indeed, so great was his shrinking from that ominous shore, that I believe he was ultimately propelled from the boat by his successor in power, Komba. Once he had trodden it, however, a spark of spirit returned to him, for he wheeled round and said to Komba: "Remember, O Kalubi, that my fate to day will be yours also in a day to come. The god wearies of his priests. This year, next year, or the year after, he always wearies of his priests." "Then, O Kalubi that was," answered Komba in a mocking voice as the canoe was pushed off, "pray to the god for me, that it may be the year after. Pray it as your bones break in his embrace." While we watched that craft depart, there came into my mind the memory of a picture in an old Latin book of my father's, which represented the souls of the dead being paddled by a person named Charon across a river called the Styx. The scene before us bore a great resemblance to that picture. There was Charon's boat floating on the dreadful Styx. Yonder glowed the lights of the world. Here was the gloomy unknown shore, and we were the souls of the dead awaiting the last destruction at the teeth and claws of some unknown monster, such as that which haunts the recesses of the Egyptian hell. Oh, the parallel was painfully exact. And yet, what do you think was the remark of that irrepressible young man, Stephen? "Here we are at last, Allan, my boy," he said, "and after all without any trouble on our own part. I call it downright providential. Oh, isn't it jolly? Hip, hip, hooray!" Yes, he danced about in that filthy mud, threw up his cap and cheered. I withered, or rather tried to wither him with a look, muttering the single word "lunatic." Providential! Jolly! It's fortunate that some people's madness takes a cheerful turn. Then I asked the Kalubi where the god was. "Everywhere," he replied, waving his trembling hand at the illimitable forest. "Perhaps behind this tree, perhaps behind that, perhaps a long way off. Before morning we shall know." "What are you going to do?" I inquired savagely. "Die," he answered. "Look here, fool," I exclaimed, shaking him, "you can die if you like, but we don't mean to. Take us to some place where we shall be safe from this god." "One is never safe from the god, Lord, especially in his own house." And he shook his silly head and went on, "How can we be safe when there is nowhere to go and even the trees are too big to climb?" I looked at them. It was true. They were huge and ran up for 50 or 60 feet without a bough. Moreover, it was probable that the god climbed better than we could. The Kalubi began to move inland in an indeterminate fashion, and I asked him where he was going. "To the burying place," he answered. "There are spears yonder with the bones." I pricked up my ears at this, for when one has nothing but some clasp knives, spears are not to be despised, and ordered him to lead on. In another minute we were walking uphill through the awful wood where the gloom at this hour of approaching night was that of an English fog. 300 or 400 paces brought us to a kind of clearing, where I suppose some of the monster trees had fallen down in past years, and never been allowed to grow up again. Here, placed upon the ground, were a number of boxes made of imperishable ironwood, and on the top of each box sat, or rather lay, a mouldering and broken skull. "Kalubi that were," murmured our guide in explanation. "Look, Komba has made my box already," and he pointed to a new case with the lid off. "How thoughtful of him," I said. "But show us the spears before it gets quite dark." He went to one of the newer coffins and intimated that we should lift off the lid, as he was afraid to do so. I shoved it aside. There within lay the bones, each of them separate and wrapped up in something, except of course the skull. With these were some pots filled apparently with gold dust, and alongside of the pots 2 good spears that, being made of copper, had not rusted much. We went on to other coffins and extracted from them more of these weapons that were laid there for the dead man to use upon his journey through the Shades, until we had enough. The shafts of most of them were somewhat rotten from the damp, but luckily they were furnished with copper sockets from 2½ to 3 feet long, into which the wood of the shaft fitted, so that they were still serviceable. "Poor things these to fight a devil with," I said. "Yes, Baas," said Hans in a cheerful voice, "very poor. It is lucky that I have got better." I stared at him. We all stared at him. "What do you mean, Spotted Snake?" asked Mavovo. "What do you mean, child of 100 idiots? Is this a time to jest? Is not one joker enough among us?" I asked, and looked at Stephen. "Mean, Baas? Don't you know that I have a little rifle with me, that which is called Intombi, that with which you shot the vultures at Dingaan's kraal? I never told you because I was sure you knew. Also because if you didn't know it was better that you should not know, for if you had known, those Pongo skellums, that is, vicious ones, might have come to know also, and if they had known—" "Mad," interrupted Brother John, tapping his forehead. "Quite mad, poor fellow. Well, in these depressing circumstances it is not wonderful." I inspected Hans again, for I agreed with John. Yet he did not look mad, only rather more cunning than usual. "Hans," I said, "tell us where this rifle is, or I will knock you down and Mavovo shall flog you." "Where, Baas? Why, can you not see it when it is before your eyes?" "You are right, John," I said, "he is off it." But Stephen sprang at Hans and began to shake him. "Leave go, Baas," he said, "or you may hurt the rifle." Stephen obeyed in sheer astonishment. Then Hans did something to the end of his great bamboo stick, turned it gently upside down, and out of it slid the barrel of a rifle neatly tied round with greased cloth and stoppered at the muzzle with a piece of tow. I could have kissed him. Yes, such was my joy that I could have kissed that hideous, smelly old Hottentot. "The stock?" I panted. "The barrel isn't any use without the stock, Hans." "Oh! Baas," he added, grinning, "do you think that I have shot with you all these years without knowing that a rifle must have a stock to hold it by?" Then he slipped off the bundle from his back, undid the lashings of the blanket, revealing the great yellow head of tobacco that had excited my own and Komba's interest on the shores of the lake. This head he tore apart and produced the stock of the rifle nicely cleaned, a cap set ready on the nipple, on to which the hammer was let down, with a little piece of wad between to prevent the cap from being fired by any sudden jar. "Hans," I exclaimed, "Hans, you are a hero and worth your weight in gold." "Yes, Baas, though you have never told me so before. Oh! I made up my mind that I wouldn't go to sleep in the face of the old man, Death. Oh! which of you ought to sleep now upon that bed that Bausi sent me?" he asked as he put the gun together. "You, I think, you great stupid Mavovo. You never brought a gun. If you were a wizard worth the name you would have sent the rifles on and had them ready to meet us here. Oh! you will laugh at me no more, you thick head of a Zulu." "No," answered Mavovo candidly, "I will give you sibonga. Yes, I will make for you titles of praise, O clever Spotted Snake." "And yet," went on Hans, "I am not all a hero. I am worth but half my weight in gold, for, Baas, although I have plenty of powder and bullets in my pocket, I lost the caps out of a hole in my waistcoat. You remember, Baas, I told you it was charms I lost. But 3 remain. No, 4, for there is one on the nipple. There, Baas, there is Intombi all ready and loaded, and now when the White Devil comes you can shoot him in the eye, as you know how to do up to 100 yards, and send him to the other devils down in hell. Oh! won't your Holy Father the Predikant be glad to see him there?" Then with a self-satisfied smirk he half cocked the rifle and handed it to me ready for action. "I thank God," said Brother John solemnly, "who has taught this poor Hottentot how to save us." "No, Baas John, God never taught me, I taught myself. But see, it grows dark. Had we not better light a fire?" And forgetting the rifle, he began to look about for wood. "Hans," called Stephen after him, "if ever we get out of this, I will give you £500, or at least my father will, which is the same thing." "Thank you, Baas, thank you, though just now I'd rather have a drop of brandy, and I don't see any wood." He was right. Outside of the graveyard clearing lay, it is true, some huge fallen boughs, but these were too big for us to move or cut. Moreover, they were so soaked with damp, like everything else in this forest, that it would be impossible to fire them. The darkness closed in. It was not absolute blackness, because presently the moon rose, but the sky was rainy and obscured it. Moreover, the huge trees all about seemed to suck up whatever light there was. We crouched ourselves upon the ground back to back, as near as possible to the centre of the place, unrolled such blankets as we had to protect us from the damp and cold, and ate some biltong or dried game flesh, and parched corn, of which fortunately the boy Jerry carried a bagful that had remained upon his shoulders when he was thrown into the canoe. Luckily I had thought of bringing this food with us, also a flask of spirits. Then it was the first thing happened. Far away in the forest resounded a most awful roar, followed by a drumming noise, such a roar as none of us had ever heard before, for it was quite unlike that of a lion or any other beast. "What is that?" I asked. "The god," groaned Kalubi, "the god praying to the moon with which he always rises." I said nothing, for I was reflecting that 4 shots, which was all we had, was not many, and that nothing should tempt me to waste one of them. Oh, why had Hans put on that rotten old waistcoat instead of the new one I gave him in Durban? Since we had no more roars, Brother John began to question the Kalubi as to where the Mother of the Flower lived. "Lord," answered the man in a distracted way, "there, towards the east. You walk for a quarter of the sun's journey up the hill, following a path that is marked by notches cut upon the trees, till beyond the garden of the god at the top of the mountain more water is found surrounding an island. There on the banks of the water a canoe is hidden in the bushes, by which the water may be crossed to the island where dwells the Mother of the Holy Flower." Brother John did not seem to be quite satisfied with the information, and remarked that he, the Kalubi, would be able to show us the road on the morrow. "I do not think that I shall ever show you the road," groaned the shivering wretch. At that moment the god roared again much nearer. Now the Kalubi's nerve gave out altogether, and, quickened by some presentiment, he began to question Brother John, whom he had learned was a priest of an unknown sort, as to the possibility of another life after death. Brother John, who, be it remembered, was a very earnest missionary by calling, proceeded to administer some compressed religious consolations, when, quite near to us, the god began to beat upon some kind of very large and deep drum. He didn't roar this time, he only worked away at a massed band military drum. At least that is what it sounded like, and very unpleasant it was to hear in that awful forest with skulls arranged on boxes all round us, I can assure you, my reader. The drumming ceased, and pulling himself together, Brother John continued his pious demonstrations. Also, just at that time a thick rain cloud quite obscured the moon, so that the darkness grew dense. I heard John explaining to the Kalubi that he was not really a Kalubi, but an immortal soul. I wonder whether he understood him. Then I became aware of a horrible shadow. I cannot describe it in any other way. That was blacker than the blackness, which advanced toward us at extraordinary speed from the edge of the clearing. Next second there was a kind of scuffle a few feet from me, followed by a stifled yell, and I saw the shadow retreating in the direction from which it had come. "What's the matter?" I asked. "Strike a match," answered Brother John. "I think something has happened." I struck a match, which burnt up very well, for the air was quite still. In the light of it I saw the first anxious faces of our party. How ghastly they looked! And next the Kalubi, who had risen and was waving his right arm in the air, a right arm that was bloody and lacked the hand. "The god has visited me and taken away my hand," he moaned in a wailing voice. I don't think anybody spoke, the thing was beyond words, but we tried to bind the poor fellow's arm up by the light of matches. Then we sat down again and watched. The darkness grew still denser as the thick of the cloud passed over the moon, and for a while the silence, that utter silence of the tropical forest at night, was broken only by the sound of our breathing, the buzz of a few mosquitoes, the distant splash of a plunging crocodile, and the stifled groans of the mutilated man. Again I saw, or thought I saw, this may have been half an hour later, that black shadow dart towards us as a pike darts at a fish in a pond. There was another scuffle just to my left. Hans sat between me and the Kalubi, followed by a single prolonged wail. "The king man has gone," whispered Hans. "I felt him go as though a wind had blown him away. Where he was there is nothing but a hole." Of a sudden the moon shone out from behind the clouds. In its sickly light, about halfway between us and the edge of the clearing, say 30 yards off, I saw—oh, what did I see? The devil destroying a lost soul. At least, that is what it looked like. A huge, grey-black creature, grotesquely human in its shape, had the thin Kalubi in its grip. The Kalubi's head had vanished in its maw, and its vast black arms seemed to be employed in breaking him to pieces. Apparently he was already dead, though his feet that were lifted off the ground still moved feebly. I sprang up and covered the beast with the rifle, which was cocked, getting full on to its head, which showed the clearest, though this was rather guesswork since I could not see distinctly the foresight. I pulled, but either the cap or the powder had got a little damp on the journey and hung fire for a fraction of a second. In that infinitesimal time the devil—it is the best name I can give the thing—saw me, or perhaps it only saw the light gleaming on the barrel. At any rate it dropped the Kalubi, as though some intelligence warned it what to expect, threw up its massive right arm. I remember how extraordinarily long the limb seemed, and that it looked thick as a man's thigh, in such a fashion as to cover its head. Then the rifle exploded, and I heard the bullet strike. By the light of the flash I saw the great arm tumble down in a dead, helpless kind of way, and next instant the whole forest began to echo with peal upon peal of those awful roarings that I have described, each of which ended with a dog-like yelp of pain. "You have hit him, Baas," said Hans, "and he isn't a ghost, for he doesn't like it, but he's still very lively." "Close up," I answered, "and hold out the spears while I reload." My fear was that the brute would rush on us, but it did not. For all that dreadful night we saw or heard it no more. Indeed, I began to hope that after all the bullet had reached some mortal part, and that the great ape was dead. At length, it seemed to be weeks afterwards, the dawn broke and revealed us sitting white and shivering in the grey mist. That is, all except Stephen, who had gone comfortably to sleep with his head resting on Mavovo's shoulder. He is a man so equably minded and so devoid of nerves that I feel sure he will be one of the last to be disturbed by the trump of the Archangel. At least, I told him so indignantly when at length we roused him from his indecent slumbers. "You should judge things by results, Allan," he said with a yawn. "I'm as fresh as a pippin, while you all look as though you've been to a ball with 12 extras. Have you retrieved the Kalubi yet?" Shortly afterwards, when the mist lifted a little, we went out in a line to retrieve the Kalubi, and found—well, I won't describe what we found. He was a cruel wretch, as the incident of the herd boy had told us, but I felt sorry for him. Still, his terrors were over, or at least I hope so. We deposited him in the box that Komba had kindly provided in preparation for this inevitable event, and Brother John said a prayer over his miscellaneous remains. Then, after consultation and in the very worst of spirits, we set out to seek the way to the home of the Mother of the Flower. The start was easy enough, for a distinct though very faint path led from the clearing up the slope of the hill. Afterwards it became more difficult, for the denser forest began. Fortunately, very few creepers grew in this forest, but the flat tops of the huge trees meeting high above entirely shut out the sky, so that the gloom was great, in places almost that of night. Oh, it was a melancholy journey as, filled with fears, we stole, a pallid throng, from trunk to trunk, searching them for the notches that indicated our road, and speaking only in whispers, lest the sound of our voices should attract the notice of the dreadful god. After a mile or two of this we became aware that its notice was attracted despite our precautions. for at times we caught glimpses of some huge grey thing slipping along parallel to us between the boles of the trees. Hans wanted me to try a shot, but I would not, knowing that the chances of hitting it were small indeed. With only 3 charges, or rather 3 caps left, it was necessary to be saving. We halted and held a consultation, as a result of which we decided that there was no more danger in going on than in standing still or attempting to return. So we went on, keeping close together. To me, as I was the only one with a rifle, was accorded what I did not at all appreciate, the honour of heading the procession. Another half mile, and again we heard that strange rolling sound which was produced, I believe, by the great brute beating upon its breast, but noted that it was not so continuous as on the previous night. "Ah," said Hans, "he can only strike his drum with one stick now. Your bullet broke the other, Baas." A little farther, and the god roared quite close, so loudly that the air seemed to tremble. "The drum is all right, whatever may have happened to the sticks," I said. 100 yards or so more and the catastrophe occurred. We had reached a spot in the forest where one of the great trees had fallen down, letting in a little light. I can see it to this hour. There lay the enormous tree, its bark covered with grey mosses and clumps of a giant species of maidenhair fern. On our side of it was the open space which may have measured 40 feet across, where the light fell in a perpendicular ray, as it does through the smoke hole of a hut. Looking at this prostrate trunk, I saw first 2 lurid and fiery eyes that glowed red in the shadow, and then, almost in the same instant, made out what looked like the head of a fiend enclosed in a wreath of delicate green ferns. I can't describe it. I can only repeat that it looked like the head of a very large fiend with a pallid face, huge overhanging eyebrows, and great yellow tushes on either side of the mouth. Before I had even time to get the rifle up, with one terrific roar the brute was on us. I saw its enormous grey shape on the top of the trunk. I saw it pass me like a flash, running upright as a man does, but with the head held forward, and noted that the arm nearest to me was swinging as though broken. Then, as I turned, I heard a scream of terror and perceived that it had gripped the poor Mazitu Jerry, who walked last but one of our line, which was ended by Mavovo. Yes, it had gripped him and was carrying him off, clasped to its breast with its sound arm. When I say that Jerry, although a full-grown man and rather inclined to stoutness, looked like a child in that fell embrace, it will give some idea of the creature's size. Mavovo, who had the courage of a buffalo, charged at it and drove the copper spear he carried into its side. They all charged like berserkers except myself, for even then, thank Heaven, I knew a trick worth 2 of that. In 3 seconds there was a struggling mass in the centre of the clearing. Brother John, Stephen, Mavovo and Hans were all stabbing at the enormous gorilla, for it was a gorilla, although their blows seemed to do it no more harm than pinpricks. Fortunately for them, for its part, the beast would not let go of Jerry, and having only one sound arm, could but snap at its assailants, for if it had lifted a foot to rend them, its top-heavy bulk would have caused it to tumble over. At length it seemed to realize this and hurled Jerry away, knocking down Brother John and Hans with his body. Then it leapt on Mavovo, who, seeing it come, placed the copper socket of the spear against his own breast, with the result that when the gorilla tried to crush him, the point of the spear was driven into its carcass. Feeling the pain, it unwound its arm from about Mavovo, knocking Stephen over with a backward sweep. Then it raised its great hand to crush Mavovo with a blow, as I believe gorillas are wont to do. This was the chance for which I was waiting. Up till that moment I had not dared to fire, fearing lest I should kill one of my companions. Now for an instant it was clear of them, and steadying myself, I aimed at the huge head and let drive. The smoke thinned, and through it I saw the gigantic ape standing quite still, like a creature lost in meditation. Then it threw up its sound arm, turned its fierce eyes to the sky, and uttering one pitiful and hideous howl, sank down dead. The bullet had entered just behind the ear and buried itself in the brain. The great silence of the forest flowed in over us, as it were. For quite a while no one did or said anything. Then from somewhere down amidst the mosses I heard a thin voice, the sound of which reminded me of air being squeezed out of an india-rubber cushion. "Very good shot, Baas," it piped up. "As good as that which killed the king vulture at Dingaan's kraal.
and more difficult. But if the Baas could pull the god off me, I should say, 'Thank you.'"
The "thank you" was almost inaudible, and no wonder, for poor Hans had fainted. There he lay under the huge bulk of the gorilla, just his nose and mouth appearing between the brute's body and its arm. Had it not been for the soft cushion of wet moss in which he reclined, I think that he would have been crushed flat. We rolled the creature off him somehow, and poured a little brandy down his throat, which had a wonderful effect, for in less than a minute he sat up, gasping like a dying fish, and asked for more. Leaving Brother John to examine Hans to see if he was really injured, I bethought me of poor Jerry and went to look at him. One glance was enough. He was quite dead. Indeed, he seemed to be crushed out of shape like a buck that has been enveloped in the coils of a boa constrictor. Brother John told me afterwards that both his arms and nearly all his ribs had been broken in that terrible embrace. Even his spine was dislocated. I have often wondered why the gorilla ran down the line without touching me or the others to vent his rage upon Jerry. I can only suggest that it was because the unlucky Mazitu had sat next to the Kalubi on the previous night, which may have caused the brute to identify him by smell with the priest, whom he had learned to hate and killed. It is true that Hans had sat on the other side of the Kalubi, but perhaps the odour of the Pongo had not clung to him so much, or perhaps it meant to deal with him after it had done with Jerry. When we knew that the Mazitu was past human help and had discovered to our joy that, save for a few bruises, no one else was really hurt, although Stephen's clothes were half torn off him, we made an examination of the dead god. Truly it was a fearful creature. What its exact weight or size may have been we had no means of ascertaining, but I never saw or heard of such an enormous ape, if a gorilla is really an ape. It needed the united strength of the 5 of us to lift the carcass with a great effort off the fainting Hans, and even to roll it from side to side when subsequently we removed the skin. I would never have believed that so ancient an animal of its stature, which could not have been more than 7 feet when it stood erect, could have been so heavy, for ancient undoubtedly it was. The long yellow canine tusks were worn half away with use, the eyes were sunken far into the skull. The hair of the head, which I am told is generally red or brown, was quite white, and even the bare breast, which should be black, was grey in hue. Of course it was impossible to say, but one might easily have imagined that this creature was 200 years or more old, as the Motombo declared it to be. Stephen suggested that it should be skinned, and although I saw little prospect of our being able to carry away the hide, I assented and helped in the operation, on the mere chance of saving so great a curiosity. Also, although Brother John was restless and murmured something about wasting time, I thought it necessary that we should have a rest after our fearful anxieties and still more fearful encounter with this consecrated monster. So we went to work, and as a result of more than an hour's toil dragged off the hide, which was so tough and thick that, as we found, the copper spears had scarcely penetrated to the flesh. The bullet that I had put into it on the previous night struck, we discovered, upon the bone of the upper arm, which it shattered sufficiently to render that limb useless, if it did not break it altogether. This, indeed, was fortunate for us, for had the creature retained both its arms uninjured, it would certainly have killed more of us in its attack. We were saved only by the fact that when it was hugging Jerry, it had no limb left with it with which it could strike, and luckily did not succeed in its attempts to get hold with its tremendous jaws that had nipped off the Kalubi's hand as easily as a pair of scissors severs the stalk of a flower. When the skin was removed, except that of the hands which we did not attempt to touch, we pegged it out, raw side uppermost, to dry in the centre of the open place where the sun struck. Then, having buried poor Jerry in the hollow trunk of the great fallen tree, we washed ourselves with the wet mosses, and ate some of the food that remained to us. After this we started forward again in much better spirits. Jerry, it was true, was dead, but so was the god, leaving us happily still alive and practically untouched. Never more would the Kalubis of Pongo land shiver out their lives at the feet of this dreadful divinity who soon or late must become their executioner, for I believe, with the exception of 2 who committed suicide through fear, that no Kalubi was ever known to have died except by the hand or teeth of the god. What would I not give to know that brute's history? Could it possibly, as the Motombo said, have accompanied the Pongo people from their home in Western or Central Africa, or perhaps have been brought here by them in a state of captivity? I am unable to answer the question, but it should be noted that none of the Mazitu or other natives had ever heard of the existence of more true gorillas in this part of Africa. The creature, if it had its origin in the locality, must either have been solitary in its habits, or driven away from its fellows, as sometimes happens to old elephants, which then, like this gorilla, become fearfully ferocious. That is all I can say about the brute, though of course the Pongo had their own story. According to them it was an evil spirit in the shape of an ape, which evil spirit had once inhabited the body of an early Kalubi, and had been annexed by the ape when it killed the said Kalubi. Also they declared the reason that the creature put all the Kalubis to death, as well as a number of other people who were offered up to it, was that it needed to refresh itself with the spirits of men, by which means it was enabled to avoid the effects of age. It will be remembered that the Motombo referred to this belief, of which afterwards I heard in more details from Babemba. But if this god had anything supernatural about it, at least its magic was no shield against a bullet from a Purdey rifle. Only a little way from the fallen tree we came suddenly upon a large clearing, which we guessed at once must be that garden of the god, where twice a year the unfortunate Kalubis were doomed to scatter the sacred seed. It was a large garden, several acres of it, lying on a shelf as it were of the mountain and watered by a stream. Maize grew in it and other sorts of corn, while all round was a thick belt of plantain trees. Of course these crops had formed the food of the god who, whenever it was hungry, came to this place and helped itself, as we could see by many signs. The garden was well kept and comparatively free from weeds. At first we wondered how this could be, till I remembered that the Kalubi, or someone, had told me that it was tended by the servants of the Mother of the Flower, who were generally albinos or mutes. We crossed it and pushed on rapidly up the mountain, once more following an easy and well-beaten path, for now we saw that we were approaching what we thought must be the edge of a crater. Indeed, our excitement was so extreme that we did not speak, only scrambled forward, Brother John, notwithstanding his lame leg, leading at a greater pace than we could equal. He was the first to reach our goal, closely followed by Stephen. Watching, I saw him sink down as though in a swoon. Stephen also appeared astonished, for he threw up his hands. I rushed to them, and this was what I saw. Beneath us was a steep slope, quite bare of forest, which ceased at its crest. This slope stretched downwards for half a mile or more to the lip of a beautiful lake, of which the area was perhaps 200 acres. Set in the centre of the deep blue water of this lake, which we discovered afterwards to be unfathomable, was an island not more than 5 and 20 or 30 acres in extent, that seemed to be cultivated, for on it we could see fields, palms, and other fruit-bearing trees. In the middle of the island stood a small near house thatched after the fashion of the country, but civilized in its appearance, for it was oblong, not round, and encircled by a verandah and a reed fence. At a distance from this house were a number of native huts, and in front of it a small enclosure surrounded by a high wall, on the top of which mats were fixed on poles as though to screen something from wind or sun. "The Holy Flower lives there, you bet," gasped Stephen excitedly. He could think of nothing but that confounded orchid. "Look, the mats are on the sunny side to prevent it scorching, and those palms are planted round it to give it shade." "The Mother of the Flower lives there," whispered Brother John, pointing to the house. "Who is she? Who is she? Suppose I should be mistaken after all. God, let me not be mistaken, for it would be more than I can bear." "We had better try to find out," I remarked practically, though I am sure I sympathized with his suspense, and started down the slope at a run. In 5 minutes or less we reached the foot of it, and breathless and perspiring though we were, began to search amongst the reeds and bushes growing at the edge of the lake for the canoe of which we had been told by the Kalubi. What if there were none? How could we cross that wide stretch of deep water? Presently Hans, who, following certain indications which caught his practised eye, had cast away to the left, held up his hand and whistled. We ran to him. "Here it is, Baas," he said, and pointed to something in a tiny, bush-fringed inlet, which at first sight looked like a heap of dead reeds. We tore away at the reeds, and there, sure enough, was a canoe of sufficient size to hold 12 or 14 people, and in it a number of paddles. Another 2 minutes and we were rowing across that lake. We came safely to the other side, where we found a little landing stage made of poles sunk into the lake. We tied up the canoe, or rather I did, for nobody else remembered to take that precaution, and presently were on a path which led through the cultivated fields to the house. Here I insisted on going first with the rifle, in case we should be suddenly attacked. The silence and the absence of any human being suggested to me that this might very well happen, since it would be strange if we had not been seen crossing the lake. Afterwards I discovered why the place seemed so deserted. It was owing to 2 reasons. First, it was now noontime, an hour at which these poor slaves retired to their huts to eat and sleep through the heat of the day. Secondly, although the "watcher," as she was called, had seen the canoe on the water, she concluded that the Kalubi was visiting the Mother of the Flower, and according to practice on these occasions, withdrew herself and everybody else, since the rare meetings of the Kalubi and the Mother of the Flower partook of the nature of a religious ceremony and must be held in private. First we came to the little enclosure that was planted about with palms and, as I have described, screened with mats. Stephen ran at it and, scrambling up the wall, peeped over the top. Next instant he was sitting on the ground, having descended from the wall with the rapidity of one shot through the head. "Oh, by Jingo!" he ejaculated. "Oh, by Jingo!" And that was all I could get out of him, though it is true I did not try very hard at the time. Not 5 paces from this enclosure stood a tall reed fence that surrounded the house. It had a gate also of reeds, which was a little ajar. Creeping up to it very cautiously, for I thought I heard a voice within, I peeped through the half-opened gate. 4 or 5 feet away was the verandah, from which a doorway led into one of the rooms of the house, where stood a table on which was food. Kneeling on mats upon this verandah were 2 white women, clothed in garments of the purest white, adorned with a purple fringe, and wearing bracelets and other ornaments of red native gold. One of these appeared to be about 40 years of age. She was rather stout, fair in colouring, with blue eyes and golden hair that hung down her back. The other might have been about 20. She was also fair, but her eyes were grey, and her long hair was of a chestnut hue. I saw at once that she was tall and very beautiful. The elder woman was praying, while the other, who knelt by her side, listened and looked up vacantly at the sky. "O God," prayed the woman, "for Christ's sake look in pity upon us 2 poor captives, and if it be possible, send us deliverance from this savage land. We thank Thee who has protected us unharmed and in health for so many years, and we put our trust in Thy mercy, for Thou alone canst help us. Grant, O God, that our dear husband and father may still live, and that in Thy good time we may be reunited with him. Or if he be dead and there is no hope for us upon the earth, grant that we too may die and find him in Thy heaven." Thus she prayed in a clear, deliberate voice, and I noticed that as she did so the tears ran down her cheeks. "Amen," she said at last, and the girl by her side, speaking with a strange little accent, echoed the "Amen." I looked round at Brother John. He had heard something and was utterly overcome. Fortunately enough he could not move or even speak. "Hold him," I whispered to Stephen and Mavovo, "while I go in and talk to these ladies." Then, handing the rifle to Hans, I took off my hat, pushed the gate a little wider open, slipped through it and called attention to my presence by coughing. The 2 women, who had risen from their knees, stared at me as though they saw a ghost. "Ladies," I said, bowing, "pray do not be alarmed. You see, God Almighty sometimes answers prayers. In short, I am one of a party of white people who, with some trouble, have succeeded in getting to this place and would you allow us to call on you?" Still they stared. At length the elder woman opened her lips. "Here I am called the Mother of the Holy Flower, and for a stranger to speak with the Mother is death. Also, if you are a man, how did you reach us alive?" "That's a long story," I answered cheerfully. "May we come in? We will take the risks. We are accustomed to them and hope to be able to do you a service. I should explain that 3 of us are white men, 2 English and 1 American." "American?" she gasped. "American? What is he like, and how is he named?" "Oh!" I replied, for my nerve was giving out and I grew confused. "He is oldish, with a white beard, rather like Father Christmas in short, and his Christian name—I didn't dare to give it all at once—is—John. Brother John we call him. Now I think of it," I added, "he has some resemblance to your companion here." I thought the lady was going to die, and cursed myself for my awkwardness. She flung her arm about the girl to save herself from falling, a poor prop, for she too looked as though she were going to die, having understood some, if not all, of my talk. It must be remembered that this poor young thing had never even seen a white man before. "Madam, madam," I expostulated, "I pray you to bear up. After living through so much sorrow it would be foolish to decease of joy. May I call in Brother John? He is a clergyman and might be able to say something appropriate, which I, who am only a hunter, cannot do." She gathered herself together, opened her eyes and whispered, "Send him here." I pushed open the gate, behind which the others were clustered. Catching Brother John, who by now had recovered somewhat, by the arm, I dragged him forward. The two stood staring at each other, and the young lady also looked with wide eyes and open mouth. "Elizabeth," said John. She uttered a faint scream, and then a cry of "Husband!" flung herself upon his breast. I slipped through the gate and shut it fast. "I say, Allan," said Stephen, when we had retreated to a little distance, "did you see her?" "Her? Who? Which?" I asked. "The young lady in the white clothes. She is lovely." "Hold your tongue, you donkey," I answered. "Is this a time to talk of female looks?" Then I went away behind the wall and literally wept for joy. It was one of the happiest moments of my life, for how seldom things happen as they should. Also I wanted to put up a little prayer of my own, a prayer of thankfulness and for strength and wit to overcome the many dangers that yet awaited us. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Allan and the Holy Flower. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Allan and the Holy Flower by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 17. The Home of the Holy Flower. Half an hour or so passed, during which I was engaged alternately in thinking over our position and in listening to Stephen's rhapsodies. First he dilated on the loveliness of the Holy Flower that he had caught a glimpse of when he climbed the wall, and secondly on the beauty of the eyes of the young lady in white. Only by telling him that he might offend her did I persuade him not to attempt to break into the sacred enclosure where the orchid grew. As we were discussing the point, the gate opened and she appeared. "Sirs," she said, with a reverential bow, speaking slowly and in the drollest halting English, "the mother and the father, yes, the father, ask will you feed?" We intimated that we would feed with much pleasure, and she led the way to the house, saying, "Be not astonished at them, for they are very happy too, and please forgive our unleavened bread." Then in the politest way possible she took me by the hand, and followed by Stephen we entered the house, leaving Mavovo and Hans to watch outside. It consisted of but two rooms, one for living and one for sleeping. In the former we found Brother John and his wife seated on a kind of couch, gazing at each other in a rapt way. I noted that they both looked as though they had been crying, with happiness I suppose. "Elizabeth," said John as we entered, "this is Mr. Allan Quatermain, through whose resource and courage we have come together again, and this young gentleman is his companion, Mr. Stephen Somers." She bowed, for she seemed unable to speak, and held out her hand, which we shook. "What would be resource and courage?" I heard her daughter whisper to Stephen. "And why have you none, O Stephen Somers?" "It would take a long time to explain," he said with his jolly laugh, after which I listened to no more of their nonsense. Then we sat down to the meal, which consisted of vegetables and a large bowl of hard-boiled duck's eggs, of which eatables an ample supply was carried out to Hans and Mavovo by Stephen and Hope. This, it seemed, was the name that her mother had given to the girl when she was born in the hour of her black despair. It was an extraordinary story that Mrs. Eversley had to tell, and yet a short one. She had escaped from Hassan ben Mohammed and the slave traders, as the rescued slave told her husband at Zanzibar before he died, and, after days of wandering, been captured by some of the Pongo who were scouring the country upon dark business of their own, probably in search of captives. They brought her across the lake to Pongo land, and, the former Mother of the Flower, an albino, having died at a great age, installed her in the office on this island, which from that day she had never left. Hither she was led by the Kalubi of the time and some others who had passed the god. This brute, however, she had never seen, although once she heard him roar, for it did not molest them or even appear upon their journey. Shortly after her arrival on the island her daughter was born, on which occasion some of the women servants of the Flower nursed her. From that moment both she and the child were treated with the utmost care and veneration, since the Mother of the Flower and the flower itself being in some strange way looked upon as embodiments of the natural forces of fertility, this birth was held to be the best of omens for the dwindling Pongo race. Also it was hoped that in due course the "Child of the Flower" would succeed the mother in her office. So here they dwelt, absolutely helpless and alone, occupying themselves with superintending the agriculture of the island. Most fortunately also, when she was captured, Mrs. Eversley had a small Bible in her possession, which she had never lost. From this she was able to teach her child to read, and all that is to be learned in the pages of the Holy Writ. Often I have thought that if I were doomed to solitary confinement for life, and allowed but one book, I would choose the Bible, since in addition to all its history and the splendour of its language, it contains the record of the hope of man, and therefore should be sufficient for him. So at least it had proved to be in this case. Oddly enough, as she told us, like her husband, Mrs. Eversley during all those endless years had never lost some kind of belief that she would one day be saved otherwise than by death. "I always thought that you still lived, and that we should meet again, John," I heard her say to him. Also her own and her daughter's spirits were mysteriously supported, for after the first shock and disturbance of our arrival we found them cheerful people. Indeed, Miss Hope was quite a merry soul. But then she had never known any other life, and human nature is very adaptable. Further, if I may say so, she had grown up a lady in the true sense of the word. After all, why should she not, seeing that her mother, the Bible and nature, had been her only associates and sources of information, if we except the poor slaves who waited on them, most of whom were mutes. When Mrs. Eversley's story was done, we told ours in a compressed form. It was strange to see the wonder with which these two ladies listened to its outlines, but on that I need not dwell. When it was finished I heard Miss Hope say, "So it would seem, O Stephen Somers, that it is you who are saviour to us." "Certainly," answered Stephen, "but why?" "Because you see the dry holy flower far away in England, and you say, 'I must be holy father to that flower.' Then you pay down shekels," here her Bible reading came in, "for the cost of the journey and hire brave hunter to kill devil god, and bring my old white-haired parent with you. Oh yes, you are saviour," and she nodded her head at him very prettily. "Of course," replied Stephen with enthusiasm, "that is, not exactly, but it is all the same thing, as I will explain later. But, Miss Hope, meanwhile, could you show us the flower?" "Oh, Holy Mother must do that. If you look thereon without her, you die." "Really?" said Stephen, without alluding to his little feat of wall climbing. Well, the end of it was that after a good deal of hesitation the Holy Mother obliged, saying that as the god was dead she supposed nothing else mattered. First, however, she went to the back of the house and clapped her hands, whereon an old woman, a mute and a very perfect specimen of an albino native, appeared and stared at us wonderingly. To her Mrs. Eversley talked upon her fingers, so rapidly that I could scarcely follow her movements. The woman bowed till her forehead nearly touched the ground, then rose and ran towards the water. "I have sent her to fetch the paddles from the canoe," said Mrs. Eversley, "and to put my mark upon it. Now none will dare to use it to cross the lake." "That is very wise," I replied, "as we don't want news of our whereabouts to get to the Motombo." Next we went to the enclosure, where Mrs. Eversley, with a native knife, cut a string of palm fibres that was sealed with clay on to the door and on one of its uprights in such a fashion that none could enter without breaking the string. The impression was made with a rude seal that she wore round her neck as a badge of office. It was a very curious object fashioned of gold and having deeply cut upon its face a rough image of an ape holding a flower in its right paw. As it was also ancient, this seemed to show that the monkey god and the orchid had been from the beginning jointly worshipped by the Pongo. When she had opened the door, there appeared, growing in the centre of the enclosure, the most lovely plant I should imagine that man ever saw. It measured some 8 feet across, and the leaves were dark green, long and narrow. From its various crowns rose the scapes of the bloom, and oh, those blooms, of which there were about 12, expanded now in the flowering season. The measurements made from the dried specimen I have given already, so I need not repeat them. I may say here, however, that the Pongo augured the fertility or otherwise of each succeeding year from the number of blooms on the holy flower. If these were many, the season would prove very fruitful; if few, less so, while if, as sometimes happened, the plant failed to flower, drought and famine were always said to follow. Truly those were glorious blossoms, standing as high as a man, with their back sheaths of vivid white barred with black, their great pouches of burnished gold, and their wide wings also of gold. Then in the centre of each pouch appeared the ink mark, that did indeed exactly resemble the head of a monkey. But if this orchid astonished me, its effect upon Stephen, with whom this class of flower was a mania, may be imagined. Really he went almost mad. For a long while he glared at the plant, and finally flung himself upon his knees, causing Miss Hope to exclaim: "What, O Stephen Somers, do you also make sacrifice to the holy flower?" "Rather," he answered. "I'd die for it." "You are likely to before all this is done," I remarked with energy, for I hate to see a grown man make a fool of himself. There's only one thing in the world which justifies that, and it isn't a flower. Mavovo and Hans had followed us into the enclosure, and I overheard a conversation between them which amused me. The gist of it was that Hans explained to Mavovo that the white people admired this weed, he called it a weed, because it was like gold, which was the god they really worshipped, although that god was known among them by many names. Mavovo, who was not at all interested in the affair, replied with a shrug that it might be so, though for his part he believed that the true reason to be that the plant produced some medicine which gave courage or strength. Zulus, I may say, do not care for flowers unless they bear a fruit that is good to eat. When I had satisfied myself with the splendour of these magnificent blooms, I asked Mrs. Eversley what certain little mounds might be that were dotted about the enclosure, beyond the circle of cultivated peaty soil which surrounded the orchid's roots. "They are the graves of the mothers of the Holy Flower," she answered. "There are 12 of them, and here is the spot chosen for the 13th, which was to have been mine." To change the subject I asked another question, namely, if there were more such orchids growing in the country. "No," she replied, "or at least I never heard of any. Indeed, I've always been told that this one was brought from far away generations ago. Also, under ancient law, it is never allowed to increase. Any shoots it sends up beyond this ring must be cut off by me and destroyed with certain ceremonies. You see that seed pod which has been left to grow on the stalk of one of last year's blooms? It is now ripe, and on the night of the next moon, when the Kalubi comes to visit me, I must with much ritual burn it in his presence, unless it has burst before he arrives, in which case I must burn any seedlings that may spring up with almost the same ritual. I don't think the Kalubi will come any more, at least not while you are here. Indeed, I am sure of it," I said. As we were leaving the place, acting on my general principle of making sure of anything of value when I get the chance, I broke off that ripe seed pod, which was the size of an orange. No one was looking at the time, and as it went straight into my pocket, no one missed it. Then, leaving Stephen and the young lady to admire this Cypripedium, or each other, in the enclosure, we 3 elders returned to the house to discuss matters. "John and Mrs. Eversley," I said, "by Heaven's mercy you are reunited after a terrible separation of over 20 years. But what is to be done now? The god, it is true, is dead, and therefore the passage of the forest will be easy, but beyond it is the water which we have no means of crossing, and beyond the water that old wizard, the Motombo, sits in the mouth of his cave watching like a spider in its web. And beyond the Motombo and his cave are Komba, the new Kalubi, and his tribe of cannibals." "Cannibals?" interrupted Mrs. Eversley. "I never knew that they were cannibals. Indeed, I know little about the Pongo, whom I scarcely ever see." Then, madam, you must take my word for it that they are. Also, as I believe that they have every expectation of eating us. As I presume that you do not wish to spend the rest of your lives, which would probably be short, upon this island, I want to ask how you propose to escape safely out of the Pongo country." They shook their heads, which were equally empty of ideas. Only John stroked his white beard and inquired mildly: "What have you arranged, Allan? My dear wife and I are willing to leave the matter to you, who are so resourceful." "Arranged!" I stuttered. "Really, John, under any other circumstances—" Then, after a moment's reflection, I called to Hans and Mavovo, who came and squatted down upon the verandah. "Now," I said, after I had put the case to them, "what have you arranged?" Being devoid of any feasible suggestions, I wished to pass on that intolerable responsibility. "My father makes a mock of us," said Mavovo solemnly. "Can a rat in a pit arrange how it is to get out with the dog that is waiting at the top? So far we have come in safety, as the rat does into the pit. Now I see nothing but death." "That's cheerful," I said. "Your turn, Hans." "Oh! Baas," replied the Hottentot, "for a while I grew clever again when I thought of putting the gun Intombi into the bamboo, but now my head is like a rotten egg, and when I try to shake wisdom out of it, my brain melts and washes from side to side like the stuff in the rotten egg. Yet, I have a thought. Let us ask the Missie. Her brain is young and not tired, it may hit on something. To ask the Baas Stephen is no good, for already he is lost in other things," and Hans grinned feebly. More to give myself time than for any other reason, I called to Miss Hope, who had just emerged from the sacred enclosure with Stephen, and put the riddle to her, speaking very slowly and clearly so that she might understand me. To my surprise she answered at once. "What is a god, O Mr. Allan? Is it not more than man? Can a god be bound in a pit for 1,000 years, like Satan in Bible? If a god want to move, see new country and so on, who can say no?" "I don't quite understand," I said, to draw her out further, although in fact I had more than a glimmering of what she meant. "Oh, Allan, Holy Flower there a god, and my mother priestess. If Holy Flower tired of this land and want to grow somewhere else, why priestess not carry it and go too?" "Capital idea," I said. "But you see, Miss Hope, there are, or were, two gods, one of which cannot travel." "Oh, that very easy too. Put skin of god of the woods onto this man," and she pointed to Hans, "and who no difference? They like as two brothers already, only he smaller." "She's got it, by Jingo, she's got it!" exclaimed Stephen in admiration. "What Missie say?" asked Hans suspiciously. I told him. "Oh! Baas," exclaimed Hans, "think of the smell inside of that god's skin when the sun shines on it. Also the god was a very big god, and I am small." Then he turned and made a proposal to Mavovo, explaining that his stature was much better suited to the job. "First will I die," answered the great Zulu. "Am I, who have high blood in my veins, and who am a warrior, to defile myself by wrapping the skin of a dead brute about me and appear as an ape before men? Propose it to me again, Spotted Snake, and we shall quarrel." "See here, Hans," I said, "Mavovo is right. He is a soldier and very strong in battle. You also are very strong in your wits, and by doing this you will make fools of all the Pongo. Also, Hans, it is better that you should wear the skin of a gorilla for a few hours than that I, your master, and all these should be killed." "Yes, Baas, it is true, though for myself I almost think that, like Mavovo, I would rather die. Yet it would be sweet to deceive these Pongo once again, and, Baas, I won't see you killed just to save myself another bad smell or two. So if you wish it I will become a god." Thus, through the self-sacrifice of that good fellow Hans, who is the real hero of this history, that matter was settled, if anything could be looked on as settled in our circumstances. Then we arranged that we should start upon our desperate adventure at dawn on the following morning. Meanwhile much remained to be done. First Mrs. Eversley summoned her attendants, who, to the number of 12, soon appeared in front of the verandah. It was very sad to see these poor women, all of whom were albinos and unpleasant to look on, while quite half appeared to be deaf and dumb. To these, speaking as a priestess, she explained that the god who dwelt in the woods was dead, and that therefore she must take the Holy Flower, which was called the Wife of the God, and make report to the Motombo of this dreadful catastrophe. Meanwhile they must remain on the island and continue to cultivate the fields. This order threw the poor creatures, who were evidently much attached to their mistress and her daughter, into a great state of consternation. The eldest of them all, a tall, thin old lady with white wool and pink eyes, who looked, as Stephen said, like an Angora rabbit, prostrated herself and, kissing the mother's foot, asked when she would return, since she and the Daughter of the Flower were all they had to love, and without them they would die of grief. Suppressing her evident emotion as best she could, the mother replied that she did not know. It depended on the will of Heaven and the Motombo. Then, to prevent further argument, she bade them bring their picks with which they worked the land, also poles, mats and palm string, and help to dig up the Holy Flower. This was done under the superintendence of Stephen, who here was thoroughly in his element, although the job proved far from easy. Also it was sad, for all these women wept as they worked, while some of them who were not dumb wailed aloud. Even Miss Hope cried, and I could see that her mother was affected with a kind of awe. For 20 years she had been guardian of this plant, with which I think she had at last, not unnaturally, come to look upon with the same veneration that was felt for it by the whole Pongo people. "I fear," she said, "lest this sacrilege should bring misfortune upon us." But Brother John, who held very definite views upon African superstitions, quoted the second commandment to her, and she became silent. We got the thing up at last, or most of it, with a sufficiency of earth to keep it alive, injuring the roots as little as possible in the process. Underneath it, at a depth of about 3 feet, we found several things. One of these was an ancient stone fetish that was rudely shaped to the likeness of a monkey, and wore a gold crown. This object, which was small, I still have. Another was a bed of charcoal, and amongst the charcoal were some partially burnt bones, including a skull that was very little injured. This may have belonged to a woman of a low type, perhaps the first mother of the flower, but its general appearance reminded me of that of a gorilla. I regret that there was neither time nor light to enable me to make a proper examination of these remains, which we found impossible to bring away. Mrs. Eversley told me afterwards, however, that the Kalubis had a tradition that the god once possessed a wife which died before the Pongo migrated to their present home. If so, these may have been the bones of that wife. When it was finally clear of the ground on which it had grown for so many generations, the great plant was lifted on to a large mat, and after it had been packed with wet moss by Stephen in a most skilful way, for he was a perfect artist at this kind of work, the mat was bound round the roots in such a fashion that none of the contents could escape. Also each flower scape was lashed to a thin bamboo, so as to prevent it from breaking on the journey. Then the whole bundle was secured on to a kind of bamboo stretcher that we made, and firmly secured to it by palm fibre ropes. By this time it was growing dark, and all of us were tired. "Baas," said Hans to me as we were returning to the house, "would it not be well that Mavovo and I should take some food and go sleep in the canoe? These women will not hurt us there, but if we do not, I, who have been watching them, fear lest in the night they should make paddles of sticks and row across the lake to warn the Pongo." Although I did not like separating our party, I thought the idea so good that I consented to it, and presently Hans and Mavovo, armed with spears and carrying an ample supply of food, departed to the lake side. One more incident has impressed itself upon my memory in connection with that night. It was the formal baptism of Hope by her father. I never saw a more touching ceremony, but it is one that I need not describe. Stephen and I slept in the enclosure by the packed flower, which he would not leave out of his sight. It was as well that we did so, since about 12 o'clock by the light of the moon I saw the door in the wall open gently and the heads of some of the albino women appear through the aperture. Doubtless they had come to steal away the holy plant they worshipped. I sat up, coughed, and lifted the rifle, whereupon they fled and returned no more. Long before dawn, Brother John, his wife and daughter were up and making preparations for the march, packing a supply of food and so forth. Indeed, we breakfasted by moonlight, and at the first break of day, after Brother John had first offered up a prayer for protection, we departed on our journey. It was a strange outsetting, and I noted that both Mrs. Eversley and her daughter seemed sad at bidding good-bye to the spot where they had dwelt in utter solitude and peace for so many years, where one of them indeed had been born and grown up to womanhood. However, I kept on talking to distract their thoughts, and at last we were off. I arranged that, although it was heavy for them, the two ladies, whose white robes were covered with curious cloaks made of soft prepared bark, should carry the plant as far as the canoe, thinking it was better that the Holy Flower should appear to depart in charge of its consecrated guardians. I went ahead with the rifle, then came the stretcher and the flower, while Brother John and Stephen, carrying the paddles, brought up the rear. We reached the canoe without accident, and to our great relief found Mavovo and Hans awaiting us. I learned, however, that it was fortunate they had slept in the boat, since during the night the albino women arrived with the evident object of possessing themselves of it, and only ran away when they saw that it was guarded. As we were making ready the canoe, those unhappy slaves appeared in a body, and throwing themselves upon their faces with piteous words, or those of them who could not speak by signs, implored the mother not to desert them, till both she and Hope began to cry. There was no help for it, so we pushed off as quickly as we could, leaving the albinos weeping and wailing upon the bank. I confess that I too felt compunction at abandoning them thus, but what could we do? I could only trust that no harm came to them, but of course we never heard anything as to their fate. On the further side of the lake we hid away the canoe in the bushes where we had found it, and began our march. Stephen and Mavovo, being the two strongest among us, now carried the plant, and although Stephen never murmured at its weight, how the Zulu did swear after the first few hours! I could fill a page with his objurgations at what he considered an act of insanity, and if I had the space should like to do so, for really some of them were most amusing. Had it not been for his friendship for Stephen, I think that he would have thrown it down. We crossed the garden of the god, where Mrs. Eversley told me the Kalubi must scatter the sacred seed twice a year, thus confirming the story that we had heard. It seems that it was then, as he made his long journey through the forest, that the treacherous and horrid brute which we had killed would attack the priest of whom it had grown weary. But, and this shows the animal's cunning, the onslaught always took place after he had sown the seed, which would in due season produce the food it ate. Our Kalubi, it is true, was killed before we had reached the garden, which seems an exception to the rule. Perhaps, however, the gorilla knew that his object in visiting it was not to provide for its needs, or perhaps our presence excited it to immediate action. Who can analyse the motives of a gorilla? These attacks were generally spread over a year and a half. On the first occasion the god, which always accompanied the priest to the garden and back again, would show animosity by roaring at him. On the second he would seize his hand and bite off one of the fingers, as happened to our Kalubi, a wound that generally caused death from blood poisoning. If, however, the priest survived, on the third visit it killed him, for the most part by crushing his head in its mighty jaws. When making these visits the Kalubi was accompanied by certain dedicated youths, some of whom the god always put to death. Those who had made the journey 6 times without molestation were selected for further special trials, until at last only 2 remained, who were declared to have passed, or been accepted by, the god. These youths were treated with great honour, as in the instance of Komba, and on the destruction of the Kalubi one of them took his office, which he generally filled without much accident, for a minimum of 10 years, though perhaps much longer. Mrs. Eversley knew nothing of the sacramental eating of the remains of the Kalubi, or of the final burial of his bones in the wooden coffins that we had seen, for such things, although they undoubtedly happened, were kept from her. She added that each of the 3 Kalubis whom she had known ultimately went almost mad through terror at his approaching end, especially after the preliminary roarings and the biting off of the finger. In truth, uneasy lay the head that wore the crown in Pongo-land, a crown that, mind you, might not be refused upon pain of death by torture. Personally, I can imagine nothing more terrible than the haunted existence of these poor kings whose pomp and power must terminate in such a fashion. I asked her whether the Motombo ever visited the god. She answered yes, once in every 5 years. Then, after many mystic ceremonies, he spent a week in the forest at a time of full moon. One of the Kalubis had told her that on this occasion he had seen the Motombo and the god sitting together under a tree, each with his arm round the other's neck and apparently talking like brothers. With the exception of certain tales of its almost supernatural cunning, this was all that I could learn about the god of the Pongos, which I have sometimes been tempted to believe was really a devil hid in the body of a huge and ancient ape. No, there was one more thing which I quote because it bears out Babemba's story. It seems that captives from other tribes were sometimes turned into the forest that the god might amuse itself by killing them. This indeed was the fate to which we ourselves had been doomed in accordance with the hateful Pongo custom. Certainly, thought I to myself when she had done, I did a good deed in sending that monster to whatever dim region it was destined to inhabit, where I sincerely trust it found all the dead Kalubis and its other victims ready to give it an appropriate welcome. After crossing the god's garden we came to the clearing of the fallen tree, and found the brute's skin pegged out as we had left it, though shrunken in size. Only it had evidently been visited by a horde of the forest ants which, fortunately for Hans, had eaten away every particle of flesh, while leaving the hide itself absolutely untouched, I suppose because it was too tough for them. I never saw a neater job. Moreover, those industrious little creatures had devoured the beast itself. Nothing remained of it except the clean white bones lying in the exact position in which we had left the carcass. Atom by atom that marching myriad army had eaten all and departed on its way into the depths of the forest, leaving this sign of their passage. How I wished that we could carry off the huge skeleton to add to my collection of trophies, but this was impossible. As Brother John said, any museum would have been glad to purchase it for hundreds of pounds, for I do not suppose that its like exists in the world, but it was too heavy. All I could do was to impress its peculiarities upon my mind by a close study of the mighty bones. Also I picked out of the upper right arm and kept the bullet I had fired when it carried off the Kalubi. This I found had sunk into and shattered the bone, but without absolutely breaking it. On we went again, bearing with us the god's skin, having first stuffed the head, hands and feet, these, I mean the hands and feet had been cleaned out by the ants, with wet moss in order to preserve their shape. It was no light burden, at least so declared Brother John and Hans, who bore it between them upon a dead bough from the fallen tree. Of the rest of our journey to the water's edge there is nothing to tell, except that notwithstanding our loads we found it easier to walk down that steep mountain-side than it had been to ascend the same. Still our progress was but slow, and when at length we reached the burying place, only about an hour remained to sunset. There we sat down to rest and eat, also to discuss the situation. What was to be done? The arm of stagnant water lay near to us, but we had no boat with which to cross to the further shore. And what was that shore? A cave where a creature who seemed to be but half human sat watching like a spider in its web. Do not let it be supposed that this question of escape had been absent from our minds. On the contrary, we had even thought of trying to drag the canoe in which we crossed to and from the island of the Flower through the forest. The idea was abandoned, however, because we found that being hollowed from a single log with a bottom 4 or 5 inches thick, it was impossible for us to carry it so much as 50 yards. What then could we do without a boat? Swimming seemed to be out of the question because of the crocodiles. Also on inquiry I discovered that of the whole party Stephen and I alone could swim. Further, there was no wood of which to make a raft. I called to Hans, and leaving the rest in the graveyard, where we knew that they were safe, we went down to the edge of the water to study the situation, being careful to keep ourselves hidden behind the reeds and bushes of the mangrove tribe with which it was fringed. Not that there was much fear of our being seen, for the day, which had been very hot, was closing in, and a great storm, heralded by black and bellying clouds, was gathering fast, conditions which must render us practically invisible at a distance. We looked at the dark, slimy water, also at the crocodiles, which sat upon its edge in dozens, waiting, eternally waiting. For what, I wondered? We looked at the sheer opposing cliff, but save where a black hole marked the cave mouth, far as the eye could see, the water came up against it, as that of a moat does against the wall of a castle. Obviously, therefore, the only line of escape ran through this cave, for, as I have explained, the channel by which I presume Babemba reached the open lake was now impracticable. Lastly, we searched to see if there was any fallen log upon which we could possibly propel ourselves to the other side, and found nothing that could be made to serve. No, nor, as I have said, any dry reeds or brushwood out of which we might fashion a raft. "Unless we can get a boat, here we must stay," I remarked to Hans, who was seated with me behind a screen of rushes at the water's edge. He made no answer, and as I thought, in a sort of subconscious way, I engaged myself in watching a certain tragedy of the insect world. Between two stout reeds a forest spider of the very largest sort had spun a web as big as any lady's open parasol. There, in the midst of this web, of which the bottom strands almost touched the water, sat the spider waiting for its prey, as the crocodiles were waiting on the banks, as the great ape had waited for the Kalubis, as death waits for life, as the Motombo was waiting for God knows what. It rather resembled the Motombo in his cave, did that huge black spider with just a little patch of white upon its head, or so I thought fancifully enough. Then came the tragedy. A great white moth of the hawk species began to dart to and fro between the reeds, and presently struck the web on its lower side some 3 inches above the water. Like a flash that spider was upon it. It embraced the victim with its long legs to still its tremendous battlings. Next, descending below, it began to make the body fast, when something happened. From the still surface of the water beneath poked up the mouth of a very large fish which quite quietly closed upon the spider and sank again into the depths, taking with it a portion of the web and thereby setting the big moth free. With a struggle it loosed itself, fell on to a piece of wood and floated away, apparently little the worse for its encounter. "Did you see that, Baas?" said Hans, pointing to the broken and empty web. "While you were thinking I was praying to our reverend father the Predikant, who taught me how to do it, and he has sent us a sign from the Place of Fire." Even then I could not help laughing to myself as I pictured what my dear father's face would be like if he were able to hear his convert's remarks. An analysis of Hans' religious views would be really interesting, and I only regret that I never made one. But sticking to business, I merely asked, "What sign?" "Baas, this sign. That web is the Motombo's cave. The big spider is the Motombo. The white moth is us, Baas, who are caught in the web and going to be eaten." "Very pretty, Hans," I said, "but what is the fish that came up and swallowed the spider, so that the moth fell on the wood and floated away?" "Baas, you are the fish, who come up softly, softly out of the water in the dark, and shoot the Motombo with a little rifle, and then the rest of us who are the moth fall into the canoe and float away. There is a storm about to break, Baas, and who will see you swim the stream in the storm and the night?" "The crocodiles?" I suggested. "Baas, I don't see a crocodile eat the fish. I think the fish is laughing down there with the big fat spider in its stomach. Also, when there is a storm, crocodiles go to bed because they are afraid lest the lightning should kill them for their sins." Now I remembered that I had often heard, and indeed to some extent noted, that these great reptiles do vanish in disturbed weather, probably because their food hides away. However that may be, in an instant I made up my mind. As soon as it was quite dark I would swim the water, holding the little rifle Intombi above my head, and try to steal the canoe. If the old wizard was watching, which I hoped might not be the case, well, I must deal with him as best I could. I knew the desperate nature of the expedient, but there was no other way. If we could not get a boat we must remain in that foodless forest until we starved, or if we returned to the Island of the Flower, there ere long we should certainly be attacked and destroyed by Komba and the Pongos when they came to look for our bodies. "I'll try it, Hans," I said. "Yes, Baas, I thought you would. I'd come too, only I can't swim, and when I was drowning I might make a noise, because one forgets oneself then, Baas. But it will be all right, for if it were otherwise I am sure that your reverend father would have shown us so in the sign. The moth floated off quite comfortably on the wood, and just now I saw it spread its wings and fly away. And the fish, ah, how he laughs with that fat old spider in his stomach." End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Allan and the Holy Flower. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Allan and the Holy Flower by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 18. Fate Stabs. We went back to the others, whom we found crouched on the ground among the coffins, looking distinctly depressed. No wonder. Night was closing in, the thunder was beginning to growl and echo through the forest, and rain to fall in big drops. In short, although Stephen remarked that every cloud has a silver lining, a proverb which, as I told him, I seemed to have heard before, in no sense could the outlook be considered bright. "Well, Allan, what have you arranged?" asked Brother John, with a faint attempt at cheerfulness as he let go of his wife's hand. In those days he always seemed to be holding his wife's hand. "Oh," I answered, "I am going to get the canoe so that we can all row over comfortably." They stared at me, and Miss Hope, who was seated by Stephen, asked in her usual Biblical language, "Have you the wings of a dove that you fly, O Mr. Allan?" "No," I answered, "but I have the fins of a fish, or something like them. I can swim." Now there arose a chorus of expostulation. "You shan't risk it," said Stephen. "I can swim as well as you, and I'm younger. I'll go. I want a bath." "That you will have, O Stephen," interrupted Miss Hope, as I thought in some alarm. "The latter rain from heaven will make you clean." By now it was pouring. "Yes, Stephen, you can swim," I said, "but you will forgive me for saying that you are not particularly deadly with a rifle, and clean shooting may be the essence of this business. Now listen to me, all of you. I am going. I hope that I shall succeed, but if I fail it does not so very much matter, for you will be no worse off than you were before. There are three pairs of you, John and his wife, Stephen and Miss Hope, Mavovo and Hans. If the odd man of the party comes to grief, you will have to choose a new captain, that is all. But while I lead, I mean to be obeyed." Then Mavovo, to whom Hans had been talking, spoke. "My father Macumazana is a brave man. If he lives he will have done his duty. If he dies he will have done his duty still better, and on the earth or in the underworld among the spirits of our fathers, his name shall be great for ever. Yes, his name shall be a song." When Brother John translated these words, which I thought fine, there was silence. "Now," I said, "come with me to the water's edge, all of you. You will be in less danger from the lightning where there are no tall trees. And while I am gone, do you ladies dress up Hans in that gorilla skin as best you can, lacing it on to him with some of that palm fibre string which we brought with us, and filling out the hollows and the head with leaves or reeds. I want him to be ready when I come back with the canoe." Hans groaned audibly, but made no objection, and we started with our impedimenta down to the edge of the estuary, where we hid behind a clump of mangrove bushes and tall feathery reeds. Then I took off some of my clothes, stripping in fact to my flannel shirt and the cotton pants I wore, both of which were grey in colour and therefore almost invisible at night. Now I was ready, and Hans handed me the little rifle. "It is at full cock, Baas, with the catch on," he said, "and carefully loaded. Also I have wrapped the lining of my hat, which is very full of grease, for the hair makes grease especially in hot weather, Baas, round the lock to keep away the wet from the cap and powder. It is not tied, Baas, only twisted. Give the rifle a shake and it will fall off." "I understand," I said, and gripped the gun with my left hand by the tongue just forward of the hammer, in such a fashion that the horrid greased rag from Hans's hat was held tight over the lock and cap. Then I shook hands with the others, and when I came to Miss Hope I am proud to add that she spontaneously and of her own accord imprinted a kiss upon my medieval brow. I felt inclined to return it, but did not. "It is the kiss of peace, O Allan," she said. "May you go and return in peace." "Thank you," I said, "but get on with dressing Hans in his new clothes." Stephen muttered something about feeling ashamed of himself. Brother John put up a vigorous and well-directed prayer. Mavovo saluted with the copper assegai and began to give me Sibonga or Zulu titles of praise beneath his breath, and Mrs. Eversley said: "Oh, I thank God that I have lived to see a brave English gentleman again," which I thought a great compliment to my nation and myself, though when I afterwards discovered that she herself was English by birth, it took off some of the polish. Next, just after a vivid flash of lightning, for the storm had broken in earnest now, I ran swiftly to the water's edge, accompanied by Hans, who was determined to see the last of me. "Get back, Hans, before the lightning shows you," I said, and as I slid gently from a mangrove root into that filthy stream, "and tell them to keep my coat and trousers dry if you can." "Good bye, Baas," he murmured, and I heard that he was sobbing. "Keep a good heart, O Baas of Baases. After this, this is nothing to the vultures of the Hill of Slaughter. Intombi pulled us through then, and so she will again, for she knows who can hold her straight." That was the last I heard of Hans, for if he said any more the hiss of torrential rain smothered his words. Oh, I had tried to "keep a good heart" before the others, but it is beyond my powers to describe the deadly fright I felt, perhaps the worst of all my life, which is saying a great deal. Here I was starting on one of the maddest ventures that was ever undertaken by man. I needn't put its points again, but that which appealed to me most at that moment was the crocodiles. I've always hated crocodiles since—well, never mind, and the place was full of them, as the ponds at Ascension are of turtles. Still I swam on. The estuary was perhaps 200 yards wide, not more, no great distance for a good swimmer as I was in those days. But then I had to hold the rifle above the water with my left hand at all cost, for if once it went beneath it would be useless. Also I was desperately afraid of being seen in the lightning flashes, although to minimize this risk I had kept my dark-coloured cloth hat upon my head. Lastly, there was the lightning itself to fear, for it was fearful and continuous, and seemed to be striking along the water. It was a fact that a fireball or something of the sort hit the surface within a few yards of me, as though it had aimed at the rifle barrel and just missed, or so I thought, though it may have been a crocodile rising at the moment. In one way, or rather in two, however, I was lucky. The first was the complete absence of wind, which must have raised waves that might have swamped me, and would at any rate have wetted the rifle. The second was that there was no fear of my losing my path, for in the mouth of the cave I could see the glow of the fires which burned on either side of the Motombo's seat. They served the same purpose to me as did the lamp of the lady called Hero to her lover Leander when he swam the Hellespont to pay her clandestine visits at night. But he had something pleasant to look forward to, whereas still, there was another point in common between us. Hero, if I remember right, was a priestess of the Greek goddess of love, whereas the party who waited me was also in a religious line of business. Only, as I firmly believe, he was a priest of the devil. I suppose that swim took me about a quarter of an hour, for I went slowly to save my strength, although the crocodiles suggested haste. But thank Heaven they never appeared to complicate matters. Now I was quite near the cave, and now I was beneath the overhanging roof and in the shallow water of the little bay that formed a harbour for the canoe. I stood upon my feet on the rock bottom, the water coming up to my breast, and peered about me, while I rested and worked my left arm, stiff with the upholding of the gun, to and fro. The fires had burnt somewhat low, and until my eyes were freed from the raindrops and grew accustomed to the light of the place, I could not see clearly. I took the rag from round the lock of the rifle, wiped the wet off the barrel with it, and let it fall. Then I loosed the catch, and by touching a certain mechanism made the rifle hair-triggered. Now I looked again and began to make out things. There was the platform, and there, alas! on it sat the toad-like Motombo, but his back was to me. He was gazing not toward the water, but down the cave. I hesitated for one fateful moment. Perhaps the priest was asleep. Perhaps I could get the canoe away without shooting. I did not like the job; moreover, his head was held forward and invisible, and how was I to make certain of killing him with a shot in the back? Lastly, if possible, I wished to avoid firing because of the report. At that instant the Motombo wheeled round. Some instinct must have warned him of my presence, for the silence was grave-like, save for the soft splash of the rain without. As he turned the lightning blazed, and he saw me. "It is the white man," he muttered to himself in his hissing whisper, while I waited through the following darkness with the rifle at my shoulder. "The white man who shot me long, long ago, and again he has a gun. Oh, fate stabs, doubtless the god is dead, and I too must die." Then, as if some doubt struck him, he lifted the horn to summon help. Again the lightning flashed and was accompanied by a fearful crack of thunder. With a prayer for skill I covered his head and fired by the glare of it just as the trumpet touched his lips. It fell from his hand. He seemed to shrink together and moved no more. Oh, thank God! Thank God! In this supreme moment of trial the art of which I am a master had not failed me. If my hand had shaken ever so little, if my nerves, strained to breaking point, had played me false in the least degree, if the rag from Hans's hat had not sufficed to keep away the damp from the cap and the powder, well, this history would never have been written, and there would have been some more bones in the graveyard of the Kalubis, that is all. For a moment I waited, expecting to see the women attendants dart from the doorways in the sides of the cave, and to hear them sound a shrill alarm. None appeared, and I guessed that the rattle of the thunder had swallowed up the crack of the rifle, a noise, be it remembered, that none of them had ever heard. For an unknown number of years this ancient creature, I suppose, had squatted day and night upon that platform, whence I daresay it was difficult for him to move. So after they had wrapped his furs round him at sunset and made up the fires to keep him warm, why should his women come to disturb him unless he called them with his horn? Probably it was not even lawful that they should do so. Somewhat reassured, I waded forward a few paces and loosed the canoe which was tied by the prow. Then I scrambled into it, and laying down the rifle, took one of the paddles and began to push out of the creek. Just then the lightning flared once more, and by it I caught sight of the Motombo's face that was now within a few feet of my own. It seemed to be resting almost on his knees, and its appearance was dreadful. In the centre of the forehead was a blue mark where the bullet had entered, for I had made no mistake in that matter. The deep-set round eyes were open, and, all their fire gone, seemed to stare at me from beneath the overhanging brows. The massive jaw had fallen, and the red tongue hung out upon the pendulous lip. The leather-like skin of the bloated cheeks had assumed an ashen hue still streaked and mottled with brown. Oh, the thing was horrible, and sometimes when I am out of sorts it haunts me to this day. Yet that creature's blood does not lie heavy on my mind. Of it my conscience is not afraid. His end was necessary to save the innocent, and I am sure that it was well deserved. For he was a devil, akin to the great god ape I had slain in the forest, to whom, by the way, he bore a most remarkable resemblance in death. Indeed, if their heads had been laid side by side at a little distance, it would not have been easy to tell them apart with their projecting brows, beardless, retreating chins, and yellow tushes at the corners of the mouth. Presently I was clear of the cave. Still for a while I lay to at one side of it against the towering cliff, both to listen in case what I had done should be discovered, and for fear lest the lightning, which was still bright, although the storm centre was rapidly passing away, should reveal me to any watchers. For quite 10 minutes I hid thus, and then, determining to risk it, paddled softly towards the opposite bank, keeping, however, a little to the west of the cave, and taking my line by a certain very tall tree which, as I had noted, towered up against the sky at the back of the graveyard. As it happened, my calculations were accurate, and in the end I directed the bow of the canoe into the rushes behind which I had left my companions. Just then the moon began to struggle out through the thinning rain clouds, and by its light they saw me, and I saw what for a moment I took to be the gorilla god himself waddling forward to seize the boat. There was the dreadful brute exactly as he had appeared in the forest, except that it seemed a little smaller. Then I remembered and laughed, and that laugh did me a world of good. "Is that you, Baas?" said a muffled voice, speaking apparently from the middle of the gorilla. "Are you safe, Baas?" "Of course," I answered, "or how should I be here?" adding cheerfully, "Are you comfortable in that nice warm skin on this wet night, Hans?" "Oh, Baas," answered the voice, "tell me what happened. Even in this stink I burn to know." "Death happened to the Motombo, Hans. Here, Stephen, give me your hand and my clothes, and Mavovo, hold the rifle and the canoe while I put them on." Then I landed and, stepping into the reeds, pulled off my wet shirt and pants, which I stuffed away into the big pockets of my shooting coat, for I did not want to lose them, and put on the dry things that, although scratchy, were quite good enough clothing in that warm climate. After this I treated myself to a good sup of brandy from the flask, and ate some food which I seemed to require. Then I told them the story, and, cutting short their demonstrations of wonder and admiration, bade them place the Holy Flower in the canoe and get in themselves. Next, with the help of Hans, who poked out his fingers through the skin of the gorilla's arms, I carefully reloaded the rifle, setting the last cap on the nipple. This done, I joined them in the canoe, taking my seat in the prow and bidding Brother John and Stephen paddle. Making a circuit to avoid observation as before, in a very short time we reached the mouth of the cave. I leant forward and peeped round the western wall of rock. Nobody seemed to be stirring. There the fires burned dimly, there the huddled shape of the Motombo still crouched upon the platform. Silently, silently we disembarked, and I formed our procession while the others looked askance at the horrible face of the dead Motombo. I headed it. Then came the Mother of the Flower, followed by Hans, playing his part of the god of the forest, then Brother John and Stephen carrying the Holy Flower. After it walked Hope, while Mavovo brought up the rear. Near to one of the fires, as I had noted on our first passage of the cave, lay a pile of torches which I have already mentioned. We lit some of them, and at a sign from me, Mavovo dragged the canoe back into its little dock and tied the cord to its post. Its appearance there, apparently undisturbed, might, I thought, make our crossing of the water seem even more mysterious. All this while I watched the doors and the sides of the cave, expecting every moment to see the women rush out, but none came. Perhaps they slept, or perhaps they were absent. I do not know to this day. We started, and in solemn silence threaded our way down the windings of the cave, extinguishing our torches as soon as we saw light at its island outlet. At a few paces from its mouth stood a sentry. His back was towards the cave, and in the uncertain gleams of the moon struggling with the clouds, for a thin rain still fell, he never noted us till we were right on to him. Then he turned and saw, and at the awful sight of this procession of the gods of his land, threw up his arms and without a word fell senseless. Although I never asked, I think that Mavovo took measures to prevent his awakening. At any rate, when I looked back later on, I observed that he was carrying a big Pongo spear with a long shaft, instead of the copper weapon which he had taken from one of the coffins. On we marched towards Rica Town, following the easy path by which we had come. As I have said, the country was very deserted, and the inhabitants of such huts as we passed were evidently fast asleep. Also, there were no dogs in this land to awake them with their barking. Between the cave and Rica we were not, I think, seen by a single soul. Through that long night we pushed on as fast as we could travel, only stopping now and again for a few minutes to rest the bearers of the Holy Flower. Indeed, at times Mrs. Eversley relieved her husband at this task, but Stephen, being very strong, carried his end of the stretcher throughout the whole journey. Hans, of course, was much oppressed by the great weight of the gorilla skin, which, although it had shrunk a good deal, remained as heavy as ever. But he was a tough old fellow, and on the whole got on better than might have been expected, though by the time we reached the town he was sometimes obliged to follow the example of the god itself and help himself forward with his hands, going on all fours as a gorilla generally does. We reached the broad, long street of Rica about half an hour before dawn, and proceeded down it till we were past the feast house, still quite unobserved, for as yet none were stirring on that wet morning. Indeed, it was not until we were within 100 yards of the harbour that a woman possessed of the virtue or vice of early rising, who had come from a hut to work in her garden, saw us and raised an awful piercing scream. "The gods!" she screamed. "The gods are leaving the land and taking the white men with them." Instantly there arose a hubbub in the houses. Heads were thrust out of the doors and people ran into the gardens, every one of whom began to yell till one might have thought that a massacre was in progress. But as yet no one came near us, for they were afraid. "Push on," I cried, "or all is lost." They answered nobly. Hans struggled forward on all fours, for he was nearly done and his hideous garment was choking him, while Stephen and Brother John, exhausted though they were with the weight of the great plant, actually broke into a feeble trot. We came to the harbour, and there, tied to the wharf, was the same canoe in which we had crossed to Pongo land. We sprang into it and cut the fastenings with my knife, having no time to untie them, and pushed off from the wharf. By now hundreds of people, among them many soldiers, were hard upon and indeed around us, but still they seemed too frightened to do anything. So far the inspiration of Hans' disguise had saved us. In the midst of them, by the light of the rising sun, I recognized Komba, who ran up, a great spear in his hand, and for a moment halted amazed. Then it was that the catastrophe happened which nearly cost us all our lives. Hans, who was in the stern of the canoe, began to faint from exhaustion, and in his efforts to obtain air, for the heat and stench of the skin were overpowering him, thrust his head out through the lacings of the hide beneath the reed-stuffed mask of the gorilla, which fell over languidly upon his shoulder. Komba saw his ugly little face and knew it again. "It is a trick," he roared. "These white devils have killed the god and stolen the Holy Flower and its priestess. The yellow man is wrapped in the skin of the god. To the boats! To the boats!" "Paddle!" I shouted to Brother John and Stephen. "Paddle for your lives! Mavovo, help me get up the sail." As it chanced on that stormy morning, the wind was blowing strongly towards the mainland. We laboured at the mast, shipped it and hauled up the mat sail, but slowly, for we were awkward at the business. By the time that it began to draw, the paddles had propelled us about 400 yards from the wharf, whence many canoes with their sails already set were starting in pursuit. Standing in the prow of the first of these, and roaring curses and vengeance at us, was Komba, the new Kalubi, who shook a great spear above his head. An idea occurred to me, who knew that unless something were done we might be overtaken and killed by these skilled boatmen. Leaving Mavovo to attend to the sail, I scrambled aft, and thrusting aside the fainting Hans, knelt down in the stern of the canoe. There was still one charge, or rather one cap left, and I meant to use it. I put up the largest flap sight, lifted the little rifle and covered Komba, aiming at the point of his chin. Intombi was not sighted for or meant to use at this great distance, and only by this means of allowing for the drop of the bullet could I hope to hit the man in the body. The sail was drawing well now and steadied the boat. Also, being still under the shelter of the land, the water was smooth as that of a pond, so really I had a very good firing platform. Moreover, weary though I was, my vital forces rose to the emergency, and I felt myself go rigid as a statue. Lastly, the light was good, for the sun rose behind me, its level rays shining full on to my mark. I held my breath and touched the trigger. The charge exploded sweetly, and almost at the instant, as the smoke drifted to one side, I saw Komba throw up his arms and fall backwards into the canoe. Then, quite a long while afterwards, or so it seemed, the breeze brought the faint sound of the thud of that fateful bullet to our ears. Though perhaps I ought not to say so, it was really a wonderful shot in all the circumstances, for, as I learned afterwards, the ball struck just where I hoped that it might, in the centre of the breast, piercing the heart. Indeed, taking everything into consideration, I think that those 4 shots which I fired in Pongo land are the real record of my career as a marksman. The first at night broke the arm of the gorilla god, and would have killed him had not the charge hung fire and given him time to protect his head. The second did kill him in the midst of a great scrimmage when everything was moving. The third, fired by the glare of lightning after a long swim, slew the Motombo, and the fourth, loosed at this great distance from a moving boat, was the bane of that cold-blooded and treacherous man Komba, who thought that he had trapped us to Pongo land to be murdered and eaten as a sacrifice. Lastly, there was always the consciousness that no mistake must be made, since with but 4 percussion caps it could not be retrieved. I am sure that I could not have done so well with any other rifle, however modern and accurate it might be, but to this little Purdey weapon I had been accustomed from my youth, and that, as any marksman will know, means a great deal. I seemed to know it, and it seemed to know me. It hangs on my wall to this day, although of course I never use it now in our breech-loading era. Unfortunately, however, a local gunsmith to whom I sent it to have the lock cleaned, rebrowned it and scraped and varnished the stock, etc., without authority, making it look almost new again. I preferred it in its worn and scratched condition. To return. The sound of the shot, like that of John Peel's horn, aroused Hans from his sleep. He thrust his head between my legs and saw Komba fall. "Oh, beautiful, Baas, beautiful," he said faintly. "I am sure that the ghost of your reverend father cannot kill his enemies more nicely down there among the fires. Beautiful," and the silly old fellow fell to kissing my boots or what remained of them, after which I gave him the last of the brandy. This brought him to himself again, especially when he was free from that filthy skin and had washed his head and hands. The effect of the death of Komba upon the Pongos was very strange. All other canoes clustered round that in which he lay. Then, after a hurried consultation, they hauled down their sails and paddled back to the wharf. Why they did this I cannot tell. Perhaps they thought that he was bewitched, or only wounded and required the attentions of a medicine man. Perhaps it was not lawful for them to proceed except under the guidance of some reserve Kalubi who had passed the god, and who was on shore. Perhaps it was necessary, according to their rites, that the body of their chief should be landed with certain ceremonies. I do not know. It is impossible to be sure as to the mysterious motives that actuate many of these remote African tribes. At any rate, the result was that it gave us a great start and a chance of life, who must otherwise have died upon the spot. Outside the bay the breeze blew merrily, taking us across the lake at a spanking pace, until about midday when it began to fall. Fortunately, however, it did not altogether drop till 3 o'clock, by which time the coast of Mazitu-land was comparatively near. We could even distinguish a speck against the skyline, which we knew was the Union Jack that Stephen had set upon the crest of a little hill. During those hours of peace we ate the food that remained to us, washed ourselves as thoroughly as we could, and rested. Well was it, in view of what followed, that we had this time of repose. For just as the breeze was failing I looked aft, and there, coming up behind us, still holding the wind, was the whole fleet of Pongo canoes, 30 or 40 of them perhaps, each carrying an average of about 20 men. We sailed on for as long as we could, for though our progress was but slow, it was quicker than what we could have made by paddling. Also it was necessary that we should save our strength for the last trial. I remember that hour very well, for in the nervous excitement of it every little thing impressed itself upon my mind. I remember even the shape of the clouds that floated over us, remnants of the storm of the previous night. One was like a castle with a broken down turret showing a staircase within. Another had a fantastic resemblance to a wrecked ship with a hole on her starboard bow, two of her masts broken and one standing with some fragments of sail flapping from it, and so forth. Then there was the general aspect of the great lake, especially at a spot where two currents met, causing little waves which seemed to fight with each other and fall backwards in curious curves. Also there were shoals of small fish, something like chub in shape, with round mouths and very white stomachs, which suddenly appeared upon the surface jumping at invisible flies. These attracted a number of birds that resembled gulls of a light build. They had coal-black heads, white backs, greyish wings, and slightly webbed feet, pink as coral, with which they seized the small fish, uttering as they did so a peculiar and plaintive cry that ended with a long-drawn "ee." The father of the flock, whose head seemed to be white like his back, perhaps from age, hung above them, not troubling to fish himself, but from time to time forcing one of the company to drop what he had caught, which he retrieved before it reached the water. Such are some of the small things that come back to me, though there were others too numerous and trivial to mention. When the breeze failed us at last, we were perhaps something over 3 miles from the shore, or rather from the great bed of reeds which at this spot grow in the shallows off the Mazitu coast to the breadth of 700 or 800 yards, where the water becomes too deep for them. The Pongos were then about 1.5 miles behind, but as the wind favoured them for a few minutes more, and, having plenty of hands, they could help themselves on by paddling. When at last it died to a complete calm, the distance between us was not more than 1 mile. This meant that they must cover 4 miles of water, while we covered 3. Letting down our now useless sail and throwing it and the mast overboard to lighten the canoe, since the sky showed us that there was no more hope of wind, we began to paddle as hard as we could. Fortunately the two ladies were able to take their share of this exercise, since they had learned it upon the Lake of the Flower, where, it seemed, they kept a private canoe upon the other side of the island, which was used for fishing. Hans, who was still weak, we set to steer with a paddle aft, which he did in a somewhat erratic fashion. A stern chase is proverbially a long chase, but still the enemy with their skilled rowers came up fast. When we were 1 mile from the reeds they were within half a mile of us, and as we tired the proportion of distance lessened. When we were 200 yards from the reeds they were not more than 50 or 60 yards behind, and then the real struggle began. It was short but terrible. We threw everything we could overboard, including the ballast stones at the bottom of the canoe and the heavy hide of the gorilla. This, as it proved, was fortunate, since the thing sank but slowly, and the foremost Pongo boats halted a minute to recover so precious a relic, checking the others behind them, a circumstance that helped us by 20 or 30 yards. "Over with the plant," I said. But Stephen, looking quite old from exhaustion and with the sweat streaming from him as he laboured at his unaccustomed paddle, gasped,
"For heaven's sake, no! After all we have gone through to get it."
So I didn't insist; indeed, there was neither time nor breath for argument. Now we were in the reeds, for thanks to the wind which guided us, we had struck the big hippopotamus lane exactly, and the Pongos, paddling like demons, were about 30 yards behind. Thankful was I that those interesting people had never learned the use of bows and arrows, and that their spears were too heavy to throw. By now, or rather some time before, old Babemba and the Mazitu had seen us, as had our Zulu hunters. Crowds of them were wading through the shallows towards us, yelling encouragements as they came. The Zulus, too, opened a rather wild fire, with the result that one of the bullets struck our canoe and another touched the brim of my hat. A third, however, killed a Pongo, which caused some confusion in the ranks of Tusculum. But we were done, and they came on remorselessly. When their leading boat was not more than 10 yards from us, and we were perhaps 200 from the shore, I drove my paddle downwards, and finding that the water was less than 4 feet deep, shouted, "Overboard, all, and wade! It is our last chance!" We scrambled out of that canoe, the prow of which, as I left it the last, I pushed round across the water lane to obstruct those of the Pongo. Now I think all would have gone well had it not been for Stephen, who after he had floundered forward a few paces in the mud, bethought him of his beloved orchid. Not only did he return to try to rescue it, he also actually persuaded his friend Mavovo to accompany him. They got back to the boat and began to lift the plant out when the Pongo fell upon them, striking at them with their spears over the width of our canoe. Mavovo struck back with the weapon he had taken from the Pongo sentry at the cave mouth and killed or wounded one of them. Then someone hurled a ballast stone at him which caught him on the side of the head and knocked him down into the water, whence he rose and reeled back almost senseless, till some of our people got hold of him and dragged him to the shore. So Stephen was left alone, dragging at the great orchid, till a Pongo reaching over the canoe drove a spear through his shoulder. He let go of the orchid because he must, and tried to retreat. Too late. Half a dozen or more of the Pongo pushed themselves between the stern or bow of our canoe and the reeds, and waded forward to kill him. I could not help, for to tell the truth at the moment I was stuck in a mud hole made by the hoof of a hippopotamus, while the Zulu hunters and the Mazitu were as yet too far off. Surely he must have died had it not been for the courage of the girl Hope, who, while wading shorewards a little in front of me, had turned and seen his plight. Back she came, literally bounding through the water like a leopard whose cubs are in danger. Reaching Stephen before the Pongo, she thrust herself between them and proceeded to address them with the utmost vigour in their own language, which of course she had learned from those of the albinos, who were not mutes. What she said I could not exactly catch because of the shouts of the advancing Mazitu. I gathered, however, that she was anathematizing them in the words of some old and potent curse which was only used by the guardians of the Holy Flower, which consigned them, body and spirit, to a dreadful doom. The effect of this malediction, which, by the way, neither the young lady nor her mother would repeat to me afterwards, was certainly remarkable. Those men who heard it, among them the would-be slayers of Stephen, stayed their hands and even inclined their heads towards the young priestess, as though in reverence or deprecation, and thus remained for sufficient time for her to lead the wounded Stephen out of danger. This she did, wading backwards by his side and keeping her eyes fixed full upon the Pongo. It was perhaps the most curious rescue that I ever saw. The Holy Flower, I should add, they recaptured and carried off, for I saw it departing in one of their canoes. That was the end of my orchid hunt, and of the money which I hoped to make by the sale of this floral treasure. I wonder what became of it. I have good reason to believe that it was never replanted on the island of the Flower, so perhaps it was borne back to the dim and unknown land in the depths of Africa whence the Pongo are supposed to have brought it when they migrated. After this incident of the wounding and the rescue of Stephen by the intrepid Miss Hope, whose interest in him was already strong enough to induce her to risk her life on his behalf, all we fugitives were dragged ashore somehow by our friends. Here Hans and I and the ladies collapsed exhausted, though Brother John still found sufficient strength to do what he could for the injured Stephen and Mavovo. Then the battle of the reeds began, and a fierce fray it was. The Pongos, who were about equal in numbers to our people, came on furiously, for they were mad at the death of their god with his priest, the Motombo, of which I think news had reached them, and at the carrying off of the Mother of the Flower. Springing from their canoes, because the waterway was too narrow for more than one of these to travel at a time, they plunged into the reeds with the intention of wading ashore. Here their hereditary enemies, the Mazitu, attacked them under the command of old Babemba. The struggle that ensued partook more of the nature of a series of hand-to-hand fights than of a set battle. It was extraordinary to see the heads of the combatants moving among the reeds as they stabbed at each other with the great spears, till one went down. There were few wounded in that fray, for those who fell sank in the mud and water and were drowned. On the whole, the Pongo, who were operating in what was almost their native element, were getting the best of it and driving the Mazitu back. But what decided the day against them were the guns of our Zulu hunters. Although I could not lift a rifle myself, I managed to collect these men round me and direct their fire, which proved so terrifying to the Pongos that after 10 or a dozen of them had been knocked over they began to give back sullenly, and were helped into their canoes by those men who were left in charge of them. Then at length, at a signal, they got out their paddles and, still shouting curses and defiance at us, rowed away till they became but specks upon the bosom of the great lake and vanished. 2 of the canoes we captured, however, and with them 6 or 7 Pongos. These the Mazitu wished to put to death, but at the bidding of Brother John, whose orders, it will be remembered, had the same authority in Mazitu land as those of the king, they bound their arms and made them prisoners instead. In about half an hour it was over, but of the rest of that day I cannot write, as I think I fainted from utter exhaustion, which was not, perhaps, wonderful, considering all that we had undergone in the 4½ days that had elapsed since we first embarked upon the great lake. For constant strain, physical and mental, I recall no such 4 days during the whole of my adventurous life. It was indeed wonderful that we came through them alive. The last thing I remember was the appearance of Sammy, looking very smart in his blue cotton smock, who, now that the fighting was over, emerged like a butterfly when the sun shines after rain. "Oh, Mr. Quatermain," he said, "I welcome you home again after arduous exertions and looking into the eyes of bloody war. All the days of absence and a good part of the nights too, while the mosquitoes hunted slumber, I prayed for your safety like 1 o'clock, and perhaps, Mr. Quatermain, that helped to do the trick, for what says poet? Those who serve and wait are almost as good as those who cook dinner." Such were the words which reached and oddly impressed themselves upon my darkening brain. Or rather they were part of the words, excerpts from a long speech that there is no doubt Sammy had carefully prepared during our absence. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Allan and the Holy Flower. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Allan and the Holy Flower by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 19. The True Holy Flower. When I came to myself again, it was to find that I had slept 15 or 16 hours, for the sun of a new day was high in the heavens. I was lying in a little shelter of boughs at the foot of that mound on which we flew the flag that guided us back over the waters of Lake Kirua. Near by was Hans, consuming a gigantic meal of meat which he had cooked over a neighbouring fire. With him, to my delight, I saw Mavovo, his head bound up, though otherwise but little the worse. The stone, which probably would have killed a thin-skulled white man, had done no more than knock him stupid and break the skin of his scalp, perhaps because the force of it was lessened by the gum man's ring, which, like most Zulus of certain age or dignity, he wore woven in his hair. The 2 tents we had brought with us to the lake were pitched not far away, and looked quite pretty and peaceful there in the sunlight. Hans, who was watching me out of the corner of his eye, ran to me with a large pannikin of hot coffee which Sammy had made ready against my awakening, for they knew that my sleep was or had become of a natural order. I drank it to the last drop, and in all my life never did I enjoy anything more. Then, while I began upon some pieces of the toasted meat, I asked him what had happened. "Not much, Baas," he answered, "except that we are alive, who should be dead. The Maam and the Missie are still asleep in that tent, or at least the Maam is, for the Missie is helping Dogeetah, her father, to nurse Baas Stephen, who has an ugly wound. The Pongos have gone, and I think will not return, for they have had enough of the white man's guns. The Mazitu have buried those of their dead whom they could recover, and have sent their wounded, of whom there were only 6, back to Beza Town on litters. That is all, Baas." Then, while I washed, and never did I need a bath more, and put on my underclothes, in which I had swum on the night of the killing of the Motombo, that Hans had wrung out and dried in the sun, I asked that worthy how he was after his adventures. "Oh, well enough, Baas," he answered, "now that my stomach is full, except that my hands and wrists are sore with crawling around the ground like a babyan (baboon), and that I cannot get the stink of that god's skin out of my nose. Oh, you don't know what it was. If I had been a white man it would have killed me. But, Baas, perhaps you did well to take drunken old Hans with you on this journey after all, for I was clever about the little gun, wasn't I?" Also about your swimming of the crocodile water, though it is true that the sign of the spider and the moth which your reverend father sent taught me that. And now we have got back safe, except for the Mazitu, Jerry, who doesn't matter, for there are plenty more like him, and the wound in Baas Stephen's shoulder, and that heavy flour which he thought better than brandy." "Yes, Hans," I said, "I did well to take you, and you are clever, for had it not been for you we should now be cooked and eaten in Pongo land. I thank you for your help, old friend. But Hans, another time please sew up the holes of your waistcoat pocket. 4 caps wasn't much, Hans." "No, Baas, but it was enough, as they were all good ones. If there had been 40 you could not have done much more. Oh, your reverend father knew all that." My departed parent had become a kind of patron saint to Hans, and did not wish this poor old Hottentot to have more to carry than was needed. He knew you wouldn't miss, Baas, and that there were only one God, one devil, and one man waiting to be killed. I laughed, for Hans's way of putting things was certainly original, and having got on my coat, went to see Stephen. At the door of the tent I met Brother John, whose shoulder was dreadfully sore from the rubbing of the orchid stretcher, as were his hands with paddling, but who otherwise was well enough and of course supremely happy. He told me that he had cleansed and sewn up Stephen's wound, which appeared to be doing well, though the spear had pierced right through the shoulder, luckily without cutting any artery. So I went in to see the patient and found him cheerful enough, though weak from weariness and loss of blood, with Miss Hope feeding him with broth from a wooden native spoon. I didn't stop very long, especially after he got on to the subject of the lost orchid, about which he began to show signs of excitement. This I allayed as well as I could by telling him that I had preserved a pod of the seed, news at which he was delighted. "There," he said, "to think that you, Allan, should have remembered to take that precaution when I, an orchidist, forgot all about it." "Ah, my boy," I answered, "I have lived long enough to learn never to leave anything behind that I can possibly carry away. Also, although not an orchidist, it occurred to me that there are more ways of propagating a plant than from the original root, which generally won't go into one's pocket." Then he began to give me elaborate instructions as to the preservation of the seed pod in a perfectly dry and airtight box, etc., at which point Miss Hope unceremoniously bundled me out of the tent. That afternoon we held a conference at which it was agreed that we should begin our return journey to Beza Town at once, as the place where we were camped was very malarious and there was always a risk of the Pongo paying us another visit. So a litter was made with a mat stretched over it in which Stephen could be carried, since fortunately there were plenty of bearers, and our other simple preparations were quickly completed. Mrs. Eversley and Hope were mounted on the 2 donkeys. Brother John, whose hurt legs showed signs of renewed weakness, rode his white ox, which was now quite fat again. The wounded hero Stephen, as I have said, was carried, and I walked, comparing notes with old Babemba on the Pongo, their manners, which I am bound to say were good, and their customs that, as the saying goes, were simply beastly. How delighted that ancient warrior was to hear again about the sacred cave, the crocodile river, the mountain forest and its terrible god, of the death of which and of the Motombo he made me tell him the story 3 times over. At the conclusion of the 3rd recital he said quietly, "My lord Macumazana, you are a great man, and I am glad to have lived if only to know you. No one else could have done these deeds." Of course I was complimented, but felt bound to point out Hans's share in our joint achievement. "Yes, yes," he answered, "the spotted snake, Inhulutu, has the cunning to scheme, but you have the power to do. And what is the use of a brain to plot without the arm to strike? The two do not go together because the plotter is not a striker. His mind is different. If the snake had the strength and brain of the elephant, and the fierce courage of the buffalo, soon there would be but one creature left in the world. But the Maker of all things knew this and kept them separate, my lord Macumazana." I thought, and still think, that there was a great deal of wisdom in this remark, simple as it seems. Oh, surely many of these savages whom we white men despise are no fools. After about an hour's march we camped till the moon rose, which it did at 10 o'clock, when we went on again till near dawn, as I thought it better that Stephen should travel in the cool of the night. I remember that our cavalcade, escorted before, behind, and on either flank by the Mazitu troops with their tall spears, looked picturesque and even imposing, as it wound over those wide downs in the lovely peaceful light of the moon. There is no need for me to set out the details of the rest of our journey, which was not marked by any incident of importance. Stephen bore it very well, and Brother John, who was one of the best doctors I ever met, gave good reports of him. But I noted that he did not seem to get any stronger, although he ate plenty of food. Also Miss Hope, who nursed him, for her mother seemed to have no taste that way, informed me that he slept but little, as indeed I found out for myself. "Oh, Allan," she said, just before we reached Beza Town, "Stephen, your son"—she used to call him my son, I don't know why—"is sick. The father says it is only the spear hurt, but I tell you it is more than the spear hurt. He is sick in himself." And the tears that filled her grey eyes showed me that she spoke what she believed. As a matter of fact she was right, for on the night after we reached the town Stephen was seized with an attack of some bad form of African fever, which in his weak state nearly cost him his life, contracted no doubt at that unhealthy Crocodile River. Our reception at Beza was most imposing, for the whole population, headed by old Bausi himself, came out to meet us with loud shouts of welcome, from which we had to ask them to desist for Stephen's sake. So in the end we got back to our huts with gratitude of heart. Indeed, we should have been very happy there for a while had it not been for our anxiety about Stephen. But it is always thus in the world. Who was ever allowed to eat his pot of honey without finding a fly or perhaps a cockroach in his mouth? In all, Stephen was really ill for about a month. On the 10th day after our arrival at Beza, according to my diary, which, having little else to do, I entered up fully at this time, we thought that he would surely die. Even Brother John, who attended him with the most constant skill, and who had ample quinine and other drugs at his command, for these we had brought with us from Durban in plenty, gave up the case. Day and night the poor fellow raved, and always about that confounded orchid, the loss of which seemed to weigh upon his mind as though it were a whole sackful of unrepented crimes. I really think that he owed his life to subterfuge, or rather to a bold invention of Hope's. One evening when he was at his very worst and going on like a mad creature about the lost plant, I was present in the hut at the time alone with him and her. She took his hand and pointing to a perfectly open space on the floor, said, "Look, O Stephen, the flower has been brought back." He stared and stared, and then to my amazement answered, "By Jove, so it has, but those beggars have broken off all the blooms except one." "Yes," she echoed, "but one remains and it is the finest of them all." After this he went quietly to sleep and slept for 12 hours, then took some food and slept again, and, what is more, his temperature went down to, or a little below, normal. When he finally woke up, as it chanced, I was again present in the hut with Hope, who was standing on the spot which she had persuaded him was occupied by the orchid. He stared at this spot, and he stared at her. Me he could not see, for I was behind him, then said in a weak voice, "Didn't you tell me, Miss Hope, that the plant was where you are, and that the most beautiful of the flowers was left?" I wondered what on earth her answer would be. However, she rose to the occasion. "Oh, Stephen," she replied in her soft voice, and speaking in a way so natural that it freed her words from any boldness, "it is here, for am I not its child?" Her native appellation, it will be remembered, was Child of the Flower. "And the fairest of the flowers is here too, for I am that flower which you found in the island of the lake, O Stephen. I pray you to trouble no more about a lost plant of which you have seed in plenty, but make thanks that you still live, and that through you my mother and I still live, who, if you had died, would weep our eyes away." "Through me?" he answered. "You mean through Allan and Hans. Also it was you who saved my life there in the water. Oh, I remember it all now. You are right, Hope, although I didn't know it. You are the true Holy Flower that I saw." She ran to him and, kneeling by his side, gave him her hand, which he pressed to his pale lips. Then I sneaked out of that hut and left them to discuss the lost flower that was found again. It was a pretty scene, and one that to my mind gave a sort of spiritual meaning to the whole of an otherwise rather insane quest. He sought an ideal flower, he found the love of his life. After this Stephen recovered rapidly, for such love is the best of medicines, if it be returned. I don't know what passed between the pair and Brother John and his wife, for I never asked. But I noted that from this day forward they began to treat him as a son. The new relationship between Stephen and Hope seemed to be tacitly accepted without discussion. Even the natives accepted it, for old Mavovo asked me when they were going to be married, and how many cows Stephen had promised to pay Brother John for such a beautiful wife. "It ought to be a large herd," he said, "and a big breed of cattle." Sammy too alluded to the young lady in conversation with me as "Mr. Somers' affianced spouse." Only Hans said nothing. Such a trivial matter as marrying and giving in marriage did not interest him. Or perhaps he looked upon the affair as a foregone conclusion and therefore unworthy of comment. We stayed at Bausi's kraal for a full month longer whilst Stephen recovered his strength. I grew thoroughly bored with the place, and so did Mavovo and the Zulus, but Brother John and his wife did not seem to mind. Mrs. Eversley was a passive creature, quite content to take things as they came, and, after so long an absence from civilization, to bide a little longer among savages. Also she had her beloved John, at whom she would sit and gaze by the hour, like a cat sometimes does at a person to whom it is attached. Indeed, when she spoke to him, her voice seemed to me to resemble a kind of blissful purr. I think it made the old boy rather fidgety sometimes, for after an hour or two of it he would rise and go and hunt for butterflies. To tell the truth, the situation got on my nerves at last, for wherever I looked I seemed to see there Stephen and Hope making love to each other, or Brother John and his wife admiring each other, which didn't leave me much spare conversation. Evidently they thought that Mavovo, Hans, Sammy, Bausi, Babemba and Co. were enough for me, that is, if they reflected on the matter at all. So they were in a sense, for the Zulu hunters began to get out of hand in the midst of this idleness and plenty, eating too much, drinking too much native beer, smoking too much of the intoxicating dakka, a mischievous kind of help, and making too much love to the Mazitu women, which of course resulted in the usual rows that I had to settle. At last I struck, and said that we must move on as Stephen was now fit to travel. "Quite so," said Brother John mildly. "What have you arranged, Allan?" With some irritation, for I hated that sentence of Brother John's, I replied that I had arranged nothing, but that as none of them seemed to have any suggestions to make, I would go out and talk the matter over with Hans and Mavovo, which I did. I need not chronicle the results of our conference, since other arrangements were being made for us at which I little guessed. It all came very suddenly, as great things in the lives of men and nations sometimes do. Although the Mazitu were of the Zulu family, their military organization had none of the Zulu thoroughness. For instance, when I remonstrated with Bausi and old Babemba as to their not keeping up a proper system of outposts and intelligence, they laughed at me and answered that they had never been attacked, and now that the Pongo had learnt a lesson, were never likely to be. By the way, I see that I have not yet mentioned that at Brother John's request those Pongo who had been taken prisoners at the Battle of the Reeds were conducted to the shores of the lake, given one of the captured canoes, and told that they might return to their own happy land. To our astonishment, about 3 weeks later they reappeared at Beza Town with this story. They said that they had crossed the lake and found Rica still standing, but utterly deserted. They then wandered through the country and even explored the Motombo's cave. There they discovered the remains of the Motombo, still crouched upon his platform, but nothing more. In one hut of a distant village, however, they came across an old and dying woman, who informed them with her last breath that the Pongos, frightened by the iron tubes that vomited death, and in obedience to some prophecy, had all gone back whence they came in the beginning, taking with them the recaptured Holy Flower. She had been left with a supply of food because she was too weak to travel. So perhaps that flower grows again in some unknown place in Africa, but its worshippers will have to provide themselves with another god of the forest, another mother of the flower, and another high priest to fill the office of the late Motombo. These Pongo prisoners, having now no home, and not knowing where their people had gone except that it was towards the north, asked for leave to settle among the Mazitu, which was granted them. Their story confirmed me in my opinion that Pongo land is not really an island, but is connected on the further side with the continent by some ridge or swamp. If we had been obliged to stop much longer among the Mazitu, I would have satisfied myself as to this matter by going to look. But that chance never came to me until some years later when, under curious circumstances, I was again destined to visit this part of Africa. To return to my story. On the day following this discussion as to our departure, we all breakfasted very early as there was a great deal to be done. There was a dense mist that morning such as in these Mazitu uplands often precedes high, hot wind from the north at this season of the year, so dense indeed that it was impossible to see for more than a few yards. I suppose that this mist comes up from the great lake in certain conditions of the weather. We had just finished our breakfast and rather languidly, for the thick, sultry air left me unenergetic. I told one of the Zulus to see that the 2 donkeys and the white ox which I had caused to be brought into town in view of our near departure and tied up by our huts, were properly fed. Then I went to inspect all the rifles and ammunition, which Hans had got out to be checked and overhauled. It was at this moment that I heard a far away and unaccustomed sound, and asked Hans what he thought it was. "A gun, Baas," he answered anxiously. Well might he be anxious, for as we both knew, no one in the neighbourhood had guns except ourselves, and all ours were accounted for. It is true that we had promised to give the majority of those we had taken from the slavers to Bausi when we went away, and that I had been instructing some of his best soldiers in the use of them, but not one of these had as yet been left in their possession. I stepped to a gate in the fence and ordered the sentry there to run to Bausi and Babemba and make reports and inquiries, also to pray them to summon all the soldiers, of whom, as it happened, there were at the time not more than 300 in the town. As perfect peace prevailed, the rest, according to their custom, had been allowed to go to their villages and attend to their crops. Then, possessed by a rather undefined nervousness, at which the others were inclined to laugh, I caused the Zulus to arm and generally make a few arrangements to meet any unforeseen crisis. This done, I sat down to reflect what would be the best course to take if we should happen to be attacked by a large force in that straggling native town, of which I had often studied all the strategic possibilities. When I had come to my own conclusion, I asked Hans and Mavovo what they thought, and found that they agreed with me that the only defensible place was outside the town, where the road to the south gate ran down to a rocky wooded ridge with somewhat steep flanks. It may be remembered that it was by this road and over this ridge that Brother John had appeared on his white ox when we were about to be shot to death with arrows at the posts in the market-place. Whilst we were still talking, 2 of the Mazitu captains appeared, running hard and dragging between them a wounded herdsman who had evidently been hit in the arm by a bullet. This was his story. That he and 2 other boys were out herding the king's cattle about half a mile to the north of the town, when suddenly there appeared a great number of men dressed in white robes, all of whom were armed with guns. These men, of whom he thought there must be 300 or 400, began to take the cattle and, seeing the 3 herds, fired on them, wounding him and killing his 2 companions. He then ran for his life and brought the news. He added that one of the men had called after him to tell the white people that they had come to kill them and the Mazitu who were their friends, and to take away the white women. "Hassan ben Mohammed and his slavers," I said, as Babemba appeared at the head of a number of soldiers, crying out: "The slave-dealing Arabs are here, Lord Macumazana. They have crept on us through the mist. A herald of theirs has come to the north gate demanding that we should give up you white people and your servants, and with you 100 young men and 100 young women to be sold as slaves. If we do not do this, they say that they will kill all of us save the unmarried boys and girls, and that you white people they will take and put to death by burning, keeping only the 2 women alive. One Hassan sends this message." "Indeed," I answered quietly, for in this fix I grew quite cool as was usual with me. "And does Bausi mean to give us up?" "How can Bausi give up Dogeetah, who is his blood brother and you his friend?" exclaimed the old general indignantly. "Bausi sends me to his brother Dogeetah that he may receive the orders of the white man's wisdom, spoken through your mouth, Lord Macumazana." "Then there's a good spirit in Bausi," I replied, "and these are Dogeetah's orders spoken through my mouth. Go to Hassan's messengers and ask him whether he remembers a certain letter which two white men left for him outside their camp in a cleft stick. Tell him that the time has now come for those white men to fulfil the promise they made in that letter, and that before to-morrow he will be hanging on a tree. Then, Babemba, gather your soldiers and hold the north gate of the town for as long as you can, defending it with bows and arrows. Afterwards retreat through the town, joining us among the trees on the rocky slope that is opposite the south gate. Bid some of your men clear the town of all the aged and women and children, and let them pass through the south gate and take refuge in the wooded country beyond the slope. Let them not tarry, let them go at once. Do you understand?" "I understand everything, Lord Macumazahn. The words of Dogeetah shall be obeyed. Oh, would that we had listened to you and kept a better watch." He rushed off, running like a young man and shouting orders as he went. "Now," I said, "we must be moving." We collected all the rifles and ammunition, with some other things, I am sure I forget what they were, and with the help of a few guards whom Babemba had left outside our gate, started through the town, leading with us the two donkeys and the white ox. I remember by an afterthought telling Sammy, who was looking very uncomfortable, to return to the huts and fetch some blankets and a couple of iron cooking pots which might become necessities to us. "Oh, Mr. Quatermain," he answered, "I will obey you, though with fear and trembling." He went, and when a few hours afterwards I noted that he had never reappeared, I came to the conclusion with a sigh, for I was very fond of Sammy in a way, that he had fallen into trouble and been killed. Probably, I thought, his fear and trembling had overcome his reason and caused him to run in the wrong direction with the cooking pots. The first part of our march through the town was easy enough, but after we had crossed the market-place and emerged into the narrow way that ran between many lines of huts to the south gate it became more difficult, since this path was already crowded with hundreds of terrified fugitives, old people, sick being carried, little boys, girls, and women with infants at the breast. It was impossible to control these poor folk. All we could do was to fight our way through them. However, we got out at last, and climbing the slope, took up the best position we could on and just beneath its crest, where the trees and scattered boulders gave us very fair cover, which we improved upon in every way feasible in the time at our disposal, by building little breastworks of stone and so forth. The fugitives who had accompanied us and those who followed, a multitude in all, did not stop here, but flowed on along the road and vanished into the wooded country behind. I suggested to Brother John that he should take his wife and daughter and the three beasts and go with them. He seemed inclined to accept the idea, needless to say for their sakes, not for his own, for he was a very fearless old fellow. But the two ladies utterly refused to budge. Hope said that she would stop with Stephen, and her mother declared that she had every confidence in me and preferred to remain where she was. Then I suggested that Stephen should go too, but at this he grew so angry that I dropped the subject. So in the end we established them in a pleasant little hollow by a spring just over the crest of the rise, where, unless our flank were turned or we were rushed, they would be out of the reach of bullets. Moreover, without saying anything more, we gave to each of them a double-barrelled and loaded pistol. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Allan and the Holy Flower. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Allan and the Holy Flower by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 20. The Battle of the Gate. By now heavy firing had begun at the north gate of the town, accompanied by much shouting. The mist was still too thick to enable us to see anything at first, but shortly after the commencement of the firing a strong, hot wind, which always followed these mists, got up and gradually gathered to a gale, blowing away the vapours. Then from the top of the crest, Hans, who had climbed a tree there, reported that the Arabs were advancing on the north gate, firing as they came, and that the Mazitu were replying with their bows and arrows from behind the palisade that surrounded the town. This palisade, I should state, consisted of an earthen bank on the top of which tree trunks were set close together. Many of these had struck in that fertile soil, so that in general appearance this protective work resembled a huge live fence, on the outer and inner side of which grew great masses of prickly pear and tall finger-like cacti. A while afterwards Hans reported that the Mazitu were retreating, and a few minutes later they began to arrive through the south gate, bringing several wounded with them. Their captain said that they could not stand against the fire of the guns, and had determined to abandon the town and make the best fight they could upon the ridge. A little later the rest of the Mazitu came, driving before them all the non-combatants who remained in the town. With these was King Bausi in a terrible state of excitement. "Was I not wise, Macumazahn," he shouted, "to fear the slave traders and their guns? Now they have come to kill those who are old and to take the young away in their gangs to sell them." "Yes, King," I could not help answering, "you were wise. But if you had done what I said and kept a better look out, Hassan could not have crept on you like a leopard upon a goat." "It is true," he groaned, "but who knows the taste of fruit till he has bitten it?" Then he went to see to the disposal of his soldiers along the ridge, placing by my advice the most of them at each end of the line to frustrate any attempt to outflank us. We, for our part, busied ourselves in serving out those guns which we had taken in the first fight with the slavers, to the 30 or 40 picked men whom I had been instructing in the use of firearms. If they did not do much damage, at least, I thought, they could make a noise and impress the enemy with the idea that we were all armed. 10 minutes or so later Babemba arrived with about 50 men, all the Mazitu soldiers who were left in the town. He reported that he had held the north gate as long as he could in order to gain time, and that the Arabs were breaking it in. I begged him to order the soldiers to pile up stones as a defence against the bullets, and to lie down behind them. This he went to do. Then, after a pause, we saw a large body of the Arabs who had effected an entry, advancing down the central street towards us. Some of them had spears as well as guns, on which they carried a dozen or so of human heads cut from the Mazitus who had been killed, waving them aloft and shouting in triumph. It was a sickening sight, and one that made me grind my teeth with rage. Also I could not help reflecting that ere long our heads might be upon those spears. Well, if the worst came to the worst, I was determined that I should not be taken alive to be burned in a slow fire or pinned over an ant heap, a point upon which the others agreed with me, though poor Brother John had scruples as to suicide even in despair. It was just then that I missed Hans and asked where he had gone. Somebody said that he thought he had seen him running away, whereon Mavovo, who was growing excited, called out, "Ah, Spotted Snake has sought his hole. Snakes hiss, but they do not charge." "No, but sometimes they bite," I answered, for I could not believe that Hans had shown the white feather. However, he was gone, and clearly we were in no state to send to look for him. Now our hope was that the slavers, flushed with victory, would advance across the open ground of the market-place, which we could sweep with our fire from our positions on the ridge. This indeed they began to do, whereon, without orders, the Mazitu to whom we had given the guns, to my fury and dismay, commenced to blaze away at a range of about 400 yards, and after a good deal of firing managed to kill or wound 2 or 3 men. Then the Arabs, seeing their danger, retreated, and after a pause renewed their advance in 2 bodies. This time, however, they followed the streets of huts that were built thickly between the outer palisade of the town and the market-place, which, as it had been designed to hold cattle in time of need, was also surrounded with a wooden fence strong enough to resist the rush of horned beasts. On that day, I should add, as the Mazitu never dreamed of being attacked, all their stock were grazing on some distant veldt. In this space between the 2 fences were many hundreds of huts, wattle and grass built, but for the most part roofed with palm leaves, for here in their separate quarters dwelt the great majority of the inhabitants of Beza Town, of which the northern part was occupied by the king, the nobles, and the captains. This ring of huts, which entirely surrounded the market-place, except at the 2 gateways, may have been about 120 yards in width. Down the paths between these huts, both on the eastern and western side, advanced the Arabs and half-breeds, of whom there appeared to be about 400, all armed with guns and doubtless trained to fighting. It was a terrible force for us to face, seeing that although we may have had nearly as many men, our guns did not total more than 50, and most of those who held them were quite unused to the management of firearms. Soon the Arabs began to open fire on us from behind the huts, and a very accurate fire it was, as our casualties quickly showed, notwithstanding the stone schanzes we had constructed. The worst feature of the thing also was that we could not reply with any effect, as our assailants, who gradually worked nearer, were effectively screened by the huts, and we had not enough guns to attempt organised volley firing. Although I tried to keep a cheerful countenance, I confess that I began to fear the worst, and even to wonder if we could possibly attempt to retreat. This idea was abandoned, however, since the Arabs would certainly overtake and shoot us down. One thing I did. I persuaded Babemba to send about 50 men to build up the southern gate, which was made of trunks of trees and opened outwards with earth and the big stones that lay about in plenty. While this was being done quickly, for the Mazitu soldiers worked at the task like demons and, being sheltered by the palisade, could not be shot, all of a sudden I caught sight of 4 or 5 wisps of smoke that arose in quick succession at the north end of the town, and were instantly followed by as many bursts of flame that leapt towards us in the strong wind. Someone was firing Beza Town. In less than an hour the flames, driven by the gale through hundreds of huts, made dry as tinder by the heat, would reduce Beza to a heap of ashes. It was inevitable. Nothing could save the place. For an instant I thought that the Arabs must have done this thing. Then, seeing that new fires continually arose in different places, I understood that no Arabs, but a friend or friends were at work, who had contrived the idea of destroying the Arabs with fire. My mind flew to Sammy. Without doubt Sammy had stayed behind to carry out this terrible and masterly scheme, of which I am sure none of the Mazitu would have thought, since it involved the absolute destruction of their homes and property. Sammy, at whom we had always mocked, was, after all, a great man, prepared to perish in the flames in order to save his friends. Babemba rushed up, pointing with a spear to the rising fire. Now my inspiration came. "Take all your men," I said, "except those who are armed with guns. Divide them, encircle the town, guard the north gate, though I think none can win back through the flames, and if any of the Arabs succeed in breaking through the palisade, kill them." "It shall be done," shouted Babemba. "But oh! for the town of Beza where I was born. Oh! for the town of Beza." "Drat the town of Beza!" I hallooed after him, or rather its native equivalent. "It is of all our lives that I'm thinking." 3 minutes later the Mazitu, divided into 2 bodies, were running like hares to encircle the town, and though a few were shot as they descended the slope, the most of them gained the shelter of the palisade in safety, and there at intervals halted by sections, for Babemba managed the matter very well. Now only we white people, with the Zulu hunters under Mavovo, of whom there were 12 in all, and the Mazitu armed with guns, numbering about 30, were left upon the slope. For a little while the Arabs did not seem to realize what had happened, but engaged themselves in peppering at the Mazitu, who, I think, they concluded were in full flight. Presently, however, they either heard or saw. Oh, what a hubbub ensued! All the 400 of them began to shout at once. Some of them ran to the palisade and began to climb it, but as they reached the top of the fence were pinned by the Mazitu arrows and fell backwards, while a few who got over became entangled in the prickly pears on the further side and were promptly speared. Giving up this attempt, they rushed back along the lane with the intention of escaping at the north gate, but before ever they reached the head of the market-place the roaring, wind-swept flames, leaping from hut to hut, had barred their path. They could not face that awful furnace. Now they took another counsel, and in a great confused body charged down the market-place to break out at the south gate, and our turn came. How we raked them as they sped across the open, an easy mark. I know that I fired as fast as I could, using 2 rifles, swearing the while at Hans because he was not there to load for me. Stephen was better off in this respect, for, looking round, to my astonishment I saw Hope, who had left her mother on the other side of the hill, in the act of capping his second gun. I should explain that during our stay in Beza Town we had taught her how to use a rifle. I called to him to send her away, but again she would not go, even after a bullet had pierced her dress. Still, all our shooting could not stop that rush of men, made desperate by the fear of a fiery death. Leaving many stretched out behind them, the first of the Arabs drew near to the south gate. "My father," said Mavovo in my ear, "now the real fighting is going to begin. The gate will soon be down. We must be the gate." I nodded, for if the Arabs once got through, there were enough of them left to wipe us out 5 times over. Indeed, I do not suppose that up to this time they had actually lost more than 40 men. A few words explained the situation to Stephen and Brother John, whom I told to take his daughter to her mother and wait there with them. The Mazitu I ordered to throw down their guns, for if they kept these I was sure they would shoot some of us, and to accompany us, bringing their spears only. Then we rushed down the slope and took up our position in a little open space in front of the gate, that now was tottering to its fall beneath the blows and draggings of the Arabs. At this time the sight was terrible and magnificent, for the flames had got hold of the 2 half circles of huts that embraced the market-place, and, fanned by the blast, were rushing towards us like a thing alive. Above us swept a great pall of smoke in which floated flakes of fire so thick that it hid the sky, though fortunately the wind did not suffer it to sink and choke us. The sounds also were almost inconceivable, for to the crackling roar of the conflagration as it devoured hut after hut, were added the coarse, yelling voices of the half-bred Arabs, as in mingled rage and terror they tore at the gateway or each other, and the reports of the guns, which many of them were still firing, half at hazard. We formed up before the gate, the Zulus with Stephen and myself in front, and the 30 picked Mazitu, commanded by no less a person than Bausi the king, behind. We had not long to wait, for presently down the thing came, and over it and the mound of earth and stones we had built beyond, began to pour a mob of white-robed and turbaned men, whose mixed and tumultuous exit somehow reminded me of the pips and pulps being squeezed out of a grenadilla fruit. I gave the word, and we fired into that packed mass with terrible effect. Really, I think that each bullet must have brought down 2 or 3 of them. Then, at a command from Mavovo, the Zulus threw down their guns and charged with their broad spears. Stephen, who had got hold of an assegai somehow, went with them, firing a Colt's revolver as he ran, while at their backs came Bausi and his 30 tall Mazitu. I will confess at once that I did not join in this terrific onslaught. I felt that I had not weight enough for a scrimmage of the sort, also that I should perhaps be better employed using my wits outside and watching for a chance to be of service, like a half-back in a football field, than in getting my brains knocked out in a general row. Or mayhap my heart failed me and I was afraid. I dare say, for I have never pretended to great courage. At any rate, I stopped outside and shot whenever I got the chance, not without effect, filling a humble but perhaps useful part. It was really magnificent, that fray. How those Zulus did go in! For quite a long while they held the narrow gateway and the mound against the howling, thrusting mob, much as the Roman called Horatius and his 2 friends held the entrance to some bridge or other long ago at Rome against a great force of I forget whom. They shouted their Zulu battle cry of "Lubba, lubba," that of their regiment, I suppose, for most of them were men of about the same age, and stabbed and fought and struggled, and went down one by one. Back the rest of them were swept. Then, led by Mavovo, Stephen and Bausi charged again, reinforced with the 30 Mazitu. Now the tongues of flame met almost over them, the growing fence of prickly pear and cacti withered and crackled, and still they fought on beneath that arch of fire. Back they were driven again by the mere weight of numbers. I saw Mavovo stab a man and go down. He rose and stabbed another, then fell again, for he was hard hit. 2 Arabs rushed to kill him. I shot them both with a right and left, for fortunately my rifle was just reloaded. He rose once more and killed a 3rd man. Stephen came to his support and, grappling with an Arab, dashed his head against the gate-post so that he fell. Old Bausi, panting like a grampus, plunged in with his remaining Mazitu, and the combatants became so confused in the dark gloom of the overhanging smoke that I could scarcely tell one from the other. Yet the maddened Arabs were winning, as they must, for how could our small and ever lessening company stand against their rush? We were in a little circle now, of which somehow I found myself the centre, and they were attacking us on all sides. Stephen got a knock on the head from the butt end of a gun and stumbled against me, nearly upsetting me. As I recovered myself I looked round in despair. Now it was that I saw a very welcome sight, namely Hans, yes, the lost Hans himself, with his filthy hat whereof I noticed even then the frayed ostrich feathers were smouldering, hanging by a leather strap at the back of his head. He was shambling along in a sly and silent sort of way, but at a great rate with his mouth open, beckoning over his shoulder, and behind him came about 150 Mazitu. Those Mazitu soon put another complexion upon the affair, for charging with a roar they drove back the Arabs, who had no space to develop their line, straight into the jaws of that burning hell. A little later the rest of the Mazitu returned with Babemba and finished the job. Only quite a few of the Arabs got out and were captured after they had thrown down their guns. The rest retreated into the centre of the market-place, whither our people followed them. In this crisis the blood of these Mazitu told, and they struck to the enemy as Zulus themselves would certainly have done. It was over. Great Heaven, it was over, and we began to count our losses. 4 of the Zulus were dead, and 2 others were badly wounded. No, 3, including Mavovo. They brought him to me leaning on the shoulder of Babemba and another Mazitu captain. He was a shocking sight, for he was shot in 3 places and badly cut and battered as well. He looked at me a little while, breathing heavily, then spoke. "It was a very good fight, my father," he said. "Of all that I have fought I can remember none better, although I have been in far greater battles, which is well, as it is my last. I foreknew it, my father, for I never told it you. The first death lot that I drew down yonder in Durban was my own. Take back the gun you gave me, my father. You did but lend it me for a little while, as I said to you. Now I go to the underworld to join the spirits of my ancestors and of those who have fallen at my side in many wars, and of those women who bore my children. I shall have a tale to tell them there, my father, and together we will wait for you, till you too die in war." Then he lifted up his arm from the neck of Babemba and saluted me with a loud cry of "Baba" Inkosi, giving me certain great titles which I will not set down, and having done so, sank to the earth. I sent one of the Mazitu to fetch Brother John, who arrived presently with his wife and daughter. He examined Mavovo and told him straight out that nothing could help him except prayer. "Make no prayers for me, Dogeetah," said the old heathen. "I have followed my star," i.e. lived according to my lights, "and am ready to eat the fruit that I have planted, or if the tree prove barren, then to drink of its sap and sleep." Waving Brother John aside, he beckoned to Stephen. "O Wazela," he said, "you fought very well in that fight. If you go on as you have begun in time you will make a warrior of whom the Daughter of the Flower and her children will sing songs after you have come to join me, your friend. Meanwhile, farewell. Take this assegai of mine and clean it not, that the red rust thereon may put you in mind of Mavovo, the old Zulu doctor and captain with whom you stood side by side in the Battle of the Gate, when, as though they were winter grass, the fire burned up the white-robed thieves of men who could not pass our spears." Then he waved his hand again, and Stephen stepped aside, muttering something, for he and Mavovo had been very intimate, and his voice choked in his throat with grief. Now the old Zulu's glazing eye fell upon Hans, who was sneaking about, I think with a view of finding an opportunity of bidding him a last good-bye. "Oh, Spotted Snake," he cried, "so you have come out of your hole now that the fire has passed it, to eat the burnt frogs and the cinders. It is a pity that you who are so clever should be a coward. since our lord Macumazahn needed one to load for him on the hill, and would have killed more of the hyenas had you been there." "Yes, Spotted Snake, it is so," echoed an indignant chorus of the other Zulus, while Stephen and I, and even the mild Brother John, looked at him reproachfully. Now Hans, who was generally as patient under affront as a Jew, for once lost his temper. He dashed his hat upon the ground and danced on it. He spat towards the surviving Zulu hunters. He even vituperated the dying Mavovo. "O son of a fool," he said, "you pretend that you can see what is hid from other men, but I tell you that there is a lying spirit in your lips. You called me a coward because I am not big and strong as you were, and cannot hold an ox by the horn, but at least there is more brain in my stomach than in all your head. Where would all of you be now had it not been for poor Spotted Snake, the coward, who twice this day has saved every one of you, except those whom the Baas's father, the reverend predicant, has marked upon the forehead to come and join him in a place that is hotter and brighter than that burning town?" Now we looked at Hans, wondering what he meant about saving us twice, and Mavovo said, "Speak on quickly, O Spotted Snake, for I would hear the end of your story. How did you help us in your hole?" Hans began to grub about in his pockets, from which he finally produced a matchbox, wherein there remained but one match. "With this," he said. "Oh, could none of you see that the men of Hassan had all walked into a trap? Did none of you know that fire burns thatched houses, and that a strong wind drives it fast and far? While you sat there upon the hill with your heads together like sheep waiting to be killed, I crept away among the bushes and went about my business. I said nothing to any of you, not even to the Baas, lest he should answer me, 'No, Hans, there may be an old woman sick in one of those huts, and therefore you must not fire them.' In such matters who does not know that white people are fools, even the best of them? And in fact there were several old women, for I saw them running for the gateway. Well, I crept up by the green fence, which I knew would not burn, and I came to the north gate. There was an Arab sentry left there to watch. He fired at me. Look! Well for Hans, his mother bore him short," and he pointed to a hole in the filthy hat. "Then before that Arab could load again, poor coward Hans got his knife into him from behind. Look," and he produced a big blade which was such as butchers use from his belt and showed it to us. "After that it was easy, since fire is a wonderful thing. You make it small and it grows big of itself like a child, and never gets tired, and is always hungry, and runs fast as a horse. I lit 6 of them where they would burn quickest. Then I saved the last match, since we have few left, and came through the gate before the fire ate me up, me its father, me the sower of the red seed." We stared at the old Hottentot in admiration. Even Mavovo lifted his dying head and stared. But Hans, whose annoyance had now evaporated, went on in a jog-trot mechanical voice. "As I was returning to find the Baas, if he still lived, the heat of the fire forced me to the high ground to the west of the fence, so that I saw what was happening at the south gate, and that the Arab men must break through there because you who held it were so few. So I ran down to Babemba and the other captains very quickly, telling them there was no need to guard the fence any more, and that they must get to the south gate and help you, since otherwise you would all be killed, and they too would be killed afterwards. Babemba listened to me and started sending out messengers to collect the others, and we got here just in time. Such is the hole I hid in during the Battle of the Gate, O Mavovo. That is all the story which I pray that you will tell to the Baas's reverend father, the Predikant, presently, for I am sure that it will please him to learn that he did not teach me to be wise and help all men, and always to look after the Baas Allan to no purpose. Still, I am sorry that I wasted so many matches, for where shall we get any more now that the camp is burnt?" And he gazed ruefully at the all but empty box. Mavovo spoke once more in a slow, gasping voice. "Never again," he said, addressing Hans, "shall you be called Spotted Snake. O little yellow man, who are so great and white of heart, behold, I give you a new name, by which you shall be known with honour from generation to generation. It is Light in Darkness. It is Lord of the Fire." Then he closed his eyes and fell back insensible. Within a few minutes he was dead. But those high names with which he christened Hans with his dying breath clung to the old Hottentot for all his days. Indeed, from that day forward no native would ever have ventured to call him by any other. Among them, far and wide, they became his titles of honour. The roar of the flames grew less, and the tumult within their fiery circle died away. For now the Mazitu were returning from the last fight in the market-place, if fight it could be called, bearing in their arms great bundles of the guns which they had collected from the dead Arabs, most of whom had thrown down their weapons in a last wild effort to escape. But between the spears of the infuriated savages on the one hand and the devouring fire on the other, what escape was there for them? The blood-stained wretches who remained in the camps and towns of the slave traders along the eastern coast of Africa, or in the Isle of Madagascar, alone could tell how many were lost, since of those who went out from them to make war against the Mazitu and their white friends, none returned again with the long lines of expected captives. They had gone to their own place, of which sometimes that flaming African city has seemed to me a symbol. They were wicked men indeed, devils stalking the earth in human form, without pity, without shame. Yet I could not help feeling sorry for them at the last, for truly their end was awful. They brought the prisoners up to us, and among them, his white robe half burnt off him, I recognized the hideous, pock-marked Hassan ben Mohammed. "I received your letter written a while ago, in which you promised to make us die by fire, and this morning I received your message, Hassan," I said, "brought by the wounded lad who escaped from you when you murdered his companions, and to both I sent you an answer. If none reached you, look around, for there is one written large in a tongue that all can read." The monster, for he was no less, flung himself upon the ground, praying for mercy. Indeed, seeing Mrs. Eversley, he crawled to her and, catching hold of her white robe, begged her to intercede for him. "You made a slave of me after I had nursed you in the spotted sickness," she answered, "and tried to kill my husband for no fault. Through you, Hassan, I have spent all the best years of my life among savages, alone and in despair. Still, for my part, I forgive you, but oh! may I never see your face again." Then she wrenched herself free from his grasp and went away with her daughter. "I too forgive you, although you murdered my people and for 20 years made my time a torment," said Brother John, who was one of the truest Christians I have ever known. "May God forgive you also," and he followed his wife and daughter. Then the old King Bausi, who had come through that battle with a slight wound, spoke, saying: "I am glad, Red Thief, that these white people have granted you what you asked, namely, their forgiveness, since the deed is greatly to their honour and causes me and my people to think them even nobler than we did before. But, O murderer of men and women and trafficker in children, I am judge here, not the white people. Look on your work," and he pointed first to the lines of Zulu and Mazitu dead, and then to his burning town. "Look, and remember the fate you promised to us who have never harmed you. Look, 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 O hyena of a man." At this point I too went away, nor did I ever ask what became of Hassan and his fellow captives. Moreover, whenever any of the natives or Hans tried to inform me, I bade them hold their tongues. Epilogue. I have little more to add to this record, which I fear has grown into quite a long book, or at any rate, although the setting of it down has amused me during the afternoons and evenings of this endless English winter, now that the spring has come again I seem to have grown weary of writing. Therefore I shall leave what remains untold to the imagination of anyone who chances to read these pages. We were victorious, and had indeed much cause for gratitude who still lived to look upon the sun. Yet the night that followed the Battle of the Gate was a sad one, at least for me, who felt the death of my friend, the foresighted hero Mavovo, of the bombastic but faithful Sammy, and of my brave hunters more than I can say. Also the old Zulu's prophecy concerning me, that I too should die in battle, weighed upon me, who seemed to have seen enough of such ends in recent days and to desire one more tranquil. Living here in peaceful England as I do now, with no present prospect of leaving it, it does not appear likely that it will be fulfilled. Yet, after my experience of the divining powers of Mavovo's snake, well, those words of his make me feel uncomfortable, for when all is said and done, who can know the future? Moreover, it is the improbable that generally happens. As the readers of Allan Quatermain will be aware, this prophecy of the dying Zulu was fulfilled. Mr. Quatermain died at Zuvendis as a result of the wound he received in the battle between the armies of the rival queens. Editor. Further, the climatic conditions were not conducive to cheerfulness, for shortly after sunset it began to rain and poured for most of the night, which, as we had little shelter, was inconvenient both to us and to all the hundreds of the homeless Mazitu. However, the rain ceased in due time, and on the following morning the welcome sun shone out a clear sky. When we had dried and warmed ourselves a little in its rays, someone suggested that we should visit the burned-out town, where, except for some smouldering heaps that had been huts, the fire was extinguished by the heavy rain. More from curiosity than for any other reason, I consented, and accompanied by Bausi, Babemba, and many of the Mazitu, all of us, except Brother John, who remained behind to attend to the wounded, climbed over the debris of the south gate and walked through the black ruins of the huts, across the market-place that was strewn with dead, to what had been our quarters. These were a melancholy sight, a mere heap of sodden and still smoking ashes. I could have wept when I looked at them, thinking of all the trade goods and stores that were consumed beneath, necessities for the most part, the destruction of which must make our return journey one of great hardship. Well, there was nothing to be said or done, so after a few minutes of contemplation we turned to continue our walk through what had been the royal quarters to the north gate. Hans, who, I noted, had been ferreting about in his furtive way as though he were looking for something, and I were the last to leave. Suddenly he laid his hand upon my arm and said, "Baas, listen, I hear a ghost. I think it is the ghost of Sammy asking us to bury him." "Bosh!" I answered, and then listened as hard as I could. Now I also seemed to hear something coming from I knew not where, words which were frequently repeated and which seemed to be, "Oh, Mr. Quatermain, I beg you to be so good as to open the door of this oven." For a while I thought I must be cracked. However, I called back the others and we all listened. Of a sudden Hans made a pounce, like a terrier does at the run of a mole that he hears working underground, and began to drag, or rather to shovel, at a heap of ashes in front of us, using a bit of wood as they were still too hot for his hands. Then we listened again, and this time heard the voice quite clearly coming up from the ground. "Baas," said Hans, "it is Sammy in the corn pit." Now I remembered that such a pit existed in front of the huts which, although empty at the time, was, as is common among the Bantu natives, used to preserve corn that would not immediately be needed. Once I myself went through a very tragic experience in one of these pits, as many who may read the history of my first wife, that I have called Marie, can see for themselves. Soon we cleared the place and had lifted the stone, with ventilating holes in it. Well it was for Sammy that those ventilating holes existed, also that the stone did not fit tight. Beneath was a bottle-shaped and cemented structure about 10 feet deep by, say, 8 wide. Instantly through the mouth of this structure appeared the head of Sammy with his mouth wide open like that of a fish gasping for air. We pulled him out, a process that caused him to howl, for the heat had made his skin very tender, and gave him water which one of the Mazitu fetched from a spring. Then I asked him indignantly what he was doing in that hole, while we wasted our tears thinking that he was dead. "Oh, Mr. Quatermain," he said, "I am a victim of too faithful service. To abandon all these valuable possessions of yours to a rapacious enemy was more than I could bear. So I put every one of them in the pit, and then, as I thought I heard someone coming, got in myself and pulled down the stone. But, Mr. Quatermain, soon afterwards the enemy added arson to murder and pillage, and the whole place began to blaze. I could hear the fire roaring above, and a little later the ashes covered the exit so that I could no longer lift the stone, which indeed grew too hot to touch. Here then I sat all night in the most suffocating heat, very much afraid, Mr. Quatermain, lest the 2 kegs of gunpowder that were with me should explode, till at last, just as I had abandoned hope and prepared to die like a tortoise baked alive by a bushman, I heard your welcome voice. And, Mr. Quatermain, if there is any soothing ointment to spare, I shall be much obliged, for I am scorched all over." "Ah, Sammy, Sammy," I said, "you see what comes of cowardice. On the hill with us you would not have been scorched. It is only by the merest chance of owing to Hans's quick hearing that you were not left to perish miserably in that hole." "That is so, Mr. Quatermain. I plead guilty to the hot impeachment. But on the hill I might have been shot, which is worse than being scorched. Also you gave me charge of your goods, and I determined to preserve them, even at the risk of personal comfort. Lastly, the angel who watches me brought you here in time before I was quite cooked through. So all's well that ends well, Mr. Quatermain, though it is true that for my part I have had enough of bloody war, and if I live to regain civilized regions I propose henceforth to follow the art of food dressing in the safe kitchen of a hotel, that is, if I cannot obtain a berth as an instructor in the English tongue." "Yes," I answered, "all's well that ends well, Sammy my boy, and at any rate you have saved the stores, for which we should be thankful to you. So go along with Mr. Stephen and get doctored while we haul them out of that grain pit." 3 days later we bid farewell to old Bausi, who almost wept at parting with us, and the Mazitu, who were already engaged in the rebuilding of their town. Mavovo and the other Zulus who died in the Battle of the Gate we buried on the ridge opposite to it, raising a mound of earth over them that thereby they might be remembered in generations to come, and laying around them the Mazitu who had fallen in the fight. As we passed that mound on our homeward journey, the Zulus who remained alive, including 2 wounded men who were carried in litters, stopped and saluted solemnly, praising the dead with loud songs. We white people too saluted, but in silence, by raising our hats. By the way, I should add that in this matter also Mavovo's Snake did not lie. He had said that 6 of his company would be killed upon our expedition, and 6 were killed, neither more nor less. After much consulting we determined to take the overland route back to Natal, first because it was always possible that the slave trading fraternity, hearing of their terrible losses, might try to attack us again on the coast, and secondly for the reason that even if they did not, months or perhaps years might pass before we found a ship at Kilwa, then a port of ill repute, to carry us to any civilized place. Moreover, Brother John, who had travelled it, knew the inland road well, and had established friendly relations with the tribes through whose country we must pass, till we reached the borders of Zululand, where I was always welcome. So as the Mazitu furnished us with an escort and plenty of bearers for the first part of the road, and, thanks to Sammy's stewardship in the corn pit, we had ample trade goods left to hire others later on, we made up our minds to risk the longer journey. As it turned out, this was a wise conclusion, since although it took 4 weary months, in the end we accomplished it without any accident whatsoever, if I except a slight attack of fever from which both Miss Hope and I suffered for a while. Also we got some good shooting on the road. My only regret was that this change of plan obliged us to abandon the tusks of ivory we had captured from the slavers and buried where we alone could find them. Still it was a dull time for me, who, for obvious reasons, of which I have already spoken, was literally a 5th wheel to the coach. Hans was an excellent fellow and, as the reader knows, quite a genius in his own way, but night after night in Hans's society began to pall on me at last, while even his conversation about my reverend father, who seemed positively to haunt him, acquired a certain sameness. Of course we had other subjects in common, especially those connected with Retief's massacre, whereof we were the only 2 survivors, but of these I seldom cared to speak. They were, and still remain, too painful. Therefore, for my part, I was thankful when at last, in Zululand, we fell in with some traders whom I knew, who hired us one of their waggons. In this vehicle, abandoning the worn-out donkeys and the white ox, which we presented to a chief of my acquaintance, Brother John and the ladies proceeded to Durban, Stephen attending them on a horse that we had bought, while I with Hans attached myself to the traders. At Durban a surprise awaited us. As we trekked into the town, which at that time was still a small place, whom should we meet but Sir Alexander Somers, who, hearing that waggons were coming from Zululand, had ridden out in the hope of obtaining news of us. It seemed that the choleric old gentleman's anxiety concerning his son had so weighed on his mind that at length he had made up his mind to proceed to Africa to hunt for him. So there he was. The meeting between the two was affectionate but peculiar. "Hullo, Dad," said Stephen. "Whoever would have thought of seeing you here?" "Hullo, Stephen," said his father. "Whoever would have expected to find you alive and looking well? Yes, very well. It is more than you deserve, you young ass, and I hope you won't do it again." Having delivered himself thus, the old boy seized Stephen by the hair and solemnly kissed him on the brow. "No, Dad," answered his son, "I don't mean to do it again, but thanks to Allan there, we've come through all right. And, by the way, let me introduce you to the lady I am going to marry, also to her father and mother." Well, all the rest may be imagined. They were married a fortnight later in Durban, and a very pleasant affair it was, since Sir Alexander, who, by the way, treated me most handsomely from a business point of view, literally entertained the whole town on that festive occasion. Immediately afterwards Stephen, accompanied by Mr. and Mrs. Eversley and his father, took his wife home to be educated, though what that process consisted of I never heard. Hans and I saw them off at the Point, and our parting was rather sad, although Hans went back the richer by the £500 which Stephen had promised him. He bought a farm with the money, and on the strength of his exploits established himself as a kind of little chief. Of more later, as they say in the pedigree of these books. Sammy, too, was set up as the proprietor of a small hotel, where he spent most of his time in the bar, dilating to the customers in magnificent sentences that reminded me of the style of a poem called the Essay on Man, which I once tried to read and couldn't, about his feats as a warrior among the wild Mazitu and the man-eating, devil-worshipping Pongo tribes. 2 years or less afterwards I received a letter from which I must quote a passage. "As I told you, my father has given a living which he owns to Mr. Eversley, a pretty little place where there isn't much for a parson to do. I think it rather bores my respected parents-in-law. At any rate, Dogeetah spends a lot of his time wandering about the New Forest, which is near by, with a butterfly net and trying to imagine that he is back in Africa. The Mother of the Flower, who after a long course of boot-kissing mutes doesn't get on with English servants, has another amusement. There is a small lake in the rectory grounds in which is a little island. Here she has put up a reed fence round a laurustinus bush which flowers at the same time of year as did the Holy Flower, and within this reed fence she sits whenever the weather will allow, as I believe going through the rites of the flower. At least, when I called upon her there one day in a boat, I found her wearing a white robe and singing some mystical native song. Many years have gone by since then. Both Brother John and his wife have departed to their rest, and their strange story, the strangest almost of all stories, is practically forgotten. Stephen, whose father has also departed, is a prosperous baronet and rather heavy member of Parliament and magistrate, the father of many fine children, for the Miss Hope of old days has proved as fruitful as a daughter of the goddess of fertility, for that was the mother's real office, ought to be. "Sometimes," she said to me one day with a laugh, as she surveyed a large and noisy selection of her numerous offspring, "sometimes, O Allan," she still retains that trick of speech, "I wish that I were back in the peace of the Home of the Flower. Ah," she added, with something of a thrill in her voice, "never can I forget the blue and sacred lake or the sight of those skies at dawn. Do you think that I shall see them again when I die, O Allan?" At the time I thought it rather ungrateful of her to speak thus, but after all human nature is a queer thing, and we are all of us attached to the scenes of our childhood and long at times again to breathe our natal air. I went to see Sir Stephen the other day, and in his splendid greenhouses the head gardener, Woodden, an old man now, showed me 3 noble long-leaved plants which sprang from the seed of the Holy Flower that I had saved in my pocket, but they have not yet bloomed. Somehow I wonder what will happen when they do. It seems to me as though when once more the glory of that golden bloom is seen of the eyes of men, the ghosts of the terrible god of the forest, of the hellish and mysterious Motombo, and perhaps the Mother of the Flower itself will be there to do it reverence. If so, what gifts will they bring to those who stole and reared the sacred seed? P.S. I shall know ere long, for just as I laid down my pen a triumphant epistle from Stephen was handed to me, in which he writes excitedly that at length 2 of the 3 plants are showing for flower. Allan Quatermain. End of Chapter 20. End of Allan and the Holy Flower by H. Rider Haggard.